Welcome back then, everybody, for part 3 and the final part of this 24 hours Nordschleife. We resume with the Sim-RC car almost having some additional issues over in pit lane, and did unfortunately see on track that he lost the position to the Firefly esports car that was rapidly approaching. And so welcome on in, join back in on the incredible action here. 4.5 hours of action left to go in this one. And to answer the question, why can't it be a single stream? Because it would be more ideal. I'm afraid that there is a 12-hour cap on YouTube. And and there we go, actually explained immediately in the chat. Thank you so much for doing just so. So to make our way through all of the coverage of this race, qualifying and everything, unfortunately we have to divide it up into 3 parts, I am afraid. But we are back up and running and ready to press on with the remainder of this race. And what a race it has been so far. Damp conditions, drying out circuits. And hello, hi, welcome. That's in the chat. Thank you really so much for the amazing support over the last 19.5 hours. It's been absolutely spectacular for an incredible, incredible day. Felt very, very privileged amongst myself and, of course, the rest of the broadcasting team to bring this action to life. That we've had our own moments in the box as well. Unfortunately, that's John Wright, one of our beloved commentators, feeling unwell. So was due to take you through a substantial portion of the evening and into the night, and had to step out. So a bit of juggling between ourselves. Nathan Ritchie, absolute hero, stepping in at the very last minute to take you through to the early hours of the morning. Of course, Timlin with a big night shift solo as well to bring you to this morning. But we have, I'm afraid you'll be stuck with just me for the remainder of the race. That's and we will see exactly that's how this one plays out. That's as discussions amongst the chat, I should leave that amongst yourselves, because I'm afraid that I didn't quite catch that's what it was that you wrote, either RTM, but of course our wonderful people behind the scenes answering your questions. If you do have any questions in the chat, whether it be about ACC in general, sim racing, real world motorsports, cars on circuit, teams, the Nordschleife DLC, of course. I think number 1 question should be, where can I get it? Because if you haven't already, I mean, absolutely stellar. Everybody that has picked it up so far. I think there's also been people during this stream that have been, kind of rather teased by the action on circuit, and didn't want to miss out, so they've gone and got it. So do head over and look to pick it up yourself. How long has the race been going on for so far? 19.5 hours, 24-hour race here at the Nordschleife. And absolutely, Luke Whitehead, absolute madman for the number 55 Veloce esports crew. He is still going. Lord only knows how. We have discussed he may be cloned, and I mean, that's oh dear, contact. An incident just ahead. Luke Whitehead again having to be reminded not to have a lapse of concentration at any moment, as on the damp circuit, slick tyres not quite dialing themselves in just yet. Senator for the ResTech team running into a little bit of spot of bother. See what happened to them. Goes a little bit wide, all okay though so far. And flying on through into this complex. There they go. Oh, go wide there. Slides across the grass into the wall. And then you can see stranded into the barrier from that point onwards. So very much needed to try to maintain that concentration. And a timely reminder for Luke Whitehead if the eyes were starting to feel a little bit heavy. But yeah, hypothetical question in that. How many clones of Luke Whitehead, realistically? I mean, okay, as we've just... Oh my goodness, big contact again, and an even huger crash this time for ResTech. A disastrous lap for Vincenzo. Greasy conditions, the track still drying out, and those slick tyres really being very unstable at the moment. And so it's a very, very hefty time for the ResTech car. I thought there was going to be an awkward rejoin there. That's going to be a long lap for the car that sits in P15. And we'll keep an eye on his journey back to pit lane as hopefully it doesn't run into any more issues. At least the car seems to be mostly steering okay, maybe a bit more to the right than it is to the left, and now this is awkward because those slick tyres are not going to be gripping up at all. Oh, this is going to be a painful, painful lap. But yeah, how many clones do we think of Luke Whitehead, realistically, that it would need? That obviously he's quite incredible, but you know, he's you know, obviously it's impossible for him to do this by himself. So if we're going on the basis that he has to be doing it via clones, how many clones exactly does he need in order to make it to the end of the race? So I shall send that one out to the floor to discuss. Meanwhile, looking at some of your other questions in the chat, that's so around BOP, Nordschleife BOP, I don't think it's been put together just yet. Of course, it's only been out for a few days. Oh my goodness, the day just gets worse. Oh dear. Well, part 3 starting off with a bang in one form or another. The ResTech car steering a little bit more to the right than it often would like to. The Bentley trying to sneak its way on through contact, and oh my days, Vincenzo having an absolute mare at the moment. That one did feel rather more unfortunate, though. If anything, though, it may have actually straightened up the car. It doesn't seem to be going quite as much to the right as it once was. So, in one way, maybe helped to some extent, but of course not very ideal overall. But, I mean, I wouldn't say that the BOP really has been very unfair at all, because when you look inside the top 3, we've got BMW leading by about 100 seconds over Aston Martin. Then we have a Porsche, then we have a Ferrari, then we have another Ferrari, then we have next BMW down in P6, we have McLaren P7, number 38, can't remember myself, BMW in P8, Aston Martin P9, with still a lot of damage on board the front of that car, and then another BMW inside the top 10. So, of course, you know, there are a lot of teams, and a lot of very good teams that have taken the BMW, but there's, you know, more teams inside that top 5 that aren't BMWs, if we're talking about GT3 class, than there are. So, I think, to be honest, it's worked out all right. You know, each car has its strengths and weaknesses, and, you know, drivers, teams managing to make, you know, make use of that performance envelope in a variety of different ways. That's, so how can you be a race driver? I think you've already had some good answers in the chat as well. Absolutely, you know, dialing yourself in to the World Sim Race. We've seen so much, you know, of an overlap in, you know, in recent times between, you know, the virtual world and the real one. You know, whether it be, you know, from real racing drivers hopping into the sim, being competitive, enjoying it, or, you know, what is, I think, you know, even more of a, you know, incredible thing to see, you know, seeing, you know, sim racers becoming real life racing drivers. Jardier, you know, out on circuit in P11, he himself, long awaited dream for him to be able to compete in real racing once again, and he has managed to recently secure himself a drive to do just that, and that is just one of many examples of seeing that level of crossover. It's also, even on the engineering side, you know, we're seeing this, you know, extent now where the skills are so transferable because the sims are of such high standards. No reader trying to sneak one out the inside of Carnater. Performance difference quite severe right now between these two. Maybe the tyres quite worn out on the BMW. Is that car running around on slicks? It is on slicks, but maybe just struggling a bit in these conditions at the moment. We'll keep an eye on this fight. That was a moment and a half for Noah Reader, bouncing his way over the curbs. But sim racing, a very cheap way to now get involved into motorsports, and then of course, you know, the rest of the routes, karting, and then, you know, working your way through various categories from there, whether you look to go down to GTs, formulas, prototypes, so many different routes. And unfortunately, it does get a little bit more expensive in the real world. Sim racing isn't always the cheapest of hobbies, but it's a lot cheaper than top level motorsport. But it's certainly a very good way to get the skills built up in sim racing, and also a lot of competitions now available where prizes up for grabs of real world opportunities. So definitely a fantastic way to build up your skill set in that. As we proceed onto the back straight, gaining in the slipstream is the McLaren. It could be a fairly easy move. It depends though. Momentum has been in favour right now for Noah Reader and the Sprout Esport cars. They get themselves up to P6 on circuit, but when that BMW tucks into the slipstream, although I think that they will surely look to back off. Under the bridge they go. So no further attempts from Carliter. I think he's seen that the pace advantage very much in favour of that McLaren. And with 4.5 hours of racing left to go, not worth trying to swap positions at this stage and battle around. That's the clones of Luke would revolt. That quite possibly. That I think any sci-fi film has ever told you that you know, cloning is never a good idea. It always seems to go terribly, terribly wrong. Carliter into the pits then, looking to get another set of tyres on board this car by the looks of it. And we do have dry conditions seemingly for quite a while, so it may not be too bad a call. We've got a battle down in the GT4 class. So these GT4s looking suspiciously muddy, but we've got the 701 trying to pursue the number 28 car. So this is Sergei Maximilian Tamara, currently making life a little bit difficult for the Gladius competition Porsche Cup car, as they are trying to make their way past the STL Esports GT4 with Lois Rainier, the Frenchman, behind the wheel of that car. That's what is favorite GT2, GT3, and GT4 car? Oh, that's a tough one. Okay, so oh, you put me on the spot now. So GT3, okay, as a combination of being British and because it's just quite a funny car, I'm gonna have to say the Boatley. I feel obliged to say that. It's lumpy, it's very big and wide, it doesn't really make sense as a car. The weight distribution is different to every single other car in the GT3 class, but it's still, you know, somewhat on its day a competitive car, and it makes a fantastic noise as well. And it also drives on the correct side as well, so it has an extra bonus on that front. But, so yeah, I'd have to say the Boatley for GT3. GT4, I'm going to have to go with the Porsche Cayman, I think. Really nicely balanced car, and also makes a good tone, as we've already discussed. I'm a sucker for the engine noise out of Porsche, so that kind of works in there by default. GT2s, that's a really interesting one. Of course, we had the fairly recent edition of the Maserati. You know, that's a really sleek-looking car, I must admit. But I think I'd have to give it to the KTM. There's just something really, really cool about that package, and seeing the crossbow. I was a big fan of the original KTM crossbow, and I'm very excited when we saw them take on the GT2 class. And it's just such a, you know, it looks like a real thoroughbred racer. I mean, of course, all the GT2 cars do, but you know, they are very much kind of a. So GT2 is an interesting one because it's a, you know, another homologated category, but more horsepower, less aero. So it's kind of like a GT4 car, but amped up, rather than being a further enhancement of a GT3. It's not kind of like an equivalent to GTE as such. But the KTM, you could almost be forgiven for thinking like it was almost like a prototype, because it is just such a hardcore racing spec package. That's that machine. So yeah, I think that would be the way that I'd have to put my preferences. Be interested to see what you guys say in the chat as well to the same question. Found Luke's stream on Twitch, and the thing is legitimately 19 hours in. He is. I know that we've been comically discussing the clones, but for all rumours and for complete clarity amongst the broadcast, Luke Whitehead has not been cloned, and he really has been in the car since the very beginning of this race. 19.5 hours in, putting in an absolute champion's drive. Of course, two-time Pro Series champion in the world of LFM, and has been absolutely phenomenal to keep that car inside the podium positions, and I wish him all the best of luck to the end of this race. See, we've got people having purchased the Nordschleife DLC but have not driven it yet. Understandable. A lot of action on track at the moment with these guys. So keep an eye, see how some of the very best drivers on ACC get on with the challenge, and maybe pick up on a few things from there before taking on the challenge yourself. Let's see, and let's see. We've got questions. I'll have to leave some of those for ACC. To answer. New Mercedes GT3 when? Again, I am merely a commentator, but again, okay. Although the question is, would you prefer the new Mercedes GT3, or would you like the Dacia Logan? because I must admit, I think I'd have to be Team Dacia Logan. I do love the Mercedes GT3, and I would love to see the new variant added. But it's always such a thrill to have the latest and greatest in ACC. But the Dacia Logan, it's pretty special. That's with that. So we'd have to we may have to have a bit of a debate. I'll see if I can have some conversations in the background. But yeah, definitely. It's definitely an interesting one. And we've also got other people fans of the Porsche Cayman as well. So good choices in the chat. But just aced my LFM driver's license first try yesterday. We're doing some racing in the future. Congratulations. Fantastic stuff, especially when you're dialing yourself in to the platform for the very first time. Important to have some nice, clean races. Make your way out of that rookie class and then dial your way in to all of that other action-packed goodness. So best of luck, Pekka, to see how you get on in that one. It will be an incredible journey, I am sure. That's so much to get stuck into. Very friendly community. Over 160,000 people on that platform now. Of course, heading into Season 14 next week, where the official racing will resume or get back underway. And so much to get dialed into on all of that. Yes, also, of course, a timely reminder that because we will have the Nordschleife hosted as its own separate series on the ACC portion of the LFM platform, and it does have its own unique license. So if you are planning on running around this circuit on the LFM ranking system, then also make sure that you are ready and prepared for that. Is it worth getting into this game? Absolutely! We've got the Nordschleife for a time, and it's always been worth getting into this sim. Absolutely the top GT experience that you can get, and, value for money, I think, is pretty unrivaled to compare to, all of the generations of Assetto Corsa. 81 still going incredibly strong. ACC, an absolute king of GT platforms, and, of course, with the heavily awaited sequel to Assetto Corsa, the Assetto Corsa Evo on the way later on in the year as well. So definitely worth getting into this sim, and all the more reason to, especially with the recent additions of the Nordschleife. That's absolutely incredible sim racing challenge. That's what's the time needed for a fast lap? That's on the that'll be on the licensing system. Unfortunately, I don't know what licensing track is, so I can't answer that. I'm afraid that yes, and a lot of people wanting to transition over to a PC for their sim racing experience. It definitely is an enhancement. I mean, ACC does a phenomenal job of delivering a high quality sim racing platform and experience on consoles, because it's a very tricky task. Obviously the computational power is sometimes quite different. Integration of different hardwares is a tricky challenge as well. And it's when you look across the board at other platforms, it does deliver very, very well. And has been a star in that regard, as life being a little bit more complicated for Grant Carreras, negotiating some GT4 traffic. Has got the fast approaching Sprout Esport car Norita, but that car is a lap down on this Ferrari, so nothing to be too concerned about there on that front, as not too many of these gaps changing as it stands. Dry conditions still being maintained at the moment. That's what is LFM? LFM is Low Fuel Motorsport. It is a matchmaking skill-based system in the world of Assetto Corsa Competizione and the original Assetto Corsa as well, where you can get yourself a license. Your license carries a skill rating as well as a safety rating, and then based on that, all of the other 160,000 plus people on the platform, you can sign up to different sessions, whether that be the part of the daily racing series, whether that be part of special events. There are some prize-driven championships as well, endurance series over on the platform, and you can work your way up through the ranks and compete on that incredible system. So it's effectively, you can head over to lowfuelmotorsport.com to find out more information on all of that, but it has, I think, been fair to say, it's massively elevated the the experience of ACC and AC1 as well. Of course, AC1, a far more recent addition. ACC has been going strong on the LFM platform for a good few years now, but it's brought so much of its community together, and of course in the last year or so, some very hard-working individuals behind the scenes, adding some additional BOP elements in there as well to make the racing as close as possible. So much there to get stuck into. Would highly recommend. I may be marginally biased, but I think my comments have been fair and just. So definitely one to look into. Can you rally in AC1? I'm not sure there's anything set up on LFM to do rallying on AC1 at the moment, but I do believe that you can do. I think there are likely mods and things out there. Of course, the Assetto Corsa community, mods have been absolutely wonderful over the generation of that platform, and have really, elevated it. Brought so much additional wonder to that series. Yellow flag out for Mark Philippentos for Primary Racing, going very slowly on circuit. I'm trying to see what happened to the 177 car, being overtaken by the Petrol Brothers team safely. And then in towards this right-hander they go. The 121, fast approaching. Oh, just goes into the gravel. Not too much of an incident. But they're still bringing out a yellow flag. Going very, very slowly. Do they have a puncture on the front of that car or something? Because they do seem to be still going very slow at this point. Oh, there we go. Yep, so I believe they even may have returned to the garage. So not wanting to fancy their chances, running around on a puncture for a while. And they've gone straight back to the garage. So that was the car that was running P2 in class. Whether or not that changes anything, we'll have to wait and see. We could see the Chevy Camaro or currently in the hands of... so we've got Dennis Wietschorker, who's got himself now up into P2 in class. It would be Manuel Stalder for the other Sim RC team. Fantastic. In actual fact, we haven't got on board with this car. This car does make a pretty good noise as well. So I think we treat ourselves to a little bit of that. Oh, yes. So if you ever need a little bit of waking up, there's nothing like pure American muscle V8 to do just that. We'll stick on board with this Camaro whilst it's... well, I would say sings. It doesn't really sing. It just sort of kind of barks around the hills of the Nordschleife. But as far as barks goes, it's a pretty good one. That's at that. And also, yes, to answer another question, I'm afraid that the LFM platform does not work with console. That's unfortunately, that's not available on that side. That's and also just on that last point, I do understand what you're saying in terms of teleporting to the garage, but at the same time, I mean, in sim racing, it is something that is an advantage that we possess, the ability to, in those instances, rather than having a race completely over totals and done with, that's, the advantage and, making sure these guys who have worked very hard on this event, can look to make it to the end of the race, 30 minutes time, rain back on the way again, so keep an eye on all of that. And it's not like a free ticket as such. When you do return to the garage, you do get a hefty penalty that comes with that if you don't manage to make it to pit lane by yourself on your own accord. That you will be out of control for the car for a long period of time. You can see that as a result of dropping to the pit lane, that already a chunk of time have been lost for that 177 car, and Enders dropping a position to Dennis Wietschorker. That Stalder, I think, may have been an additional lap behind, so they have regained a lap over that Porsche Cayman, which with 4 hours to go maybe makes the possibility of his Camaro getting onto those podium positions in class a bit more of a possibility. But so we have to see. That's yeah, absolutely. So yeah, you know, in the real world of motorsport, in endurance racing, you do you have facilities as such that will tow you back to pit lane. So, you know, those services are available. And then when you get back to the garage, you have a repair time. That repair time being associated with the level of damage that's gone on board the car. And it's exactly the same kind of system as what we have in ACC, but with the only difference being that the route to pit lane is a bit more direct. But you do have a timer. You can't just start repairing, you know, your damage straight away. You're out of control of the car for quite a while. So it's a unique quality and aspect of sim racing, but one that does mean these guys, you know, who have been working very hard in preparation, sometimes issues through no fault of their own. You know, if they have a hardware failure or something like that, it can keep them in the racing and action. Max Florence for Black Cats Racing in hot pursuit of Nick Babin. Just under a second separating those two. So we could have a BMW duel for P7 in the moment. And to answer the question, we have 3 classes of car on circuit. We have GT3s, the second fastest car in actual fact is the Porsche Cup car today, and then we have the GT4 class as well. So that's the Porsche Cup car has been surprisingly competitive around here, only lapping in dry conditions around 8 to 10 seconds slower than the GT3s, and emphasised heavily by the 325 ITB Racing car running around in P19 overall ahead of a lot of the GT3 cars for today. That's looking elsewhere in the chat, that a few years ago I was at the Nordschleife and saw Fry running out of fuel, never a good thing. And the driver called the team, and they came with fuel and filled it in the car. Then the car got to go in the pit for a pit stop. That's yeah, so you know, that's and sometimes a recovery service, if there's no damage on board the car, maybe actually just simply left to the devices or the team itself. Now, that's a bit of a complicated situation. We've got the GT4 class leader who will be trying to make himself as small as possible. Currently in that car. My goodness. A little bit of an excursion onto the grass. Manages to get out of harm's way overall in the end, though. That is Malinowski. It's in the car. He's had a bit of a wild ride so far, Circles. He had the double puncture earlier on. Went round at that very same corner. But has managed to continue on. We'll see how these guys get on. Max Florence in the slipstream now. You'd have to think this should be a relatively straightforward overtake, like for like machinery. Tow effect, of course, very, very significant, and is gaining all the time down the back straight. A lot of rain on the way in half an hour, though, so these guys really having to contend with some very back and forth conditions. Certainly, I think, for Luke Whitehead, I don't know if that's a blessing or a curse, makes life more tricky, but at the same time, probably stops him from falling asleep quite so easily. That's because, yeah, with this level of drama that he's having to contend with, it's certainly keeping him on his toes. Max Lorenzo gets the job done, makes his way up into P7 in class and overall in the race. And with the pace advantage that he has been showing, will be looking to move forward and try to extend that gap over Bavin. He's got 63 seconds until the next reaches Noah Reed of a 717 Sprouts Esports team. Can be tricky, I think, to reel that car in. But as we see, Sergey still trying to close the gap to Lloyd Rainier. Has made a bit of inroad the last few laps, maybe a bit of an awkward line through there, but managing to wrestle the car around. And must admit that so far during the stream, I don't know if anybody did it over the course of the night. I know certainly during my stints here that I haven't left you in silence to enjoy a proper onboard with the sound turned up to 11 for these cars. So I think just for a brief moment, I'm going to let this Mercedes GT4 do the talking. It's a wonderful sounding V8 in the front of that car. Sergey in hot pursuit of the car in front of the STL Esports team. And this is all the thrills, onboard sounds, and everything the GT4 car around Nordschleife sounds like. Absolutely incredible stuff, isn't it? That the sound of, I mean, the sound of so many of these cars is absolutely wonderful. But yeah, this very throaty, raw experience of the V8 powered GT4 car just dips a couple of wheels in the gravel, trying to push, apply the pressure to the STL Esports car in front. Sergey's been gradually nipping away at that gap for a long old time now. As we go over the jump, absolutely incredible stuff. So, again, I know we've mentioned it several times, but just there's so many unique qualities of this track. You know, where else do you have a jump around a circuit? The only one that comes to mind is Cadwell Park in the UK. I know it has a rather renowned bit of undulation, and does have quite the jump there. But do let me know if there's any other circuits that you're aware of that's you kind of have that jump quality too. But these guys, dry or rain, have been flying over that part of the circuit and really sending it through there, as you see, really trying to push the limits of what this car is capable of delivering. Sergey trying his best to reel in the STL Esports car, unable to do so just yet, loses a bit of that advantage, and perhaps he'll be a bit frustrated there, and we'll try to see if he can regain the momentum elsewhere in the lap. Favourite sound is the Porsche, really aggressive unfit, absolutely, yeah, like I've said a few times, yeah, the flat six of a Porsche, I'm an absolute sucker for it, and yeah, the Porsche Cup cars today, I will make sure to go with an onboard, a highlighted proper onboard of one of those Cup cars, because they have been screaming their way around it, and I love it. It's wonderful. It's I kind of had to sort of prompt myself to remember that I actually need to talk over this, because I just wanted to listen to the incredible sounds of this circuit. Yes, correct, Luke Whitehead, Mr. Solo YOLO himself, who has been driving now for almost 20 hours straight, is somehow P3 in this race. A remarkable performance and effort from the British driver. Of course, an incredibly talented individual and young man, as a yellow flag has been brought out on circuit for, that is Piotr Dominicus in the 169 cars. One of those Porsche Cup cars comes flying on Bly, and he does manage to get going again. Glad his competition have a little bit of a hairy moment after making their way on by. We'll try to catch a replay of what took place. Here's a little bit of an excursion. There we go. Loses the grip. Oh, that's a big crash. Turns themselves into a vehicular Beyblade, and manages to get themselves going. That's the Arwag Nation car as well. So disappointment there, I am sure. Let's say, does get going again, but frustration there and a lot of damage, I'm sure, on board that Ferrari. Aston Martin sound is just beautiful too, especially up. Oh yeah, it's like a shotgun, isn't it? The Aston Martin, it just sounds so good. It's always a little bit of a shame where it's the kind of the way that the power band works, you know, in that car. You don't always have quite the acceleration out of the corners that you would like, but the sound, it cheers you up, so it's okay. It really does have a good shift sound. Also, the Nissan GTR, the shifting sound in that one is really incredible. Wonder if Luke has someone giving him the drink. Yeah, I think he's probably being heavily sustained by potentially support of his family. And it would not surprise me. Of course, you know, it's been a mighty effort from Luke so far in this race, and I think whilst he is capable of doing a million and one things, that's I think trying to grab nutrition and all that stuff as well, it might be a bit too tricky. I'm not sure quite what he's been doing on the other side of things, shall we say? But I can only imagine that during a pit stops, especially the ones where brake pads changing as well, so he got that, you know, extra bit of time in the pit box to step away. He's probably been taking advantage of that. But still, the Audi, the Armentero car making their way past the recovering Ferrari driven by Dominicus after that incident. We've also got the 104 Restec car in a bit of strife again. Let's try to see if we can catch what happened here for the Ferrari team. Of course, Vincenzo Senator had an absolute disaster of a stint. He had one lap. Oh, Oh, and a big tank slapper. And the camera, unfortunately, hasn't helped us very well. Oh, brilliant. But we can kind of work out that it's gone backwards into the corner. Neither of those camera angles, unfortunately, quite seeing whereabouts he ended up. But for Pirella, heavy impact into the wall, and the Italian driver running into some strife in all of that. How long on the pits? How much time does he have? So, a usual pit stop. Oh, now it's testing my knowledge. Correcus is getting very cozy behind. That's getting very cozy behind the Zaza Racing Marlboro livery Ferrari. Thankfully, no issues there, but they are closing in at a rate of knots on Tobias Schur in the Firefly Esports car. So keep an eye. We could have a fight for P4 very soon. But I think a typical pit stop to change tyres and do fuel as well, I think is 30 seconds. If memory serves, and I think it goes up quite a bit once you start to add the brake changes in there as well. Maybe you're looking sort of maybe an extra minute, something like that. So you still haven't got too long. And apparently, Luke Whitehead has a red engine, so he's damaged his engine. So that would have been from presumably overly aggressive downshifting. And that is going to be a little bit of a bugbear for him over the remainder of this race. It's very much been a hard one from the start for him. I mean, he has got a chunk of advantage over Tobias Schur, and it is a full lap as well. So 4 hours remaining. You know, he may start lapping a little bit slower if the car's starting to cough and splutter, be down a little bit on horsepower. But overall, he should still be in a competitive enough state that if he doesn't have any mistakes on circuits, that he should be able to hold on to that podium position. Thank you very much for the kind words and all of the incredible support on the stream that we've done. We've tried our best here. It's we've been a slightly reduced team of people. That myself and Tim Peck ran you through the opening 6 hours of the broadcast. I was then on camera control up until about 2 o'clock in the morning for Nathan Ritchie, absolute hero, stepping in last minute to take over from the unfortunately unwell John Wright. Tim Lunn then continued on through the night, bringing you all the scenes from the night shift in the early hours of the morning, and then I've taken over back from him after his well-deserved break, off to eat, sleep, get some rest, and we'll see you through the remainder of this race. So thank you everybody so much for the incredible support. It has been absolutely amazing. Welcome on back in for those joining. Mr. George Morgan, I see, poking his head into the chat. Welcome in, George. Always good to see you. And currently keeping an eye on this battle with Sergey in the 701 car. Has been trying to press on to the back of the GT4, the STL Esports car ahead of him for a long old time. Putting him under pressure, seems to gain in the middle portion of the lap, but isn't quite able to keep himself tucked under that rear wing by the time they get to the back straight. We'll have to see how he fares on this occasion. And we'll also keep an eye on that developing fight between Karekas and Tobias Schur. Gap has come down again by another half a second. So prospective scrap inside the top 5 for GT3s on the way in due course. And we'll see how this one presses on. And it's a really interesting patience game. You know, when you're around it out in Nordschleife, I mean, it's always the case, you know, in the endurance race, and when you've got a car in front of you where you have very similar pace, especially when you're in identical machinery as well, and it just feels like they almost become a constant. It's an interesting thing, kind of how your mindset can almost start to accept that they're almost, you know, they're always there, and then you start to base your braking points, your lines, everything around the car ahead of you. And then, if they make a mistake, then the danger is that then you end up making a mistake at the same time. You know, you're really easy to kind of fall into that lull as such. But thankfully, no such issues just yet for these guys. And but they are, you know, as far as Sergey's perspective, he is constantly trying to have to be aggressive, see if he can reel in the gap at all, and see what they can do over the course of these remaining 4 hours. Half an hour time, we have heavy rain back on the way. It's only been about half an hour or so since we had the circuit under wet conditions. Bit of a mistake from Lois Rainier there. You can see he sort of fell out the carousel a bit preemptively as a yellow flag has come out for somebody. That is for Perella, who has taken that red set car back to the pits. And it's been a disastrous couple of hours for that car between himself and Vincenzo. Some really, really tough stints for those guys. Hopefully they will press on until the end. I think the night stint was a pretty cataclysmic few hours for the grid. We started off with 72 cars. We are down to 55. So that shows the carnage and damage that the Nordschleife has inflicted upon this field. But Lewis Roters in the number 7 ITB Racing car, they had an interesting start to the race. They dropped down to P3 and really, weren't in the easiest of positions. But then eventually, on strategy and pace, dialing themselves in, managed to recover. The number 16 car has brought out the yellow flag. That is Jeremy Kuss in the Porsche Cup car, was running P4 in class, has found themselves in a very awkward position, is desperately trying to rejoin, but they've got to be so careful about when they have got a bit of gravel over on the opposite side of the circuit that they can hopefully manage to get themselves into. They do just that, and then they'll hopefully be able to safely rejoin from there. But a tricky moment, tries to get the power down as quickly as he can. The Zaza Racing GT3 car has to brake a little bit, but thankfully nothing too severe. But an unfortunate error there for that car. We'll try to see if we can catch a replay of that incident. Also, yes, I have noted that gaps on circuit amongst your P4, 5, 6 cars is closing and getting very, very interesting. Here comes the jump. Oh, and just a car never settles. Gets a big bit of oversteer. And then trying to get himself out of the way. And this is the scene when you're stuck on the apex as cars going flying on through. There was Luke Whitehead again. Another moment for him to keep him awake in this race. There is the hot pursuit of the Ferrari car and then the Sprout Esport McLaren as well, flying along. But yeah, those guys very close, although not quite as close as Statchak is to the back of Paul Sims, just up ahead of the Porsche Cup car that we were looking at a moment ago. Makes his way on by Audi V10, screaming its way down the back straight, and manages to continue on. And yes, all things considered, good recovery from Jeremy there in the Porsche Cup car. Meanwhile, checking in on this scrap amongst these cars inside of the top 7. There you go. There is the McLaren behind. Now, the question is, I think that timer must be wrong. I can't imagine. Now, I've got to do some quick maths here. Let's make that 3,000 seconds. Oh my goodness, hang on. If we make that 3,000 seconds, that would be 500 minutes? 50 minutes. 50 minutes. So that would be 50 minutes. That would be then about 6.25 laps. I can't imagine that the Sprout Esports car, which has had 1 or 2 incidents, would be 6.5 laps down on the number 51 car. I'd be very surprised. So that timer may be a little bit misleading in that regard. So I think there's the Firefly Esports car just up ahead of Koreka. So I do think that all 3 of these cars are actually battling for position as it stands. Definitely 4th and 5th. That's to see once Norita gets himself stuck into this fight, exactly how he gets on. But also how this fight plays out, we'll have to wait and see, because with rain on the way in just 10 minutes time, we could end up seeing ourselves going into, again, a very different type of race for these guys to take on. Through that chicane they go. Usually the main hazard of the Nürburgring kind of fades into insignificance when you have all the other dangers of the Nordschleife elsewhere. Sergey has actually found his way up to the back of Manuel Sorda. So Manuel Sorda, I think, has had some sort of issue, because the SGL Esports car that previously that this Mercedes was battling with, that Sorda has ended up behind that car, and now is being put under a lot of pressure from Sergey for the Sim Haven team. As they fly on through, you can see the GT4s a lot more comfortable at taking chunks of these curves. You kind of anticipate that with the overall platform and layout that these chassis tend to have. But they are pushing on, trying to see what they can deliver. But they got from staring at the back of one car to staring at the back of another. And again, yeah, so Manuel saw that he lost 5 seconds on that last lap. And then Sergey has lost a couple of seconds in that being stuck behind the Camaro, it seems. So that's what's allowed Lois Rainier to escape up the road. So that Camaro that was looking like it could maybe sneak onto the podium after Ender's issues in the 177 Porsche, unfortunately looked like they might have been somewhat halted. Of course, just under 4 hours left to go, so still opportunities for things to chop and change and happen. But unfortunately, does look like that it will be a case of trying to hold on to positions inside of the top 5. As keeping an eye, again, Grant Caracas in the number 51 car, closing that gap down less than 2 seconds now. And that's an interesting moment in itself. So we can see Luke Whitehead running comparably slow. And I wonder if that is entirely due to the engine down. Let's go on board with Luke Whitehead for a moment. Have a bit of a listen. How does the engine sound? It seems to sound okay, so I don't think there's anything horribly wrong with it, but I think it's maybe it could be lacking some horsepower. We'll probably get a good idea the next time that they head down that back straight and see what the top speed is like, because previously Luke's straight line performance was very good, surprisingly, for the Porsche, but right now looking comparably weak to his other cars behind. He's been losing. We lost 5 seconds on the last lap. Leon Atoki is absolutely flying at the moment, aiming at 12 from him. Actually just half a second quicker than Lewis Rotors out in front. They are just only a minute and a half behind that race leading BMW. So, you know, perhaps not entirely out of the question for the Unicorns of Love team to get themselves back involved in that fight for the overall race win as things proceed. Up the hill they go, and you can see in the slipstream the Ferrari is gaining. Not quite enough in order to make a move just yet. But again, that, that could just be sort of regular slipstream shenanigans. Luke Whitehead keeping the car planted through this super fast section of the circuit. Have to be so precise through here because the consequences are very severe. But this is not helping Tobias Schur, who will be getting a little bit frustrated at this point, because you can see these 3 cars coming up behind the Firefly Esports racing car. Grant Caracas first on the scene and making his way past. And a vacuum cleaner? Well, that is just an insult to all flat sixes across the planet. The discussions earlier about how much I like the sound of that car, and you decide to call it a vacuum cleaner. Well, that just I don't know what to say. It's my job to come up with words, over the course of this race. But for that in particular, that has left me distinctly speechless. So. It's not the sound, the sounds of each of these cars aren't always for everybody. As an awkward bit of traffic in the GT4 class has just suddenly made things very awkward for Tobias Schur. And I can tell you what, this next run onto the back straight is going to be very busy. We've got Luke Whitehead seemingly struggling, whether it be due to that lack of engine performance, is rather holding up Tobias as it stands. And I always know it's time to correct us. Well, according to the Delta, about 50 minutes, but I don't think that's actually the case. I think it's more like about 9/10 of a second, if I was to hazard a guess, based on track. Elsewhere, those in the chat seem pretty convinced that that is a battle for track position. If it is, this is a very exciting time, because Caracas absolutely planted to the rear diffuser on the Firefly Esports car as they wind their way through this very fast section. Just a tenth of a second separating them now. And they'll be coming on to that back straight shortly. Now the question is, what does Luke Whitehead do? Does he just allow these guys to go by, or does he try to maintain that lap advantage? So, okay, so yeah, about 0.7 seconds for Norschleife. So yes, this is a three-way fight for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Luke Whitehead is in 3rd, but he's a lap ahead of these guys, which again is remarkable when you consider everything. Yellow flag out for Statchak. He's brought that out elsewhere, but I don't think I can turn my attention to that just yet, because Grant Correctus, he's been chipping away at this gap for a while with no reader charging up behind. Needs to look to make the move very soon. Statchak down in position. Jimmy Holm in trouble as well, but side by side between the two Ferraris. Luke Whitehead chopping and changing his lines, and that poor straight line speed for a damaged red engine is not looking all too shabby. And now it gets awkward because Tobias Schur locking himself under the rear wing of Luke Whitehead. You can see we've just got that little bit of a preview in that digital screen in the middle for the rear view mirror, and he has not been able to make his way past Luke Whitehead. So Luke Whitehead bought red engine damage, but pace-wise still seems okay. But there we go. Now freed and released. Luke Whitehead dives into the pits, and oh well, that's boring. Grant Correctus and Norschleife come into the pits as well. So Firefly Esports then will continue on their merry way. However, we will at least have a battle immediately resumed, hopefully between the likes of Sprout Esports and Ferrari. We'll have to see who gets into each of their respective cars and how it plays out, but we'll keep an eye on that one. I think it's unfortunately been a bit too long for me to catch what happened to Statchak in the Armand Ontario car. Did drop a position to Paul Sims in the process, and but I can't see too much damage in the grand scheme of things. But the rain has just hit, and this is interesting times, and especially interesting... Oh, actually, no, I'm sorry. I've just realised that bonnet is not the right shape at all. I don't think the Audi Aero department would be too happy with that one if that was what they came up with. But interestingly, so the rain has immediately arrived, and the track is looking to be wet for quite a bit of time. By the looks of it, it's already gone down to fast. We should head to green territory quite soon. But Tobias Schur could find himself in a spot of bother here. Firefly Esports may get undercut in this process. Grant Correctus and Norschleife, although we'll see the driver names update, I think, in a moment. We'll see if they're still in the car or not. They have stayed, or those guys have gone on to wet tyres, I think. No. That's bad. That's very bad. No, okay, Norschleife has gone on to a set of slicks, and Correctus has done what I would have thought they would have done, which is gone on to a set of wets. Now, these wet tyres, they may not survive or they may not do very well for the next kind of, maybe the next lap. They will sort of burn up a bit, but I'd imagine by the end of this lap that the track condition could very well be in a damp enough territory to sort of to have it not be, all too bad. That's oh right, interestingly then. Oh, okay, so Luke Whitehead then has returned to the garage to get a new engine. Now, we'll have to see how much lap time that costs him, because, yes, he is still in the pit box. Of course, I mean, he has a lap advantage over the cars behind. So, it's not like he's immediately under threat. He's got effectively about an 8-minute advantage. So, it might go down to maybe something like half a lap, something like that, getting the new engine in. But, obviously not wanting to take the risk of everything going completely kaput. Greasy conditions now on track. Monitor the gap and go on board with Norschleife and see what life is like for him behind the Ferrari, because this is two different compounds, and the thing is that these slick tyres, they're just not going to be usable for very long at all, and I'm just not convinced that the advantage that, if he goes on to wet tyres at maybe a more appropriate time, which could literally just be on the very next lap, yes, they might last a bit longer, they might survive the other transition a bit better, but I'm not really convinced that that outweighs, 30 seconds worth of stop and, overall pit loss and things like that as well. So, yeah, an interesting decision. Lewis Roters, your race leader, ITB Racing, have come into the pits. Greasy conditions out on circuit. Luke Whitehead is already back out on track as well. What tyres has he gone on to? He is on wets as well. And that is what I would anticipate. In actual fact, that's worked out quite nicely for Luke because he's been able to repair his engine, but at the same time, in doing that, he's actually delayed how long it was until he went back out on track. So his wet tyres will now actually survive a bit better. And there you go, damp conditions already. And damp conditions is usually, give or take, about the transition where you want the wet tyres. So Luke Whitehead, even after 20.5 hours of racing, has absolutely mastered that, has actually been able to take a rather detrimental side of his race and even sort of string it into his advantage, as Luke Whitehead was the one that was on a red engine, but they've now continued on. I think the 33 car has run into a spot of bother further down the order. In actual fact, got a couple of moments, a couple of yellow flags. In actual fact, I think there may have been an incident between some traffic, if I'm not mistaken. Here we go. So here's the GT4 car. This is Dennis Vietschorker. And then Alexander Stratman in the number 11 car. So there'll be contact here. There is. And that's very frustrating. I mean, the GT4's on slick tyres. He's holding his race, and there's nothing he could do. There was a car that came flying on through there. Not sure who that was, but thankfully managed to avoid any additional contact. But I imagine from Dennis's perspective, he'll be a little bit frustrated inside the cockpit of that Mercedes GT4. And also need to keep an eye. So Leon Otoki has now come into the pits as well. And Tobias Schur out on track. And also, let's have a look. Yeah, there's the gap, visibly bigger. There you go. Marco Bischoff is the one in the car for Sprout Esport, and I don't think this has been the right call whatsoever. Those slick tyres are not working, and you know, he's losing a big chunk of time as it stands at the moment. He's going to have to go into the pits, because look at that, the rain is not only intensifying, but it's really getting seriously heavy in 10 minutes. We are going to have no rain again in half an hour. 404 car has now brought out the yellow flag. Tricky times for those on slick tyres. He's got himself going again in the Cayman GT4. We're trying to see what happened here. Flying on down. It looks like it's an incident by himself. Comes on through. Big amount of understeer. Catches the grass. Does he keep out of the wall? Well, he does. Goes about for a little bit of exploring. But I think eventually he does manage to get himself facing the right way. And we'll continue on from there. But yeah, these transitional conditions always very, very tricky, to say the least. Also, as we keep an eye on the likes of, because I think Marco Bischoff is going to just continue to drop time away from the Ferrari ahead. Let's see, Tobias Schur, he's registering as being 20 seconds down on his Delta. And so, I think, for Firefly Esports, this really has not been a fantastic call, I must admit. And I think Jonathan Riley, at the very least, is going to be able to make their way past on strategy. Marco Bischoff, it could be interesting territory, and that's also not going to help. Mistake into the gravel, where we saw the 404 car going wide just a moment ago. And they'll continue on from there. That also, to answer a few of the other questions in the chat, that... So, a quick power nap in the pits. He wasn't doing an engine repair at all. He was just getting some sleep. What a selfish individual. So we'll see how these guys go on. It says that Sprout car is not on slicks. Oh, interesting. Okay, very visually, I've got yellow sidewall on board the Sprout Esport car. That's why I was thinking that this man was on slicks. But apparently not. Apparently he is on the wet tyres. I mean, based on how much time Tobias Schur is losing, I suppose in relative terms that would figure. Otherwise, in these wet conditions, you'd expect the slick tyres to be really struggling at this stage. Tobias Schur has been continuing to lose a lot of lap time, though. So definitively, he will be jumped by both of these cars that he was battling with just a moment ago, but it does look like, unfortunately, the fight for 4th, 5th and 6th has calmed down as Jonathan Riley is comfortably extending that gap over Marco Bischoff, and Tobias Schur, when he does come out of the pits, is surely going to drop behind both of these cars in the race. Looking further on, Trying to see what else have we had in the chat. That's no TC, good, consistent, good strategy, and soloing this 24 absolute man. Has he really had no TC the entire time? He really just is in the most respectful way possible. He's a nutter, and that's said as one Brit to another. So hopefully won't be too offended by that. But yeah, thank you guys so much for the confirmation. That's in terms of those compounds, bit of a bizarre one there. But Marco Bischoff, Full Sprouts Esports seemingly on to wet tyres. Tobias Schurter has only just come into pit lane, as we'll see whereabout he emerges after he has served his stop. As we see other cars moving out of their pit box. No one particularly close on circuit at the moment. We do have a couple of cars potentially with some prospective fights on the way, but nothing on the immediate horizon. There is Jonathan Riley already coming down the start-finish straight. Tobias isn't even on his way just yet. There goes Marco Bischoff as well, and Tobias Schurter still waiting around in pit lane. So very much an unhelpful decision there from the number 77 team, and I just don't see that they are going to be able to recover that time, despite having a better set of tyres potentially for the other side of that transition when the rain does fade away. As we've also got the likes of Nico Schwartzman into the pits in the number 76 car as well. SMRC car having recovered its way up the order from an incident earlier on in the race. Unfortunately, briefly Cursum and someone else has also fallen victim to Nordschleife number 20 car. I hear a cup car on the way. Thankfully, no contact is made. And everyone seems to move on safely and soundly in all of that. We'll try to see. Now, was there contact here, or was it just a self-inflicted mistake? Goes a little bit wide. Here comes the Porsche Cup car up the inside, and that's too much speed. Catches the grass. Does he hit the wall? No, he doesn't. He almost takes out the Armenterio car, but somehow, oh my goodness, that was the Porsche that was on the way. That would have been very scary seeing the car reverse across the track, but thankfully, everyone does indeed survive and manages to make it on through. They will continue to press on in this race. 3.5 hours left to go in this one. Absolutely incredible scenes here at the Nordschleife. What a day of action it has been for this. Looking further through the orders, got suggestions here. Riley is on less fuel than Bischoff. Interesting, may well be, of course, maybe not needing quite as much fuel as you typically would for some of your stints, because it does look like we'll be heading on to dry tyres again in due course. And yeah, very smart bit of strategy and stop from Luke Whitehead, still being absolutely on top of his game, even after being in the car for so long. That's yeah, for those that stayed on slicks, it's proven already to be very, very detrimental for these guys. And Daniel Crinson joining us from the Bentley crew. I think that's the number 42 car, if I'm not mistaken. Currently in the hands of, in 34th position, Scott Isles for Mr. Git Sim Racing. That Daniel, your day is done. That how was your time in the Bentley been? That in actual fact, just to let you know, if you're only just joining us, I did give this. Someone asked me earlier what my favourite GT2, 3 and 4 cars were, and the Boatley was absolutely number one on top of my list. That's presume it might be relatively high up of your list as well, unless it's mistreated you over the course of the last 20 hours or so. So do give us some first-person feedback on how your time on the Nordschleife has been. And coffee for the commentator. Thank you, very kind. Unfortunately, not actually very useful. I don't like coffee or tea. I'm a bit weird, which is not that much of a surprise. But so I unfortunately, as much as you very kindly have graced me with something to help keep me awake, I'm making my way through my bottles of water, trying to stay hydrated, keep the vocal cords alive over the final 3.5 hours of this race. But But I will have to just sustain myself on pure adrenaline and all the action that these guys are putting on today. And yeah, conditions around here, they have been very, very strenuous for a lot of these guys today. Transitioning conditions left, right, and centre, as that is the ResTech car making their way on by Scott Isles in the Bentley. I'm not sure if he's struggling with a bit of damage or maybe just in the conditions in general. I mean, I do have it looks like he's on slicks, visibly, based on the sidewalls. Try to go on board with him. That's also partly just an excuse so I can go on board my favourite car. And the car is still turning in relatively well. Maybe Daniel, you could confirm actually, because it's been a little bit. Been a little bit back and forth as to whether or not some of these cars are in fact on slicks or not in these conditions, but he is going very slowly. A lot of early upshifts as well, so I'm not sure. He may well have been caught out in an awkward window. A French Bentley. That's not a French Bentley. It's got the well. I swear, how do you know? There you go. Okay, I can see a stripe on there that's kind of indicative of a Union Jack on the back. That is not a French Bentley. How dare you? Brief yellow flag out for somebody, but I think I was so busy being offended by the suggestion that I unfortunately did not quite catch. In actual fact, I can even prove it with a better camera angle than this. There we go. That is definitively the integration of the Union Jack on a built British car for the Mr. Git Sim Racing team, the number 42. Of course, the answer to everything in the universe. If you don't get that reference, then I've made myself look like a fool, but I'll put it down to sleep deprivation as he looks to continue to navigate his way around the circuit and see how they get on. Do these cars have custom livery? Some of them do. In the world of LFM, if you are a... so I think for this special event, generally I think for like daily competition, if you are a Patreon supporter, then you can add custom liveries. And then there is a livery tool that effectively, for those that are familiar with trading paints, for example, in iRacing, does a very similar thing. It syncs everybody's liveries together. So when you go into a session, you can see everyone's liveries. And then for special events like this, teams are welcomed in to upload their liveries for their cars. So there's a vast majority of cars on circuit have got custom liveries on board. Some of them have got some more default-looking ones, but we have a lot of lovely liveries on board. That brings up a good question. What is your favourite livery in the server? Unfortunately, I probably should have asked this question on the earlier side because we have lost about 20 cars since the beginning of this race, so we're a little bit we've got a little bit less choice than we once did. Because I think, for example, the number 3 car of West Competition Racing, they kind of had a red-themed BMW. They had a red-themed BMW, and I love the West Competition Racing car livery that the new generation of that they've brought. It looks so snazzy. They got some in that sort of turquoisey purple combination. Oh dear, that's an awkward moment. And I'm assuming Scott must be on wet tyres. In fact, maybe just struggling with the conditions because he chose not to come into pit lane. Yeah, I think that might be my favourite, like one of my favourite liveries in the server. Also, not just because the man has been an absolute hero so far today, but I also have to say that Luke Whitehead's livery, big fan of that as well. Not just because I love that split design, I think it's a very smart, sleek looking livery, but it does have a very sweet nod to his recently lost furry friend and companion from just a couple of days ago. So on that front as well, that's very much a welcomed addition to that livery, and what a performance he is putting on today to celebrate that companionship. Still flying around in P3 at the moment. That's the BS Plus competition car hunting him down at the moment. That is Gregor Schill that is in that one. We'll head on board with the BMW for a bit, see exactly what it is like. And could the cameraman show us some custom liveries? I indeed can. We can have a little bit of a walk through the overall grid. As cheering on for Luke then. Once again, of course, he's been a fan favourite, understandably so, over the course of this race. and has been putting on a stellar performance today. But yes, let's have a bit of a walk through some of the routes. We don't have any close fights on circuit. So ITB Racing, your race leaders in the number 7 car. As oh my goodness, Luke Whitehead just brought a yellow flag. Oh my goodness, I should have looked away. Luke Whitehead briefly a trip into the gravel as everyone will have a high mouth moment over that, and I'm sure that would have woken Luke up. Did he tag the wall at all, or did he survive okay? That is the big question. A man that has been driving for almost 21 hours straight. I think the first sign of weakness that we've seen, of course, had that red engine mistake. Oh dear! Oh my goodness, he did hit the wall. He hit the wall big time. Managed to keep it out of the barrier for a second impact, but that is a chunk of damage on board Luke Whitehead's car, and that is the first mistake that we have seen from this young man, and unfortunately that livery has been rather scuffed up in the process, and that is a very unfortunate moment. He still has quite a chunk of a gap over Jonathan Riley, but between repairing his engine and now that moment, he has lost a lot of time. He still has, there we go, quick maths again, he still has, I think, so whereabouts is Jonathan Riley on circuit? He is that down on the Grand Prix layout? It is. So, he's still got a good, 3/4 of a lap gap over Jonathan Riley. And the damage, thankfully for Luke, he managed to keep it very side-on orientated. So I imagine that car won't be at its best, but it might not be too bad for the remainder of this stint. It at least seems to be still pointing in a straight line, and then he should be able to repair that into the pit stops without losing out all too much. That's as Daniel Crinton clarifying that the Bentley engine was where's but we just drive like we're on slicks. That's understood. And Mr. Gears asked me to pass on that the team's combined age is 244. He seemed very proud, and we might be the oldest team. I think absolutely I must have. I don't have a stat for that as such. But I just want to check in because let me see how many drivers. I would have to presume 4, at least 4. Where's the number 42 car? There we go. So it's actually 5 drivers. So we've got 5 drivers with a combined age of 244, and that making on average an age of about 48 and a bit. Something like that, yeah, 48 a bit between each of those guys. So fantastic stuff to see there, and I think it is something to be proud of. And it's also, I think it's a very it's a really lovely thing to see, and something else that sim racing does so brilliantly about how not only is it just generally more accessible than real world motorsport for financial reasons and all that sort of stuff, but fundamentally we've also seen like father son duos participating. Trevor Wenham and his dad have often participated as well as a united team, and seeing so many generations. We've got youngsters. Alan Drake Cruz, I think he's only about 13 years old perhaps, in that BS Plus competition Colts team, as Luke Whitehead still kicking out the back end of that Porsche. It's so great to see the span that sim racing has is absolutely incredible. That's looking more through a chat. Yeah, respect to the stat, absolutely. George Boothby still first in class. He absolutely is for the Veloce esports team. They are topping that GT4 class. They had one moment earlier on in the race with this man, who's actually now just taking the car into pits. They had a double puncture at one point, but they are comfortably ahead of their next nearest rival in the GT4 class. As looking elsewhere through. And so, yeah, 5 drivers for that team in the Bentley that Daniel was giving us that fantastic information. Or 6 seconds worth of damage for Luke. Okay, not too detrimental then. That should be okay. I mean, around here that might be worth a couple of seconds cumulatively over such a long lap, but overall not too bad. And he will have to make another stop in probably about 20 minutes or so time when we head on to slick tyres again. So, not the most catastrophic thing, but a big moment. And it did almost look like a bit of a lapse of concentration. He just kind of wandered over to that portion of the circuit as I am seeing a yellow flag for, not Luke Whitehead. I saw a 50 in there somewhere. I'm trying to see who it was. Who was it that brought out that yellow flag. I'm not quite sure whereabouts they were on circuit. I've lost it now, unfortunately. I wonder if I can pick it up based on my handy-dandy little thing here. Will this work? Maybe? Okay, this may not work whatsoever, but we'll give it a try. So, we've got a Ferrari here. It's the 712. Okay, so there was an incident with a GT4 going wide up ahead. Then they rejoined the circuit. Thankfully, there's a tiny, tiny little tap between those cars. That was it. Well, at least we managed to track down what was going on. A tiny, tiny little nudge between the GT4 car. And as Ben joining us here, done racing for the day, and absolutely rain has fallen on the circuit once more. Congratulations on completing all your stints from the day, as more and more drivers peeling out their cars for the very last time, as we are just under 3.5 hours away from the end of this absolutely incredible race. And we've got Plank in the chat saying he's new to the game, downloaded it this week, and so he's a big noob. Well, do not worry, dial yourself in, and also if you want to be part of a friendly community that will welcome you into the world of ACC, and you can test your skills against similarly ranked drivers as well. So you don't have to maybe go into these daunting servers where if you're trying to get up to speed, you don't always necessarily want the world's fastest driver on the planet. You don't want the next Jules Gounon sort of coming up in your rear view mirror. It's a ranked based system over at Low Fuel Motorsports. So once you get yourself your rookie license and make your way through those kind of early territories, you can then start to work your way up through the ranks and compete with similarly skilled drivers. So a wonderful way to access all of the world of ACC. We've had another yellow flag out for the number 23 car. That is Chris Leon for the Visceral Esports in P12 as it stands at the moment, and that mistake has allowed for position Florian Appel to lock onto the rear diffuser of the Aston Martin here. So we'll have to wait and see if the Ferrari can have a go down the back straight. Did you hear right that Luke Whitehead is driving all 24 hours by himself, or am I getting hallucinations? No, Luke might be getting hallucinations, considering he's been awake now for, well, at least about 20.5 hours. Very likely a lot longer than that. No, he is doing the full race by himself, and that's about the first mistake that we've seen from him over the course of the entire race. Absolutely incredible feat of endurance and strength from Luke Whitehead so far. The Aston Martin of Chris managing to keep himself ahead of the Remwelton car. Straight line speed, very handy on board that bit of machinery. And Marco Bischoff apparently still within 3 seconds or so to Jonathan Riley. My timer's a bit janky, I'm afraid, on that front. So if that gap does close, do keep me in the loop, and we can have a look and see how those guys are getting on. But yes, unbelievable stuff from him. Also from the other Veloce crew down here in the GT4 class. Dominant display from them. Started last, didn't participate in qualifying. But they've been scrapping away. Also, apparently, we've got some fights within the GT4 class for positions around P4 to P7. I'll keep an eye on that as well, though. Brilliant timing, John. So we'll go for a replay to see the move that allowed the Remwelton car to make their way through the recovering Aston Martin of Chris. Here we go. So through turns 1, they go. Much better exit from the Ferrari. Gets the power down very nicely out of the turn. Inside line. A little bit close on the entry. Head down towards the inside, and job done. Easy as you like. Very nicely scrapped out between those two. Now, have a bit of a look over at the GT4 class. And apparently Marco Bischoff in 1.5 seconds per lap quicker. Oh, 333. That's the Virtual Drives by TX3 car that they've had a moment on circuit. Seem to have got going again. Don't see a great deal of damage either, so that is ready to go. Oh, yellow flag. Oh, my goodness. The race leader. An incident with the Armenterio car that very nearly got completely collected by the Porsche Cup car coming on through there. We'll have a look. They've managed to get going and underway again. But I think the first bit of drama for your race leaders, they've had a dominant display so far this race, and that's what the Nordschleife can do very quickly. Things can change. So here we go. Is it? Oh, it's a mistake from Statchak, and then with nowhere to go. Oh, if he'd continued flat out, he would have been. I mean, the damage actually was fairly minimal. My goodness, that was a very, very tight squeeze for the Cup car that came on through, and also probably about as well judged as realistically could be done from the number 7 car to minimize damage to their race. That was a very, very spooky moment, but Statchak has got going once again. I think a bit of damage on board that one. Now, apparently Marco Bischoff close up to the back of Jonathan Riley. There's the gap between them, so about maybe 2 to 3 seconds or so, and gained about 1.5 seconds on the last lap. So we'll keep an eye on that fight and see how that develops. Also saw a yellow flag out for someone else on circuit, but I can't quite track down who that was. And now let's have a bit of a look at this. So GT4 battles, P4 through to P7. So we've got George Bithby P1, Des Future P2. So we've got Lloyd Rainier, and so he is he's quite a bit ahead. I must admit, he's about a half a lap ahead. Oh, sorry, half a lap, half a Grand Prix circuit lap ahead of Sergey at the moment. Kevin Brown for SimRC. He's a little bit closer. He's within 6 seconds or so, and gained a couple of seconds on the last lap. So the GT4 Camaro, because ran into a spot of bother earlier on, was potentially on target to move up to a podium position, but got it all wrong, and has found himself now trying to recover that time. And we'll see if he can track down any further. And Marcel Tamo quite a chunk behind further. So I'm not sure that these GT4 cars are quite close. I'd love them to be. But I will keep an eye on each of those gaps, because there are definitely a couple that could be on the horizon for some scraps away in the near future. Also, last lap as well, just out of interest, an 8:42 from Luke Whitehead was actually 2 seconds quicker than Jonathan Riley, about half a second quicker than Marco Bischoff, and about a second and a bit slower than Bastian Richter in that Unicorns of Love Aston Martin. So despite the 6 seconds worth of damage, he is still doing all fine in that car. And speaking of the devil, he is in P3 at the moment to answer the question, Yorick, in that. And yeah, it looks so. Oh, there's a yellow flag out for Tom Gorka. Oh, there's a GT4 car that seems to have been put in the mix of all this, and Jeffrey Miguel Renault Ritchie is on the scene very, very soon. So we could see a scrap now forming between these two. Let's see if we can catch on the replay what happened there for the Firefly Esports car. Oh, and the Porsche. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, my goodness. You could just see it coming from the beginning of that replay. So the Porsche GT4 has lost control on the grass, and oh dear, that though was a separate unfortunate moment. Bit of frustration from Gorka, understandably, and then absolutely snookered into that corner, and now has the ST Racing BMW hot on his heels as we go back to live pictures. 3/4 of a second now separates those two drivers, and dealing with that very same traffic again. Oh, he's really not going to be very happy with that Porsche Cayman at all, as he now looks to push on, but that BMW behind very likely a lot quicker at this stage of the race. But that was a very awkward moment. Also, in terms of kind of your top two, Bastian Richter, Unicorns of Love, they gained a good chunk of time courtesy of that incident the number 7 car ran into. They gained 9 seconds on the last lap. It's still 9 seconds between themselves and the ITB Racing car, so still quite a bit of distance that they would need to cover over the remaining 3 hours of this race. But in that very same way that we have seen that anything can happen around the Nordschleife, that you cannot count your chickens just yet, and see how they get on. Now, a long time ago, we were planning on looking through some liveries. We'll try to make our way through perhaps some of these now. Although, I might just have to wait until this GT3 battle is over. Should you get ACC? Absolutely, you should. See, as also apparently the gap between Riley and Bischoff has closed down visibly a lot closer for these guys going toe-to-toe as well. So maybe livery reviewal will have to wait just a bit. As white flag out for Niter. I think all okay though. Manages to keep everything on the straight and narrow. But yes, ACC already an incredible sim in its own right for such a long time. Wide moment for Tom Gorka. Opportunity initially given to Renault Ritchie, but unable to make it stick. And the Ferrari, for the time being, does hold on to the position. Yellow flag out for Julian Kraus for Petrol Brothers. Has got back underway again. Maybe a bit of damage on board that car. Not 100% certain. But he is back flying as it stands at the moment. And with absolutely all of the DLCs, every DLC is great. It's just, you know, every track, every car, every edition, absolutely fantastic. You will undoubtedly love it. I can't remember. It may still be on sale at the moment. I seem to remember it was on sale for a bit, but I could be wrong. Yes, I and I think everyone else here would highly recommend it. Of course, this is the recently released Nordschleife DLC as well, and has been an absolute fan favourite over the last few days, and I'm sure will continue to be a favourite over the wonderful months to come. So definitely an incredible sim to get stuck into. It's going from strength to strength every single time. And then if you do start to get into this sim, then whilst maybe slightly biased, you can also look to Ward's lowfuelmotorsport.com, a skill-based matchmaking system integrated with the ACC and also original Assetto Corsa platforms, and you can get yourself dialed in for some amazing racing. Absolutely great stuff there. Yellow flag out briefly for a moment. Not sure who that was for. It must have been pretty short term. They've managed to get themselves going once again. And see that gap between Riley and Bischoff definitively coming down. And Bischoff again going very quickly. As a yellow flag briefly for a moment for someone else. Not quite sure who that was for. But I think on this next lap, the battle for P4 is going to be well and truly on. That's yes, I think that's fair enough. The Nordschleife, it's a whole nother challenge in sim racing, isn't it? So it really has taken the ACC to another level, and it's been so long awaited for. Now the opportunity might be here for the ST Racing car. A little bit of a slide for Tom Gorka, but the BMW straight line speed is pretty handy. It's pretty good, and it is tucked under the rear wing. And look at that, immediately pulling out the slipstream. Doesn't even need the toe, as the pair of them, neither of them taking the dry line, actually both cooling their tyres on either side of the track. It's like they're going down the dual carriageway. But Jeffrey McGowan, Renault Ritchie, surely on that shorter line as well, will be able to get the job done. We'll see how hard Gorka fights this one. Because in actual fact, straight line speed has been surprisingly good on the Ferrari. So maybe he should have tucked himself into that slipstream for a little bit longer. The fight's going to have to continue on. The ST Racing car trying to get the car stopped. We'll have to wait for another opportunity. Bischoff still unable to make his way by. Perhaps an opportunity on the horizon in the slipstream. Gaining down the start-finish straight. In towards turn one they go, towards the inside line. Now surely becomes a simple manoeuvre. Jeffrey McGill, Renault Ritchie towards that inside line. Hard on the brakes, side by side with the Firefly Esports crew. Squeezes on the exit and then gets the job done and up into P7. So we will turn our attention to this developing fight with Marco Bischoff and Jonathan Riley. In fact, we'll head on for a bit of an onboard. In the meantime, see how the two-time K-Skin Pro Series champion has been working his way towards the back of that Ferrari. And keep an eye on that fight. That's through, because I think we've got some very interesting conversation in the chat as well. So the interesting, interesting stuff. So like where everyone's first experiences of the Nordschleife and the Nürburgring actually was. We've got people shouting out Project Gotham Racing. What a game that was. That definitely was ahead of its time. Need for Speed Shift as well. It's some really fun throwbacks here as well. It's GP Legends in 1998. It's and yeah, many tries around the circuit to try and dial that one in. That's well, JZ, that I very much can confirm that there is something like that. So Low Fuel Motorsport is exactly the platform that you are looking for. Head on over to lowfuelmotorsport.com. It is a matchmaking skill-based ranking system where you can get yourself involved in this incredible level of racing where each license has a skill rating, a safety rating, and that's with those things combined that you can then match yourself into servers with drivers on a similar level, work you out through the ranks, compete in championships. Some of them have prizes available. There's daily racing every single week. Season 14 is just around the corner, so if you haven't already, get yourself your license ready for Season 14 and get stuck in, because never you fear, exactly that sort of system is very much here in ACC and integrated into the platform. That's and Sim Racing for Psycho started on Colin McRae 3 and then Race 07. Race 07, what a game! So really was one of the along with the likes of the GTR series. I think the Race 07 was another one of those proper sim style titles. If I remember rightly, Race 07 as well was used by Valtteri Bottas for a number of years, and still raced on it until well into his Formula 1 career, I think. I think he went under a pseudonym during that time. Yeah, he competed on that quite a lot in some of the Formula categories. But yeah, that was one of your proper really authentic attempts at a sim racing experience. Obviously they were developing year on year, and but Race 07 GTR games, they were some proper attempts at an out-and-out sim, and some really great stuff. I know earlier on in the stream there was a lot of discussion about RBR. There was a confusion over whether it was the Red Bull Ring, Red Bull Racing, but no, it was of course the wonderful sim that is the Richard Burns Rally simulator, and that still has some of the best and authentic off-roading experience that you can get even today. Meanwhile, instant out. Oh dear, we've got a calamity between the GT4 car, that's the Camaro, and the Clean Racing Finland. Doesn't look like it's been very clean racing over the last lap. We'll have to see what took place between those guys. So the 992 Porsche, whereabouts are they? So, who makes the mistake first? I can hear a Camaro that's stranded, and here comes a 992 to approach it on the scene as they come on through. There it is, stranded in the middle of the circuit, trying to duck and dive out of the way. Manages to just about take evasive action. Thankfully, no contact there. I don't know if the Camaro did make its way into the wall at all, but at least for Clean Racing Finland, in actual fact, I retract my statement because that was incredibly clean racing. So very good stuff from the 992 Porsche crew. And the Chevy is back on its way. And we will look back towards this fight for P4. Jonathan Riley versus Marco Bischoff. As the McLaren has been progressively reeling in that car over the space of the last few laps as we continue to transition over into dry territory. It's do I need all of the DLCs for this Nordschleife ACC event? No. If you want to race on Nordschleife, you only need the Nordschleife DLC. Also, another fantastic thing that must be said about ACC is if you ever want to spectate on any races within ACC, or look at any cars, or join a server with cars that are part of DLC packages, you don't need to own that DLC in order to be able to join those servers. There are some platforms out there that wouldn't allow that, and so it's an incredibly accessible platform in every regard. So you can even kind of test out, get a feeler of some of these things by having a look around other servers as well. So that's always certainly a way to look at it. That's and looking elsewhere in the chat, it's been a painful 24 hours of Nords from my side in number 169. Now, unfortunately, I'm going to do not be offended. I have to remind myself who that 169 car is. Looking up and down the order. Oh, there we go. I saw it for a second. Yes, I can understand why. I don't know about maybe if there's been any troubles during the night portion of the race for the RWAG Nation endurance team, but we did see that very big crash just an hour or so ago. So I can imagine it has been a bit of a frustrating experience, but incredible kudos to you for sticking in the server and seeing this race through to end. A valiant efforts at that, as we've got Tom Ilter for Yeet Esports stranded on the exit. There was Marco Bischoff and Jonathan Riley just flashing on through your pictures there. We'll try to see what happened to the Mercedes GT4. Oh, it started very early on. Got all sorts of caught up on the grass, maybe trying to make space for the GT3 coming on through, and then at that point just stranded. And then that's a pretty nerve-wracking looking picture with these cars going flying on through. Very high speed. Oh, the Mercedes even sounds good when it's idling. I know it's been a very unfortunate incident for the 187, but at least it sounds pretty good. Whilst we manages to get himself underway once more, and through no further issues there. But a little bit of a frustrating moment, I'm sure, for the GT4 driver, as heading back up towards this fight, as, oh, typical, when we were looking at the incident there, Marco Bischoff seems to have just made the move on Jonathan Riley, so we will look on the replay to catch how that has happened. I believe maybe Jonathan Riley took a bit of a cautious run. Here we go, so this is the run through that corner with the Mercedes stranded. Maybe the Ferrari showing a little bit more caution for that, because you can see the run that the McLaren driver has got in the slipstream, building up all the speed all the time as he's gaining as they go. And then here we go in towards this final sequence of corners. How does this all play out? Because they were approaching some traffic as well. Flying on through, side by side, Marco Bischoff with the overspeed, gets the maneuver done. How do they fare with that traffic ahead? Which way do they go? It's always an awkward moment, and in actual fact, we won't quite see the tail end of that bit. But Marco Bischoff, after closing that gap for a long period of time, has got himself now up into P4 for the Sprout Esports crew. So incredible stuff there. That isn't Project Cars a successor to Race 07 and GTR games? Definitely the GTR games. Because the crew at Simbin did definitely go on to form the studio that did Project Cars. I can't remember about Race 07, to be 100% honest with you. Someone else may know the answer to that, unfortunately. And time to sleep now, Noisa. Sleep well. Thank you so much for coming into the stream. Hope you have enjoyed the crazy action that this has all put on, and you are more than welcome for the broadcast. Absolutely, that we've tried our best here. It's been a bit of an endurance here in the comms box as well, and a few other issues to address and have sorted out along the way. But hopefully you guys have been enjoying the coverage. It's been an absolute privilege to cover this incredible race. And also just catching up on some of the other bits of the chat. Yeah, we've had some good saves from various drivers on the circuit. And thank you very kindly to Yankas in the chat as well. Your words are very kindly appreciated. Also, a huge shout out, of course, to Tim Pack, my partner in crime at the beginning of the race. John Wright, although he couldn't be here in the end because he was feeling unwell, a glorious commentator who will hopefully make his way to your screens at some point again in the near future. Nathan Richards, an absolute hero for stepping in last minute, primarily from the world of F1, and covering a good few hours here in this incredible event on short notice. Did a phenomenal job to do all of that. Tim Lund taking you through the night shift as well, and bringing all of that action to life. A very well-deserved sleep and rest from his side. And then myself, John Watts, to take you to the end of the race. So thank you very so much for the very kind words and support. And what are thoughts on the number 55 of Luke Whitehead? Other than being an absolute nutter for taking on this challenge, pretty fantastic, really. Because other than he has made one mistake, that damage now looks like it's been repaired. Thankfully, it wasn't as consequential as it initially looked like it could have been, because it was quite a hefty impact through that section of the circuit. But honestly, just a top, remarkable effort from Luke Whitehead. Really cannot express enough, how strong of showing it has been from the Porsche driver, and best of luck to him for the rest of the race. And absolutely confirmed he is an alien. We've had discussions, he's either a clone or an alien. It's one of the two, but one way or another, we know he's not human now. And we can all feel marginally better about the fact that he's often quicker than the vast majority of us. As Sebastian Richter is in pit lane, that's okay. Yellow flag briefly coming out for the car that was sitting P2 in this race, and is still P2 overall. I think also we will start to have a bit of a run through some of these liveries in just a moment, because I don't believe we have too much in the way of close action on circuit. But before I do that, just catch up with all of you guys' wonderful words in the chat. Are there going to be any other stream races on this channel this year? Who knows? Wait and see. So I don't think that's... unfortunately, I think that's a decision out of my hands. But put it this way. Us here in the broadcasting team at LFM will be ready and waiting if we are to be welcomed back. So would love to do some more stuff in the future. That's... And also, yeah, support there for the wonderful Tim Peck, who joined me for those opening few hours in the race. And all of the commentators have been absolutely incredible. Also, big shout out to the stewards. I will need to run through the stewards inquiries at some point. That's catching up, although I think the last time I ran through it was about 6 hours into the race. So we might be a bit behind schedule. But the stewards have been also, as always, doing remarkable things behind the scenes as well. And and putting in a huge amount of effort to invigilate this incredible race and make it ever so wonderful. But livery time to have a look at all of this. We've got ITB Racing, your race leader, currently the number 7 car. Lewis Rotas in the car, and that beautiful, very smiley livery BMW. A lot of subtle detail on board that car as well. If I try to go to a hood cam, you might be able to see kind of that sort of engineering drawing style of livery on there. So very nicely put together onto that car. Luke Whitehead, we've talked about this livery on a couple of other occasions. Lovely split livery design with also his furry friend. Unfortunately, he lost just a couple of days ago. A little note to him on the bonnet and also the rear bumper as well. Sebastian Richter for Unicorns of Love, the distinctly liveried striped pink and black Aston Martin, looking lovely as always. And morning to all of those that are rejoining us for these final couple of hours, final 3 hours of this race. But lovely livery on board this one. Marco Bischoff for Sprout Esports, the green and black split livery design on board this car as well. Definitely a popular theme with some of these designs as of late. Scuderia Ferrari Esports team, very slick as you would expect. Pure Ferrari red with those black tones at the back of the car. Black Cats, admittedly not looking with a very black livery on board their car. I think that actually may be one of the default ones. I'm not 100% certain, but the BMW Motorsport car looking very snazzy as always. Anyway, Tobias Kraus for Sim RC, distinct liveried car there with the yellow and kind of light blue accents. Very nice. Put together on that one. The ST Racing Esports car, real life livery as well. This sort of abstract splash design almost. Kind of looks like it's had the entire Dulux catalogue thrown at it, but in a tactical way. So a very nicely put together car there. Felix in the Firefly Esports team, very nice looking car. The black and gold, almost a little bit John Player special. Kind of livery there. Also, Luke is he's still net P3. He's just done his pit stop, and so Sebastian Richter has moved his way back into P2. But interestingly, the gap between P1 and P2 seems to have come down by about 20 seconds. So maybe the race win, maybe not all too secure. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. Keep an eye on these battles as the race progresses. BS Plus competition again, a very distinctive liveried car there. I do need to have a quick look towards this, because the drag race between the Petrol Brothers and the Jardier Community Team cars, the two Aston Martins side by side down the back straight. Shorter run for Petrol Brothers will be defended by Chris in the other car, but does eventually back out, allows the 147 car to go on through. Although he's not really getting it stopped very well at all. Onto the grass, almost into the barrier. And as he comes out of the corner, after all of that, He'll drop back behind again. Oh, and they're both going in the pit lane anyway. That feels like that was a lot of extra stress for very little gain, and you don't need petrol brothers. Patience, I think, was perhaps the one to have. That's obviously very easily done there, and obviously these guys still fighting for position. But yes, a little bit more of a tactical approach. The position was conceded from Chris there in the number 23 car, but thankfully no major harm done in all of that. But yeah, well saved from Julian regardless, managing to keep out of the wall. I think very lucky about the placement of barriers and also where the grass was located and all that as well. Meanwhile, we start to come outside of the top 10. Lotte Esports course, distinctive livery here on the Ferrari 296, currently driven by Giardier, as Michael Resling has brought out the yellow flag for the home of Sim Racing Esports team. Trying to see what happened to him. Not sure if it was an isolated error. Through the carousel he goes. Makes his way out of here, hops through there. All good up until this point. It's going to be this next right-hander, I would have to assume. Does he just lose the back end on the entry? Oh, goes a little bit wide. Then the back end steps. A bit of contact with the wall. Manages to avoid having a second contact there. But still, chunk of damage on board that car, so not what you would want to see there. We rejoin on our livery journey that we've got in P12, Florian Appel for the Remolton Esports team. Very nice livery on there with that orange to blue fade from front to back. Julian Kraus, we saw this one in full force just a moment ago for Petrol Brothers in the 147 crew. Somehow in the pit stop, they've actually managed to gain 7 seconds over the Giardier community team, with that beloved man's face and logo slapped on the front of the livery. Then, of course, Michael Reslinger for Home of Sim Racing Esports. This kind of gives me Asimov kind of livery. Oh my, skin. My Counter-Strike knowledge is a little bit out of date, apologies. It kind of gives me Asimov vibes, this number 96 car. You know, the white, the black, the orange. That's never managed to get my hands on one of those. But yeah, very nice livery on board here. Genesis Esports, the vast majority of his team, I believe, from South Africa. And you can see those accents very nicely tucked into the vent holes of this BMW M4 as a yellow flag comes out for the number 21 car, I think that is. And that is Yuri Yanert in the Cup car. Unfortunately, oh my goodness, unfortunately, oh my lord, we've been a while since we've had a calamity on track, and just like that we get a 3-car pile. Oh, there goes Yuri. And Clement has carried on, and then the other car that arrived on the scene there was the 333 of Orielen Pellicori, and a lot of damage on board that car. And we'll see. We'll go on board, and there we go. Oh my goodness! Oh dear. I mean, to me, that looks like the 333 made a mistake that was completely aside from what happened with the Porsche up ahead, and unfortunately just went square on into it, and then the GT4 that appeared behind just kind of had nowhere to go. So a very unfortunate sequence of events there between those cars, and a lot of damage on board Aurelin's, and also Yuri's car as well, having, you know, it was damaged enough with its own contacts into the wall, but with that, definitely a chunk of damage on board that car now as well. Also need to keep an eye on a potential fight here between P6 and 7 versus Miguel Renault Ritchie, although traffic making things a little bit tricky as it stands at the moment. As just catching up on the chat overall, it's yeah, we've definitely had a couple of Co Brown moments without a shadow of a doubt. And I love how the cars have rubber markings as more time goes on. Yeah, absolutely. You can also see the way the car builds up the complete filth of the circuit. They're very grubby at this point. So if you've ever seen any, if you've ever been to, you know, either an endurance race in real life, you've been to something like Goodwood, and you kind of get the preserved endurance cars, but they've still got all the dirt and everything. That's really cool. I do love that. I do love it when companies kind of maintain, you know, when they've got those legacy cars. and they maintain them like as they were completely in period. That's always very, very cool. Yes, a bit of a chaotic race. How many accidents in total for the whole race now? Good question. Okay, now I said I was going to have to have a bit of a look towards the steward's inquiries at some point. Let's see. Do I have any hope whatsoever of trying to... Okay, now I'm assuming that the report number is probably the report number in general, because otherwise that's been 115,135, which seems a little bit unlikely. But oh dear, I don't want to count all of these individually. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, I'm gonna have to do some approximations here based on my scroll bar, so do bear with me a moment. About 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, I would say that based on that, there's at least been about 100. I would say maybe about 120 incidents that have been reported and investigated. That's based on some very janky maths of looking at my scroll bar, counting a few of them and kind of trying to extend and approximate from there. So I think that's give or take what we're looking at. That's yeah, it's been a lot. The stewards have been very busy. Like I say, hidden heroes in the background of these of this stream once again. And as just looking, seeing, yeah, 24 hours of Dubai cars, like insane post-race how dirty they get. They do indeed. It really is just, yeah, it adds such a, a unique sort of authenticity to the cars. It's really... It's almost like each car's own battle scars. I think it's even more fun when you've got a car that's been patched up with gaffer tape halfway through the race as well. It's got a hammer dent in it because the bonnet got kinked up at some point. I seem to remember that in V8 supercars at one point. Precise engineering was being demonstrated in some of those bits of racing as well. Speaking of which, the yellow flag brought out back again for 333, was really struggling to get that car turned, as that is actually for position. Dennis Gluck making their way past the TX3 car. And I think that car needs a bit of a hammer to the front end to get that bonnet straight. So the pit crew will be hard at work with that in just a moment. Now, where did we get to on our liveries? We got to I think we got to this car, didn't we? Yes, we did. Because I started talking about the Asimov skins in Counter-Strike. That's then with Vincenzo Senator in the Restec Ferrari, this car, very nice tones on here. It's got that kind of metallic red paint, and yeah, it's very sleek. I also like the highlighted details around the headlights there. Very nicely done on that. Kind of a sort of semi-split livery here for Gladys competition. Very nice here. We've got those sort of faded accents, purple to red to orange, and then with the black portion of the car as well, very nicely put together there. Then we have this the other ITB Racing car, with a very different livery to... oh, they're actually making their way past a bit of lap traffic there. That's a very different livery to some of the other ITB racing liveries as well. So, but still a very nice. Maybe not my favourite. I'll be honest. Not complete my favourite. Fisher Racing, quite a cleanly distributed livery there. Not sure the gold stands out fantastically in this lighting, but I like the sort of almost carbon style effect on some of the purple parts here. Also, quick update. Whereas the number 70 car. Number 70 is P46 overall, and they are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, P10 in class for that GT4. To give you an update, Yakim in the chat, that's and one of the Mercedes in Dubai had its bumper taped on the right-hand side. I'm sure it did. That is Aerodynamics 101. And what's funny, actually, is I'm pretty sure at one point that was banned in racing because you were effectively sort of blocking, oh dear, as speaking of gaps that need taping up, I think there's a couple of new ones have been introduced in the number 33 car. That you'd get a drag advantage because you were sealing up vents around the car. And I think there's a whole banning crisis on that. As, oh dear, that was a heavy impact into the wall. Unfortunately, the camera placement couldn't quite see any of it. But yeah, I think we get the picture. And Don Minardo number 33. It's not the first time that car's been in the wall today. Yeah, that pit crew has been working quite a bit of overtime to keep that car running and alive, and it's definitely not feeling the healthiest that it's been at, as that will trundle along its way around the circuit as we resume with this car, which unfortunately I'm not really showing this livery off at its best light, which kind of feels a bit harsh. But the TX3 car, the Virtual Drives by TX3, distinctive livery they carried around for a while. Yeah, green and black, looking quite nice. Also, actually quite nice with that extra sort of fade detail with all of the dirt and grime that is underneath that one. Dom Healy for Aston Martin enjoyers. I mean, I must admit, it's not the most elaborate livery that I've ever seen, but it's there. Then we have the Marlboro livery on board a Ferrari. That feels like a sin, but still nicely put together anyway. The R-Wagon Nation Endurance team bringing in, of course, some of those details from that. I can see the little kind of almost sort of looks a little bit kind of anime-inspired kind of car graphic on that side, just under the door, the door window, as Dominic first makes his way past Maynardo, struggling on that car. It's obviously now heavily damaged. Then we go to the Armenterio teamed car. Oh, instant for the 113. Further down the order, who is that? That is Pascal Rohick, who is, I think, about 4th in class. We'll try to see. We do still need to go for an onboard at some point with these Porsche Cup cars, because they are very nice. But unfortunately, I think, so entering the Flugplatz, does the cars get it? Oh, takes the smallest amount of too much curb, and then bounces away into the wall, and unfortunately, Rexy, no! Well, when we have a close-up of the livery on board that guy, you'll see the little gnashy teeth on the front bumper, inspired by the real-life GT3 car, either, or GTE, one of the two. I think I've seen that in IMSA quite a bit, but unfortunately Rexy has dropped all of his teeth, and he's smacked into the barrier there. But as we look further back, we were talking about this car, the Armenterio. Nice livery on board this. It's kind of sort of couple of different sort of bits of inspiration, it seems like. Here, sort of a bit of split livery design between left to right, and yeah, very nicely put together for the 121 car. Donovan first, quite a brown livery that's on board this one, but I quite like it. I like them. I like the fact it's quite matte with those colours, and yeah, it's actually quite a smart type of livery. That's sort of it does feel like almost a slight advert for the Lynx chocolate advert, but still very nicely put together. That's with that. Meanwhile, 666. That's a nice looking livery, very almost cyberpunk style. That's sort of the impressions that one gives me. Gives me sort of almost some kind of Tron vibes in all of that as well. Big fan of this one as well for Lima Esports. Then we, of course, have the Don Maynardo livery, which has unfortunately been a bit bashed out of shape from time to time, sadly. But a relatively tidy livery on board the number 33 car. Glad competition, of course, translated over from that McLaren that we saw earlier on to the Porsche. Very nice looking still. BTL Racing with their car. That's quite nice livery. It's sort of not quite flames. Almost looks like it's sort of driven through a pot of red paint, like it had some flow vids being attached to the side of the car to look at the aerodynamics. So quite a fun livery on board that car. Fisher Racing Team, the purple and blue, quite a nice shade of purple. I think maybe could have done a bit more, but I must admit I'm slightly biased because the Westcom. Oh no, with the BTL Racing car we were just looking at, the Flovis paint hasn't helped out at all. As into the wall they seem to have gone. We'll try to catch what happened there. So I might be a little bit biased on the BMWs because I'm a really big fan of that West Competition Racing livery. So it's tricky for a lot of other things to stand out on that car. As Rodriguez comes flying on through. Does he take too much curb here? Loses the back end, tries to get it together. Oh, it's a double impact into the wall. He might have actually been better off almost just trying to go square with the wall there and then just trying to ride it out. But unfortunately, instead, he's kind of taking damage of both the front and rear, which is exactly not what you want. It's a heavy impact there for the 151 car. As next car in our sort of little livery review, we have Rexy, who's looking a bit battered and bruised at the moment, but he's still going for BRT Motorsport, and yeah, quite a fun livery on board that on board the Porsche Cup car. Clearly the best livery possible on the Bentley. Union Jack in full display, definitely not French, and the 42 car looking very snazzy. Down in 34th place. The Volchik car on board the Porsche, the McLaren GT4. It looks alright. Maybe not quite as nice as the GT3 liveries and what Luke is rocking up on his Porsche, because they don't compete so often in the GT4 category. So they've been sort of maybe haven't quite designed something quite as snazzy in that regard. That's And why has it not been nighttime yet? I can confirm it definitely was. It definitely was nighttime. Tim Lunn, bless his heart, was making his way through that night shift, and we have come through the early hours of the morning. Part 3, the final portion of this stream. We've emerged out of the darkness back into daytime with 2.5 hours left on the clock remaining. Car number 992 was skipped in livery spectacle. Oh no! So I missed the 992. Oh, I might have done. Oh, I did. Oh, I am sorry. Thank you very much. Well spotted. If I do miss any more, do please highlight it. We've got the Clean Racing Finland car, who's kept that car looking remarkably spotless. It doesn't even look too grubby. I like the sides, and the detail at the back looks quite nice. Maybe if they'd done a bit more with the front, that would be really, really snazzy. But definitely a really nice foundation, I think, for livery. Thank you for pointing that one out to me as we head back on in line where we were. We've got the MK Racing livery car. That bonnet's looking a bit jiggly as it stands at the moment. Maybe a bit of contact with the raw. Kind of another bit of a crossover of sort of this splash design and sort of geometric kind of feel. So an incredible bits of layering and all of that. I imagine that was quite the one to put together. Having not stopped for 21.5 hours, not particularly here in the broadcast. We have had a tiny bit of downtime. Unfortunately, we were a bit on one of our broadcasters was last minutes feeling very unwell, couldn't so we did have a tiny bit of downtime in the very early hours of the morning, but other than that, we've been here the whole time. And Luke Whitehead has been going longer than anybody because he's been going for the entire race and driving. Absolutely remarkable stuff from him. The Funtech Racing team, this feels like a bit of a theme. The Porsche Cup cars have got a lot of damaged bonnets, and there was an attempt with the livery, the LFN logo. You get brownie points for sticking that on the car, and some nice details on parts of it. But yeah, I must admit, not my favourite. I am sorry. But Dennis Vietschorke in the car for Get Quick E-Racing. Nicely put together livery there. I like the kind of subtlety of the texture over that bonnet portion of the Mercedes GT4. Primary Racing, big fan of this one. Kind of reminds me of Brawn GP a little bit with this combination of colours. Yeah, quite nicely done with this. I'm quite a big fan of sort of either really quite snazzy designs or quite clean minimalistic. I sort of go one way or the other, this is sort of on the minimalistic, but I like the placement of all of the accents with this. Very nicely done there. STL Esports, the number 28 car, being a bit dirtied up by the hillside of the Nordschleife, but aside from that, looking very nice with those blues and purples, some of the extra detailing as well through there, just livening up some of these surfaces, so nicely done there. The Camaro, I like the integration with kind of the sort of the hood scoop as such. Gives a little bit of a drag racing kind of feel to this absolute American brute of a GT4 car. So relatively nice, and good. Like the integration of all the light blue in the accents. Then we have the Simhaven Motorsports car. that gave some kind of a metallic, a matte blue. I'm not always a fan of matte colours in this. But I quite do quite like that. Is the number 87 car and number 87 BMW out of this race? Let me try checking and see if I can track one down for you. As all, in the meantime, Michael Sengs seems to have had an error, a bit of a mistake. We'll try to catch what happened to him. As I'm just also looking up and down my order, I can't see the 87, so unfortunately I think we've had about 20 retirements, or about 17, excuse me, from this race. And unfortunately, I have a feeling that number 87 car might have been one of them, sadly. Meanwhile, looking at Michael Sengs as bouncing his way over the curb. That was where Luke Whitehead lost it earlier. No, it wasn't. What am I talking about? So there have been several cars that have lost it through that sequence. So gathers it all up and does relatively minimal damage. But yeah, that was very unfortunate. But I preempted your question already. That's mind reader. Even if I am slightly sleep deprived, I'll try my best. So as where did we get to? I think there's the Camaro. So there's a Camaro there. Then we had this one. So I think we were up to here. That's the other Get Quick E-Racing GT4 car. Then we got the low fuel Motorsport livery. And yeah, quite a nice one on here. Sort of minimalistic, and but I like the integration of the colours and everything. Also, I am sort of a sucker for that kind of dark crimson metallic red. I liked it a lot on the ResTech car as well. So very nicely integrated one there. And then this, I believe, is inspired from a real racing livery, much like that Rexy style one that we saw earlier on, and but integrated onto the GT4 car rather than GT3, and nicely done there. With that one. Can't quite see some of the detailing, but you can kind of see some of the scales that have been painted up on this. And, number 87 is still in 9th. Did I miss the... Oh, I did! Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, that's the BS Plus competition car. Thank you so much. I completely missed that entirely. Yes. So Neil's not currently in the car. They are P9 and not out of this race. Continuing on. Is this an annual race? Who knows? It could become one. Right now, it is a showcase for the wonderful newly landed Nordschleife DLC to the world of Assetto Corsa Competizione. So incredible stuff. Bringing all this in. There you see the Unicorns or Love team making their way up to the back of the GT4. Hopefully they negotiate that okay. Number 70 car, the Rebellion Autosport livery car. Not the most inspiring of liveries, I must admit. I think that's out of the default setting game. But similar to the Aston Martin, it's there. And they are continuing on in P46. RNL Raw with their livery. A bit of a fan of kind of the yellow and blue on the rear portion. I'm not so sure about the white on the bonnet. That's just my personal preference, but overall still do quite like it. Still quite a nice sassy livery. But the Rice Colburn Racing team, quite a nice combination of different textures and layers, but I don't know. It's not quite working for me. It feels like there's a bit too much happening. The white's quite substantial. And then the sort of the yellow, the very yellow accents of the wheels and rear. I'm not sure they quite work for me with the other portions, but still quite a complex livery that they've put together there. That's great. And then we've got the Yeezy Sports livery in the 187 car. Obviously, it's a livery that's be quite distinctive and well known for a while. That sort of cracked texture on board the rest of the car, very nicely integrated to this Mercedes GT4. Then we have the Hopeless Ambition team name. What a fantastic one that is. And we've got a lot of DIY sponsors on the side of this one as well. Maybe that's where the supply of equipment has come from to keep this one maintained over the course of the race. But a simple but somewhat effective livery in this one. Another one of those LFM painted GT4s. Slightly bodged bonnet on the confusingly the 911 Mercedes for Wolves Racing team. But that's what I do like, the scratch kind of fade effect from front to back. That's what blends in very nicely and well integrated there. Stefan Harmo for Azamakos. with that sort of alternating stripe. And the quotes... LFM stewards are pathetic. LFM stewards are terrible. I can only assume that this is done as a joke because they've also gone to the bother of sticking the LFM livery on a few times over. So I'm assuming that they are maybe picking up on just some simple quotes from a few rogue individuals. But what a livery to carry around the Nordschleife. So yeah, the 999 being distinctive in its own unique way here today. The 17 dip, the 178 of Victory Drift, which has rather drifted off into the gravel. Thankfully keeps their way out of it. But the Aston Martin, I kind of, yeah, it's not at its best, and I don't think it's driving very easily at the moment either. But they're still going. But I like the livery though, relatively simple but quite nice, clean. I like the sort of the unification of the chevrons on the bonnet and then those stripes at the back. Very nice there. And then last but not least, okay, I say not least, Hodel Motorsport. Again, I must say it's not the most inspiring of liveries, but they're still going in the number 21 car. That is valiant nonetheless. That's after that little show reel of all of these guys at liveries in the server. In actual fact, the number 87 car, which I seem to think didn't exist for a few stupid minutes, that's currently actually lapping a second quicker than Felix Arndt in P8. So we could have a battle on our hands in due course between the BMW and Ferrari, and you do you, Albert, and I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. So we will see how Niels proceeds over the course of these next few laps. 2.5 hours of racing to go, and in 30 minutes' time, guess what? The rain is back. The rain is back. Also, interestingly enough, again, Leon Atoki, this Unicorns of Love car, over this kind of last 3 hours or so, I mean, it wouldn't exactly say it's creeping into that gap at a rate of knots, but it is chipping away just a little bit, bit by bit. It was up at about, I think, it was up at about 2 minutes at one time, and then the number 7 car ran into an incident. There was maybe some ill-timed calls for changes in weather and when to go onto wet tyres and vice versa. And I think also this Unicorn of Love car has just been maybe pushing a bit harder, having a bit of an easier time with the traffic. And they've almost managed to bring that gap down to under a minute. So whilst it's still quite a substantial chunk of time, in relative terms at this stage of the race, that is still, potentially game on as far as the race win is concerned. Also, yes, absolutely, Luke Whitehead, I can't believe it either. He is still P3. And lapping okay. He did 8.15 on the last lap, which compared to the 8.11 of Henrik Gamble wasn't too incredible. But and that's also his best lap of this. Oh dear, that's Rexy, I think, almost going around, managing to bob his way over all the curves, but he does get going again, thankfully. That's his best lap of his stint. In actual fact, and he's just put another new best lap in, so this really his lap time. So there you go, 8.15, 8.15, 8.18 compared to Henrik Gamble, 8.11, 8.10. Oh, excuse me, 9.13. So then that'd be a pit stop, wouldn't it? So yeah, maybe a bit out of sequence in terms of where the tyre performance and things are at between these cars. But Luke maybe not quite having the most incredible pace, but who can really blame him? The poor guy's been driving for 22.5 hours, right? Yeah, and absolutely Luke is creating history right now. I really do think he's got such an incredible amount of support behind him, willing him on to the end of this race, because even just getting to the end, 24 hours full stop of driving is just in itself would be just an incredible effort, let alone at this level. And to be in a podium spot is absolutely incredible. I almost didn't look at him too often because I don't want to commentator curse him. I've done that a couple of times today, and I really don't enjoy doing it. I always feel rather bad, and then it gets awkward because then if I have to look at someone else, it kind of, like I say, it feels like I've chosen my next victim, which again I'm not. But here we are. Meanwhile, Niels Knight's continuing to dig into that gap and is closing up towards that Firefly Esports team. You can see that he is pushing on and closing the gap all the time. And we'll keep an eye on that fight, because I think even on this very same lap we could have a fight. Oh my goodness, no! The number 55 of Luke Whitehead's had a moment. That's out of the chicane. I think he will have survived it relatively okay. The horrible chicane that usually is the main cause of concern on the normal Grand Prix circuit has just given Luke Whitehead a little bit of a scare. Thankfully, there's not too many walls around this part of the circuit, so I'm hoping he's... Oh my goodness, that was a trip and a half. In actual fact, well done, sir, for even keeping it remotely pointing in the right direction. That was a bumpy ride and a half for Luke Whitehead. But he does manage to regather himself and sets off going again. But tricky times for Luke Whitehead there. And yeah, more people being introduced to the wonder that is this man, Luke Whitehead, as to his absolute mad thing of being in the rig now for 21 and a half hours straight. And he is going to be a very tired young man when he gets to the end of this race. I'll feel empty after this race is over. I will also feel empty, partly because the race would have ended, and I'll be very sad because it's been absolutely phenomenal. Also, on the other hand, because I don't think I will have much left. Between a combination of sanity and sleep deprivation, I must admit, I'm probably going to be a little bit empty by the end of this as well. But we'll keep on going to the end. If Luke Whitehead could do it, then I'm sure I can, to the end of this race. And yeah, and people, yeah, understandably in astonishment at what Luke is doing out on circuit today. Little's losing a little bit of time to Felix Arndt as they've made their way out onto the ring. Hasn't quite maintained that same pace as he was initially, but has overall been the quicker of the two, so I'm sure that'll come sooner rather than later. Now, we did discuss earlier about, because of how wonderful the Porsche flat sixes of these cup cars sound, about having a bit of an onboard with one of these incredible beasts, and who better to go with the team that's absolutely dominated over the course of today for that class, even occupying an overall top 20 spot, which is a very valiant feat. And you can see the next Porsche Cup car solid 9 positions down relative to this car here. So ITB Racing and Nordschleife will go for a little bit of an onboard with this incredible car. We'll turn up the sound to 11 and see exactly what I mean about just how good this car sounds. Incredible stuff there from Navicki in this wonderful Porsche Cup car. Remember, guys, this doesn't even have TC. Yellow flag for a moment for Leon Ottoki, who's continuing trying to reel in that gap to the P1 spot. Now, I saw a question about that P1 spot of number 7. Did they make a mistake? Well, sort of yes and no. They had an incident. It wasn't really their mistake, but they did get collected. But they only lost a handful of time. But I think, if anything, the mistake may have been more down to strategy. They stayed out an extra lap than they ideally would have done when the rain came down. That's what compromised them. But Ottoki's mistake, they're actually giving them an extra 4 seconds. Meanwhile, Niels Nacht has been gaining to the back of Felix Arm for a while. BMW straight line speed is very handy indeed, and it makes its way on by overtake done before they get to the bridge. Up into P8 they go. And I'm not sure the Firefly Esports car is realistically going to be able to have much to work with to try to fight back in all of that. So, have to wait and see how they crack on from here. The number 87 car pushing on as well as C. So he did an engine repair. Yes, of course. We're trying to come to the explanations as to, how has Luke Whitehead actually survived feasibly as a human being if he's not been cloned and / or isn't an alien, to which the jury is still out. But yes, he did have a very intelligent, strategic pit stop, which may have also been utilised for that purpose as well. He had engine damage. He had a red engine. And it's being confirmed that he had a red engine, and the rain was just starting to come down, but the track wasn't really actually quite ready for the wet tyres at that point. But it was kind of getting on the way to it. It was firmly on the way. As another yellow flag out for Leon Ottoki, and he's lost a chunk of time, hasn't he? This is, he's been reeling in that number 7 car for quite a while, and he's lost a total of 18 seconds on this lap. So, all of a sudden, the Unicorns of Love car, the yellow flag is out again for this car. He's continuing. Oh my goodness, there was the problem. Big impact with the barrier, and that could put completely to pay the opportunity for Unicorns of Love to try to snatch the lead away from ITB Racing. And ITB Racing would have been breathing a sigh of relief, but also try to see if we can catch what happened, because there was another yellow flag. Oh dear! Leon Ottoki, after such a stellar series of laps and stints, really just having a couple, maybe the timeless starting to set on in. And there you can see there's a good chunk of damage on board the front end of that Unicorns of Love car. So, yeah, very tricky in all of that, but a frustrating few moments for that team, as that may well have put pay to any opportunity they had to come away with the race win, as Leon now looking to limp that car back to the pitch. You can see it's not quite steering straight, and that's a lot of damage on board. And unfortunately, Luke Whitehead, if he hadn't have had to repair the engine, maybe he could have even had a chance of nabbing P2 here with this. But yeah, that car is not turning whatsoever at this point in time. And apparently Luke, so he looked a little rough when he got up out of the rig, but after a little walk, already looks ready to finish the rave. And the typo, I also agree, is completely fitting. Can you imagine? Luke Whitehead gets the end of his 24-hour race and then proceeds to just have drum and bass disco on his stream for an hour afterwards. I can't see it happening. I think that Luke may wander in here, make a sound of joy having finished the race, and then may just go to sleep for about 2 days straight, which I think would be entirely valid and reasonable, because what an almost 22 hours he has had. Meanwhile, we still have just over 2 hours of racing left to go, and amongst all of that glorious racing, that we have an extra batch of rain on the way. Not too much opportunity left for rain to be hitting the racetrack, but in 10 minutes time it is going to be here, and that's actually really awkward timing for... That's not the car I wanted to click on. Leon Ottoki for his Unicorns of Love team, because they're going to have to go back out to another set of slicks because of that damage, and that's really going to put them out of sequence around the pit stop. So, yeah, this has really not been a good portion of the race at all. They should still theoretically, I think, be safe in P2 ahead of Luke Whitehead, but really any opportunity to make their way towards your lead ITB Racing car. There you go. They're back down off the jacks and away again. But yeah, this is going to be a frustrating portion of the race for the Unicorns of Love team. We will see how they get. Oh, yellow flag out on circuit 4. Who is that? That is. I saw a white flag out for Rodriguez, who was going slowly. I'm not sure if that was around what was going on. So they're just in front of GT4 car at the moment. It's going through the fast left-hander. A little bit of a wiggle over into this double left, but oh, there we go. That was it. And then yeah, has an oversteer moment out of the wall. Kicked up the bonnet again. Unfortunately, damage on the rear of that car as well. So that's not be good driving. Very happy at all as your race leader actually making their way and stumbling across these guys at the moment as well. It's Pavlovsky that is still in that lead BMW, who will be very happy to see the gap that has increased to Atoki up to 200 plus seconds again. And in actual fact, Luke Whitehead, so he is apparently a similar distance away from Leon Atoki. So who knows? With the way that things could chop and change, because those gaps should be representative, because I think Unicorns of Love will be forced to make another stop because they are now out of sequence. So those gaps should be representative. Who knows? If there was another moment for Unicorns of Love, Luke Whitehead could be remarkably looking at contending for a P2 finish. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, still 2 hours of racing, long way to go in this one. And a tricky thing to even just bring home these cars in D. We're on lap 151 of this race. Absolutely remarkable. That's a 24-hour race. We are usually doing hundreds upon hundreds of laps. This time it is only 151, maybe looking to make our way to I would imagine less than 180, something like that. I mean, if it's 8 minutes per lap, give or take, you're going to be doing about 7 to 8 laps per hour. So yeah, I think we will be looking at maybe even sub 170. We'll have to wait and see how much of a shuffle these guys get on. But with the rain coming down as well, of course, lap times will start to slow. And rain is coming down pretty heavily. It's going to be here for a while by the looks of it. 10 minutes time, we're already at heavy rain, and then it's further intensifying in 30 minutes time. So this is going to be a long wet stint. And you're going to want to make these tyres survive. So we might see teams try to stay out a little smidge longer before needing the wet tyres. Otherwise, there's that extra degradation that you can get from running around on those wet tyres when it's not quite damp enough for the surface temp to be cooled down sufficiently. You can start to wear them out quite severely. So we'll have to wait and see how drivers approach those aspects. As Pavlovsky still running around, lapping here in the track, dealing with all of the incredible undulation that Nordschleife has. You can see sort of hop your way from side to side in some of his apexes, and the BMW looking very smartly put together. Question for you guys in the chat, because I am curious. For those of you that are your participating sim racers in this, what sort of hardware and everything are you guys on? Wheels, pedals, controllers, headsets, monitors, those sorts of things. I'm always curious. I mean, for example, my full extent of experience was as far as a Logitech G29, the crunchiest bit of force feedback that you could hear on the planet. but I think it was just as well I never participated in many long endurance races in towards the night. Otherwise, I think the neighbours would have had something to say. But it still works. It still survived very well, and it does its best. It tries, and it's a beautiful little guy. I did upgrade the pedals in a couple of different stages. Actually, I went from the standard springs to an upgraded set to get a little bit of extra feel in there, and I did actually then move over to a set of Club Sport V3s at one point as well for my pedals. But that's kind of the extent of my sim racing journey. So be a flight stick keyboard and a 1080p monitor. What a setup! That is genius. But I'll tell you what, you must get a very authentic experience there when you head over the jump of a Nordschleife, as you will already be looking to take off in these GT cars. So you'll have to resist the urge of trying to pitch the nose back down to the ground. But fantastic. I've seen a lot more of some very talented full keyboard and mouse players in sim racing as well, which I just find utterly astonishing. You know, I'm a driver that can do nothing. Actually, that should might be the end of a sentence. But I can do nothing but, being directly behind the wheel in the cockpit. Otherwise, I don't understand where I am. I can't get a feel for the weight of the car, the way it's behaving, the oversteer, any of it. Regardless, I could be on a direct drive wheel or something like that, and if I'm in a bonnet camera, I just can't work out what's going on. For some reason, I find that really difficult to adapt to. So I'm very limited in terms of sort of how I can adapt. But there's some people that are making the very easy. Got an Xbox Elite 2 controller, and yes, I've got my pepper grinder, and pepper grinder, but you've got T248 bells and gears, but still apparently gets quite toasty if you use it for a prolonged use. Yeah, these are wheelbases, especially for these endurance races. They can take quite the battering after a while. It's actually often it's a very good reminder. I mean, it's obviously a bit late for these guys, but if you are going to participate in endurance race, just like you would in real life, the car would go through a form of servicing as such. It has its various maintenance checks. It's really always a wise idea to do that with your equipment before an endurance race, especially if you're on a team situation, because you really don't want to be having a hardware failure that then lets that down. Because that's just utterly infuriating. And just upgrade to a T300 from a G29, and differences unreal. It is, I can imagine, I've never used any of the Thrustmaster wheels, but I can imagine, I think value for money wise, that's always seemed to have been a wheelbase that's been very strong, and yes, is a bit less clattery, shall we say. That's and with a 34-inch curved monitor, wow. That's for my for both any racing that I've previously done and also in actual fact how I'm managing the stream, I have a single 27-inch monitor, which makes life pretty interesting to try to run all of this. There's a lot of layering going on and a bit of jiggery pokery, but I do my best in the job it gets done. And he's on the Gran Turismo setup. It's got CSL DD V3 pedals, triples, a TH8A shifter, and then I have no idea what that is. Okay, so we've got the cockpit fitted in there as well. You have to. I'm sorry. To Mr. Fly. The T16000. I have no idea what that is, I'm afraid. I can break down everything else. I'm familiar with all the other equipment. But overall, that sounds like a very nice setup. Of course, CSL DD. That's with the boost kit as well, with the 8 Newton meters. Very nice. Also, rain now having landed on the circuit, and 30 minutes time, it'll be fading away again. So we've got some intense rain on the way, but only for about the next 40 minutes or so. And what else have we got here? Drive with a drawing down there. Okay, now I'm starting to think that you're trying to prey upon my sleep deprivation and get me to fall for things. I find that one hard to believe. If you're bringing out an Apple Pencil and starting to navigate your way around the Nordschleife, I'm a bit dubious. Oh, it's a Thrustmaster joystick. I understand. I'm with you now. So and then you run the Sim Hub Dash on your phone as well. Fantastic stuff. Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, really some great extension of all that equipment as well. What else have we got here? Is Luke is still pushing, absolutely, and so he should be, because for a second I thought that car had disconnected from the pits. Oh, okay, relief. Into the pits. I'm assuming they must have come out on wet tyres. Based on that. Now the question is, whereabouts is Luke on circuit? He is. He's around the halfway point, which might work out kind of okay for him. He's a damp track. Is where you sort of want to start making that transition onto the wet tyres, so he should probably arrive at pit lane about the right sort of time. What about Pavlovsky? He should be in a similarly okay spot as well, actually, so those guys should be okay. Atoki going onto the wet tyres now, they might burn up a little bit. We'll have to wait and see, but that could leave him potentially a bit vulnerable to have that gap closed down a tad later into this race. And what was I saying just before that? And taking aside, of course we have the dashes. Yeah, really nice extension of all of that. Really does add to the authenticity of that experience. And we've got a Guitar Hero controller again. I'm really if anyone says a Wii remote, I am coming after you. I mean, I've seen people do some pretty funky things with Guitar Hero controllers. I think there's those Dark Souls completions with things like that. Of course, our very own George Boothby with his team leading the GT4 class is a Guitar Hero veteran, I do believe. Thrustmaster, TSPC with the Hoistingville Sprints, very nice set of pedals with that. Fourth place Cash Loot, they won't overtake him. Oh wow! Well, so from Sprout Esport, well, that is a very commendable thing in that. That is very kind of them to do so. I have to see. I mean, Luke Whitehead, he'll want to earn that on merit without a doubt, as both Sprout and Ferrari come into pit lane to get a set of tyres, those wet tyres on board. Now we do have damp conditions, and to see. So Luke Whitehead won his way through some of those final sequences. So is the likes of your race leader, Kamil Pavlovsky. So they'll be trying to get onto wet tyres fairly shortly. But they won't be out on awkward conditions for too long, but they've just got to be patient, make sure we don't make any mistakes, as the track gets very slippery very quickly, and these are a very demanding series of corners. Used to be on a G920, and I keep the whole house up how loud it was. And now onto the full thruster master works with TSPC Racers, T3PA pedals, the shifter and Sparco handbrake as well. Do a bit of rallying with some of that, and a valve index. That's an interesting one. Oh, it's the Bentley bouncing its way through the grass, and a lot of wide berth given, understandably, from the number 7 car to avoid any contact. And that's always an interesting one, isn't it, about how VR integrates into sim racing. We've got Malnoski, we've got uses VR on ACC, but it's something which I think adds such a depth of experience and feel, but at the same time, especially for competitive purposes, it isn't always actually that advantageous. You don't tend to see a lot of people running it. That's really cool, though, to get into having to do those extra layers of experience and everything. And it's very sweet of you, Tobias. Thank you very much. Who knows? We will see. I do my best. My little 27-inch monitor, and juggling as things as best as I can, and trying to see if we can make it through to the last final couple of hours of this race, as we will see Pavlovsky, and I'm sure also Luke Whitehead very shortly heading on into pit lane, because look at that, rain is intensifying in 10 minutes time. And they need to be getting a new set of tyres, and different set of tyres on board their respective cars. Into the pit lane they go. Haven't seen anyone catch themselves out with stop-go 30-second penalties speeding into the pit lane. I've probably made a huge curse there now. But hopefully everyone will continue on that front A-okay on that side. As I'm afraid I can't get a feed for his Twitch to hear. I don't believe so, but do look to go over and give him some support. Luke Whitehead has been an absolute champion today. Also, shout out to all the guys in the Sprout Esport team as well. I think some of those guys are streaming as well, so do head over, give them a cheer, because those guys very, very kindly. You know, they said that they're not even planning on overtaking Luke if they do catch up to him. Luke will want to earn this podium, and you know he won't want to be gifted it. He will fight tooth and nail for that position, even if he's not been put under the greatest pressure. But yeah, give shout out to those guys as well, because that's an incredibly you know, symbolic and you know, kind thing to do. You can see these wet tyres are going to be a little bit out of sequence. They won't burn up for too long, but we've got no rain again in 30 minutes' time, as absolutely 2-hour mark has been achieved. We've got other people here. G923 with G29 pedals, upgrading to a Mose as soon as you have the money. Yeah, that's what they're looking to be, a very competitive setup at the moment. Very you know, very nicely pitched themselves within that market of, you know, kind of having that transition into the upper end of quality and fidelity in hardware, but you know, being still a relatively accessible point. And I've heard good things about a lot of those different parts. What part of the Moser gear are you looking at? Because they also do such an abundance of different wheel rims as well. The quick release system as well, I think, is one of the best on the markets from what I understand. So. Some fantastic stuff there. Also, Sir Smooch as well. Thank you very kindly. It's you guys are delivering such a wonderful amount of chat. I keep on losing my place. I've just seen the Wii steering wheel comment. I said not to do it. Okay, I said just the Wii remote, so technically I can't come after you, but I'm still miffed. But I think I've used one of those once in my life. On it was a Mario's game in primary school. It was a terrible experience, and I never did it again. But what a time, the Nintendo Wii. It's and we've also got people upgraded from the T300 to a Fanatec CSL DD with the boost kits. Whole new sensation being on direct drive. Absolutely. So much of a smoother experience where you get that feedback delivered. Very, very crucial. With having that sense of fidelity and accuracy. You know, when you start to really dial yourself in with the sims, the standards that they're at nowadays, they're adding levels of detail in that sometimes only starts to really be captured with those kind of direct drive bases. So yeah, absolutely, really nice upgrade on that front. Homemade rig, fantastic. Kudos to you. I made one out of wood. It was terrible, but I liked it, and it was mine, so I was very proud of it. But a homemade rig for you with triple 32-inch screens, TSXW with the Ferrari rim and TCLM pedals. I affectionately call it Frankenrig. So, well, of course, it's always such a pride and joy when you build something like that yourself. It's like when you have a kit car. Absolutely, but fantastic set out there as well. There's the Wii steering wheel comment again. I'm moving on from that one. But I have seen it. Cheers for George Boothby. Yellow flag for Kamil Pavlovsky, who's come out very well. There's Luke Whitehead unlapping himself from the race leader. And that did look like that was a bit of a wide moment for Pavlovsky, who's generally speaking has looked absolutely unflappable in this number 7 car. Let's see whereabouts this all goes wrong. Into the Flugplatz, perhaps? On those wet tyres. Oh, carries way too much speed into the grass. Oh, well saved, sir. There are very few people today that have managed to go off into the grass there and keep it out of the wall. Very nicely done from ITB Racing. It will have been a scare, but again, I think just actually goes to show the level of quality of talent in that team for how they've conducted themselves in today's race. Even when it does go wrong, they're so good at managing to minimize the damage. So a scary moment, but in the grand scheme of things, not too bad. So great stuff from there. The use of sim racing on mouse steering and a DIY wheel for a fair bit. We were discussing the mouse steering earlier on. Is that it's becoming more and more popular, it seems, and some guys are getting to a genuinely, a reasonably competitive level with it. It's fantastic to see. It was great to be able to have that additional accessibility when you're just starting to get into sim racing, so you can really experience that. And DIY wheel, that's fantastic. I think anything that you build yourself is so wonderful. I'd love to see someone driving with a Wii controller attached to the Mario Kart plastic. I'm sure you would. Talking about cursed stuff. So yeah, we need to get out some of the almost kind of GameCube style wheels as well, and integrate those in. Wow, that'd be a sim racing challenge and a half, wouldn't it? So what is better for Dark Souls, a T300 or a G29? Well, I think to really experience the bludgeoning that you receive from most of the characters in that game, and to understand the effect that it's having on your body, you really do want to prioritize, having that feeling in the wheel. So I think the T300 might deliver that better, but at the same time, the sheer crunchiness of the G29 might be more symbolic of the bones being crushed as you go. So it really is, it's one up for debate. I have to leave that to some testing for you guys. I have to get some feedback and see how you get on. But that's probably the considerations I'd be looking to make. T300, T300 RS, definitely, yeah, very good wheel. That's been around for a long time now, but it's been a beloved one in the community. AC Evo coming this summer? Absolutely it is. Announcement for that, very excitingly, the other day, as always, a bit of an awkward moment. We've got Luke Whitehead trying to get past his class-leading GT4 teammate. I'm not sure who's in the car at the moment. Then you got the race leader coming on through as well, and that GT4 car has nowhere near the same level of grip as those GT3s. That's Aidan Walsingham that they've just flown on by in there, but thankfully making their way through all A-OK. But yes, AC Evo, the successor to the original Assetto Corsa, about as awaited as the Nordschleife DLC for ACC as well. So much to look forward to in the world of Kunos and Assetto Corsa this year. T300 heats up very quickly. It does. A lot of these wheelbases can get quite toasty, especially the ones where they have the kind of more friction, belt-driven gears, things like that, very friction-based systems, so do tend to heat up quite a bit. Yeah, CSL DD5, new to meter, very competitive entry-level direct drive base. Canvas wheels, they've been an interesting new appearance on the market as well, especially, that very interesting kind of all-in hub design as well. That was really I was very impressed with that, to incorporate effectively a direct drive system into just inside the content of the hub of the wheel itself. That was really impressive. We've got, unfortunately, a yellow flag for the number 70 car down in P46. I know this is one that's been requested a few times over the course of the stream. No positions lost, and I can't see a huge amount of damage on board, thankfully. We will check in, though, and have a look to see what happened to Maxime Roland in all of that. Oh, got a little bit wide, caught the grass, and it was game over. And it's not the first time we've seen that today, side by side with the GT3 there. Gets going again, a pack of cars making their way through all of that. But thankfully, no one coming into any additional harm's way in the grand scheme of things on his way, but some extra damage to the side of that car. Which is not particularly advantageous. Then see, what else have we got? And so some T300s maybe not heating up as much as others. Could always be a little bit of fatigue, but they are wheels that, in fairness, has been going for a very long time. So I think reliability must be pretty decent. But I haven't seen too many woes of that, although I have just seen the yellow flag out for this man, Alexander Novovlatsky, in the 121 Audi, and it's a car that's run into strife on a couple of occasions today already. See what happened to the Armenterio team on this occasion. Closing in on the GT4 car. There's the flashing of the lights. Nowhere near as apparent as, of course, when we were in the night time. Is he going to try to make the overtake in towards the left-hander? He doesn't. And in actual fact, it was a bit of a wide moment for the Mercedes. I think it was just the Audi being a bit caught off guard, having to back off the throttle a little bit to refrain from making contact. But thankfully, no harm actually done amongst all of that. And Moser, yeah, very good option. So we've got, yes, living in a tropical country with one of those sim racing wheelbases. Yes, that would certainly add some extra heat into that. So no wonder it may struggle from time to time. We need to, these cars, they do need to be washed down, but equally at the same time, we were saying that for authenticity purposes, the grubbiness I really feel like does add a bit to that. So yeah, certainly is certainly a nice extra detail of showing how these guys have been getting on for 22 hours and a bit worth of racing so far. As seeing how everyone else has been getting on. Jumping in the chat again. There we go. How far ahead is Pavlovsky from second place? Quite a chunk now. After some pit stops, an extra pit stop that had to be served from the Unicorns Love Team. Bastian Richter now in the car after a couple of instances for a Toki out of nowhere. They were actually reeling in the race leader, but now we're looking at about a 200-plus second gap between them. So, in actual fact, if anything, falling more into the clutches, potentially of Luke Whitehead, if there was some late drama in the race. Podium in the heart for Luke Whitehead, still striving on for that. We've replaced the pedals with some SRPs from Moser, G923 for Plank. Moser R9 SRP pedals, but they get too warm for me, so some more thermal things were there. T3PA pedals start jittering for me. Interesting. Maybe, I don't know if they work off a potentiometer, but sometimes, if it's anything like the Logitech pedals, the potentiometer, when it would get a bit grimy, it would just tend to need to be opened up, cleaned out a bit, and a spray of WD-40 would be okay. It might be shorting out something. I don't know if it's the same on those pedals, but maybe try giving that a go. That might help smarten those up. So we've made our way onto the tech hardware channel now of sim racing. That's I'm keeping an eye out for any other fights that develop on circuit. We've got some cars that kind of have got gaps that are changing, but nothing too much in the way of a hardcore fight as of right now. Fanatec DD 2 months ago, and oh dear, it still hasn't been sent. Yes, yes. Moving on. Upgraded to a CSL DD, 8 Newton meters from a G27. Oh, what a wheel! G27, absolute legend and veteran of sim racing. I don't know why I always like the fact that they still had the kind of the red buttons on that one, and this they weren't. I don't know why. There was just something quite nice about it. It almost looked more authentic to the real thing. But yes, a great step up with that. And Tobias even actually, as I'm catching up on the chat, saying exactly the same thing. Yet clearly the potentiometers tends to happen, and yeah, I think very likely could be correct on that. CSL DD or Moser R5? Personally, I would be inclined to say Moser R5. Yes, I'd be inclined to say Moser R5, but potentially with Fanatec CSL load cell pedals. If you're looking at the kind of budget end of the market, I think those pedals you get quite a bit more bang for buck than some of the other pedals in the Moser ecosystem. But equally, the advantage of a DD is you can also have that boost kit as well to up your way up to 8 Newton meters of torque. So there's a bit of a trade-off there either side, but either way, to be honest, I don't think you can go that wrong. They're both some very good bits of kit overall. That's trying to do that, broke the ribbon cable in the process, had to replace it with the Moser SRP. I see. Yes, unfortunately, I have to be very delicate with some of those things. If there's some, when you're opening up the internals of some of these bits of equipment, that you do have to be very careful how you do it, because otherwise, yeah, you can run into danger. I've got a G29 that burns plastic after half an hour of race. Yeah, if it's been worked with for a while, that can unfortunately happen over time. That we'll give some coverage over to who should we go with? Let's I'm trying to see who have we not seen too much of. Let's go for Gladys Competition McLaren. We haven't seen too much of them. See how Pavlo is getting on at the moment. We continue to look through all this. Fantastic discussions. I love all this in the chat, guys. Welcome on in, everybody. And it's so much fun to have these such conversations. See what everyone does in sim racing is brilliant. That's and Bino is looking so strong that something in top 10. Admittedly, I think it's more of a case of there's a lot of good teams that took BMWs. When you consider the fact that the race leader is a BMW, but then you have an Aston Martin, a Porsche, a McLaren, it's all inside of the top 4, and then 5th is a Ferrari. I don't think they're actually too dominant. They are definitely a platform that's working well around here today in all conditions and settings, but I think it's also that you've just got some very competent teams that have specialised somewhat in this car as well, that have meant it's been quite the choice for a few different teams overall. And my side mouse button for throttle and brake, left click for left, and right click for right. What a setup! My goodness, that is a That is incredible. I've seen people do mouse steering where they're actually physically moving it side to side. I've never known someone actually coordinate yourself on the buses. That is a fantastic thing. It's, I know that you can set that up on ACC, so I don't know if that might be of use so you can get more progressive input. So it's kind of less binary like, but incredible. Greece from Germany, welcome on in into this absolutely incredible stream. 24 hours of the Nordschleife celebrating this amazing DLC being introduced to Assetto Corsa Competizione. I know an alien on mouse steering. I think I might know the one you're talking about as well. I can't remember his name, but he has been remarkably incredible at delivering. The BMW goes streaming. I believe Niels has been at times. I don't know about the other BS Plus guys. And I'm not convinced that ITB Racing will have. Yes, Niels is streaming over on YouTube. And yeah, everyone's frame rates are feeling a little bit better now. Unfortunately, we have lost about 17 odd cars. That's and Tim, oh my goodness, Tim, he's awake. So I thought you would still be sleeping, my good friend. Tim, of course, took you through the nighttime portion, and yeah, so mouse and keyboard for Cargallo. I thought it was a name like that. Yes, yeah, he has been on mouse and keyboard for a while. Does amazing lap times, all things considered, with the setup that he has there. It's T300 had a new firmware update which allows you to keep its fans on all the time, which stops them overheating. Handy, good stuff to know. PlayStation 4 controller with motion steering. Just removed an old Clio steering wheel shaft, and that shaft and motor look very inviting for a force feedback project. Interesting stuff. So yeah, more DIY projects on the horizon. But yeah, PS4 motion, that's I know there was also that Xbox speed wheel. I think it was on the 360, if memory serves. We had the triggers kind of up at the back, and you had the sort of the tilt motion speed wheel. What a unit that was. Yeah, unfortunately, issues for the 1-2-1 armor and Terrier car points in the race. 2-hour difference between 5th and 6th place. Yes, you're right. It is excessive. There's a bit of an issue with the timing board. It's not quite as severe as that. The difference, in actual fact, if we look at these guys, that's. Yes, it's not that severe. I think there must be something around those positions on the timing board, because we also had the same issue when Bischoff was behind the Ferrari team earlier on. Carnater is currently out down at the Dunlop hairpin on the Grand Prix circuit. Meanwhile, Chris Harteveld is making his way up towards the chicane. So in actual fact, it's pretty close to the order of about 20 seconds, something like that. So yeah, it's not quite as severe. So who knows? We could actually have a fight on our hands for 5th position in the closing stages of this race, depending on who starts to make a move. Also got Gregor Schill and Renault Ritchie seeming to gain as well on that. They're only 9 seconds apiece behind from the test. So, in actual fact, everywhere from 5th down to 9th, depending on how these things play out, could end up all closing up a bit. We've got dry weather on the way soon, about 10 minutes time as well. Apparently also Luke Whitehead, while we've been talking all things equipment, has had a bit of a moment. And yes, he has. This lap, he's lost 24 seconds. I'm not sure where that happened on circuit for him. I can't see any visible damage. So I'm not sure if he's had a spin or if he's made any contact with the wall, but the car looks generally okay and he's moving along okay. He's not losing continuous time on the Delta, which is usually a good indication of if there is a chunk of damage on board the car, but he's still pressing on as it stands at the moment. That's and Scars, we did see you driving that Bentley, the number 42 crew. And yeah, aim was to finish. That's the plan, and still bringing that car to the line at the moment, I do believe, as we've got a yellow flag out for Michael Gerlach in the number 33, negotiating some GT4 traffic in there, and we've currently got Peter Hain in the Mr. Git Sim Racing Bentley down at 34th place, so still chugging along in that absolutely beautiful car. And so great to see there. Mass shout out to everyone in chat. Overstream Reflection has zero toxicity, great community vibe. So absolutely couldn't agree more. You guys have been absolutely wonderful, and it's such lovely conversation. Sim racing community is such a wonderful place. Finishing a 24-hour is an achievement itself, absolutely. Yeah, that's always the problem with upgrades, isn't it? If you do upgrade your equipment, then you do find yourself you're running out of ways in which to suggest as to why you are not as fast as some of the top echelon of sim racing. But great stuff. That's new to car games, only a week in, using Xbox controllers. Should I get a cheap wheel start like a T300, go straight to DD? I'm looking between the Fast XCS. It's entirely up to you as to how much you think you're going to be looking to get involved in the world of sim racing, as Malta Boosting seems to have had a small moment, potentially, in the number 177 car. We'll try and have a look and see what's happened to him. But it depends. If you're just starting to get into it, and sort of it's going to be a hobby from time to time, then maybe that sort of earlier budget. Oh, there was a contacted with the 72, the Remwelson car that also goes around in the process. So the Porsche gets back underway, and then the number 72, Florian Appel, then it gets going once more. Hasn't lost any positions in the process, but frustrating moment there for the number 72 car. But yeah, if it's something that you think you might do from time to time and you're new to it and you're kind of unsure as whether it's going to be like a really long-term hobby, I would suggest maybe some of more of the entry-level stuff. See what you feel, find out what sims you enjoy driving on, and then you can start to kind of tailor your experience from there. But if you think it's going to be something that you're looking to do every day of the week, yeah, why not send it straight away and get your hands on some of that other equipment? Really, really great options there, what you've listed in all of that, and I can see similar comments in those conversations as well. And just catching up. How often 24-hour races organised varies. I mean, this has been a one-off event to celebrate this incredible Nordschleife DLC. We do we sometimes on various other championships and things we do have some 24-hour races elsewhere, so it's a little bit few and far between, but we certainly do have them, and certainly with the addition of an Nordschleife, perhaps there'll be something that changes in the future. Of course, Livery Motorsport organising a ton of events all the time. Season 14 just around the corner, and lots to get stuck into. What happened to the 595? I don't think too much has happened to them. I say that. Oh, there they are. So yeah, still P6 as it stands at the moment. Black Cats. I think they might have had a bit of an ill-timed pit stop where they caught themselves out a little bit with some of the weather, but I think Black Cats have been running relatively well. I know the gap isn't as substantial as it looks on the timing board. They're not that hideously far behind. They are being pursued by ITB Racing and BS Plus Competition, but they are also closing the gap to the number 51 Scuderia Ferrari esports team, so they are pushing along nicely and doing very, very well. That's great supportive comments in the chat there as well for those who've been competing today in the 24-hour. Always a difficult task at the best of times. So yeah, anyone that's been taking on this incredible challenge has been absolutely amazing. So yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff, Scott, in all of that. The recommendation for Thrustmaster and low cell pedals, great stuff there. That's and apparently the commentator of the real-life Nordschleife race gave a shout-out to Luke Whitehead, entirely deserved. Oh, that's incredible! I'm sure we chuffed to bits. I'll have to, if he does come home in that podium spot, which I think everyone really, realistically at this point is cheering him on to do so, I shall have to let him know if he comes in for an interview. That's I'm sure that'll go down with him very, very well. Also, good news, everyone! Rain's disappearing and the rain's back on the way again in 30 minutes, so everything's as chaotic as you could possibly imagine it to be here at the Nordschleife. Yeah, CSL Elite V2 to the load cell, good pedals there as well. Azam, you have to hop off. No worries at all. Thank you so much for joining. I hope you enjoyed all the incredible action, and I hope you have a wonderful day. A little bit off topic. Are you doing the replays yourself? Have someone helping? Love the work and interaction with the chat. Thank you very kindly. That's very sweet of you. And no, this is all managed by me at this point. So each of our broadcast. So with myself and Tim Peck in the early stages of the race, I was juggling the cameras, the replays and such, and behind the scenes doing a little bit of that as well for Nathan when he stepped in and took over for some of his stint. Tim very kindly then took on all of that during that hideous night shift that I'm sure he's feeling a bit tired from, and was managing all of that, and then back with me in the booth to do all of that and bring these pictures to you today. That's And some people thought Nordschleife added to ACC was a joke. Absolutely not. Thankfully, it is not an April Fool's whatsoever. It is a glorious day here in sim racing, having all of this. Yeah, hats off to everybody involved. It's been an incredible event all round, celebrated everywhere. And an immortalised Luke with a new plate, new lighters. That's an interesting point, actually. He maybe should get a badge at Sam, although that might be a dangerous precedent to set, because then there'll be a lot of people trying to get the same thing. Any news about Assetto Corsa Evo? I don't know anything beyond the announcements that have gone out around that previously, but all we know is it's on the way, and it's very, very exciting. Cannot wait to see as we get more information about all of that. And just currently having a look through. We've got other people using some VR, CLCL DD, Quest 2 wireless VR, fantastic. Maybe even some motion rigs. And how many people have driven with motion rigs in here? I'd be interested. It's always an interesting one as to whether people like it or not with this. And yes, Assetto Corsa 2 is basically Evo. Fundamentally the case. It is the successor of the original Assetto Corsa. So do I get this right? Whitehead is driving alone and just casually holds his third place. Third place, absolutely. He's had a couple of small moments. Hasn't been entirely casual at times, but for the vast majority of this race, he's just been driving around, minding his own business, and unfortunately, the Armentero guy in the meanwhile is in the wall. Lubatsky, oh my goodness, it's been a long day. Lubavsky in the 1-2-1 Armentero car. Has spun around halfway around the ring. We'll try to see what has happened to the Audi here. Have to see. Oh, he's just lost the back end through the float flats, and it's going to be... Oh, it swings back on him. How does he end up in the other portion of the wall? Oh, he didn't. No, that's okay. That is where he ended up. So in actual fact, after a huge moment through there, it does seem to manage to get going again. And continues on without any damage. So thankfully, not too much harm done as a result of that incident. The V10 power car will fly on and continue. Lots of support for Luke in the chat as their respective highlights of the race, and understandably so. That some fellow shed racers in the chat, yeah, casually it's the wrong word. It's been a very tricky race for everybody, but yeah, he's been doing a masterful performance. The TV controller is great for sim racing. My goodness, we've had the Wii remotes, we've had the Guitar Hero, now we've got the TV controllers. That's what a... So, now the question is, which one of them, which one of the TV packages has the best sim racing controller? Pass that one on to Jimmy Broadbent. Maybe that's another hardware comparison video for him to do. And yeah, so many people cheering on Luke, which is absolutely fantastic. And also just amazing support for the stream overall. Thank you so much, everybody. It has been an incredible day. And I think, actually, with that, I'm actually getting myself back up to all of the live stuff with the chat. So many of you wonderfully writing in responses to those equipment conversations. Yeah, it took me a while to get back through all of that. But thank you so much, everybody. We've got a yellow flag out briefly for Tom Elter in the 187, but he seems to have got going again okay and is proceeding with his race from here. 90 minutes left to go here at the Nordschleife after what has been an incredible day of action so far. Keep an eye on some of those other kind of battles sort of heating up. So Carneter versus Chris Harteveld in the Ferrari. Looks like that gap has somewhat extended a bit. I think it's still kind of upwards of that sort of 20 seconds mark. And, yeah, so it's still a bit of time for Carl to reel in. Probably the guy that's on the biggest move at the moment is this man right here, Gregor Schill. Has been lapping very well. 8:39 dead on the last lap to 1.8 seconds out of Renault Ritchie ahead, who, of course, is only then 9 seconds adrift to Carneter. So, the BS Plus competition car right now is the one that's on the move, as Perella for ResTech is unfortunately running into a bit of a moment here, it seems. Have got back underway, and also the number 33 car as well seems to have gone around, and doing it in much more dramatic fashion. I think they are thankfully getting themselves back underway again. We'll try to see what happens to both of these cars. You can see down on some momentum as a result. So here's McKelly. That seems like quite a controlled stop. I wonder if it was actually a hardware related issue then. Not sure what happened there. And then meanwhile, we had, and unfortunately, but it looks like it's a spin on the exit, maybe taking a bit too much of that exit curve, was a bit slippery, and in the end, going around, but no damage done, as far as from what I can tell. Seems to have kept it out on the wall, which is always the main thing. You know, longevity of these cars, trying to make sure you can survive as best as possible to the end is absolutely pivotal in these races. But we'll stick with this man for a bit, because he right now is the one that seems to most likely be making the moves for things to change and happen. Also, interesting phase of this race coming up. In actual fact, I mean, it's been an interesting one throughout, and strategically has been a very intriguing one throughout its entirety. That in 30 minutes' time, we've got rain coming back down again. Now, it's still damp. It's still damp conditions. Now, I don't think that these guys would look to entertain the possibility of staying out on the wet tyres that they're on at the moment, but they might well look to, rather than pitting onto slicks, they might extend this stint with the tyres being a bit on fire, a bit grumpy, and we might have a couple of punctures for some that try to really push it, but it depends. It depends how soon that rain starts to come back down again, because you could save yourself a pit stop, which could be quite significant in all of that. And yeah, the gap between P1 and P2, in actual fact, it's only gone up to that size relatively recently. It came down as far as about a minute, only the space of about an hour ago. And then Leon Atoki, when he was in the car for Unicorns of Love, had an absolute mare over the course of a lap, and I think he had about 3 crashes in one go, had to come in to repair the damage, and then the rain came down, and then that put them out of sequence on the pit stops, so then they had to make an extra stop as well, and that's why the gap has crept up to what it has. It hasn't been a clean, plain sailing day for the number 7 car either, but they've always, whenever they run into trouble, they've managed to really minimise it as best as possible, which has been absolutely crucial to how they've maintained that position. But next battle could possibly happen. That's the one we are looking at, because Gregor Schill, on the move right now, is continuing to eat a lot of time away from Jeffrey McGowan, Renault Ritchie for ST Racing. There you see the number 38 car just up ahead. And last lap, the gain was 1.8 seconds, and it is moving along very, very quickly once more. On this one, we'll have to see what the delta is as they proceed on to the next lap, but the gap is visibly coming down. You can see 4.3 seconds now. The gap, I think there is a bit of GT4 traffic as well, which may have happened. Oh dear, that's going to make life a little bit awkward. Bouncing his way, oh my goodness, hold on to it. There we go, Yeezy Sports kangarooing their way through the apex, but they have proceeded to stay on circuit, which is what we like to see. But, my name is John Motts. I've done a few other pieces with LFM. You may have heard me over on the Case King Pro Series or the Virtual Endurance Masters. Also, my wonderful budding teammates in the broadcast over the course of this one. Tim Peck, you would have heard over at RCI, also in Virtual Endurance Masters as well. Nathan Richards stepping in, absolute hero, PSGL, WOR. A little bit of stuff with ACC in the past, but mostly from the world of Formula 1, but as you'd expect from the fine professional that is Nathan, he gelled straight into it like it was nothing. And then Tim Lund, my good friend, a commentator who I've shared the commentary booth with more times than I think anybody else, and I'm very, very grateful for that. And unfortunately on this occasion, we sort of had to alternate a bit out as he took on the heroic nighttime shift for his stint. But yes, he has also brought coverage to the likes of AOR and Virtual Endurance Masters as well. So we've dabbled quite a bit. But, and yes, GT4 doing a good impression of a kangaroo, absolutely. But, I'm not sure if it was an Australian that was in the car at the time, but certainly would have been fitting. And yeah, Luke Whitehead definitely deserving of a great deal of recognition for his incredible efforts so far. Still going, 80 minutes left to go. The end is, it's in sight. He's got a couple more bits of, changing conditions to tackle, and here we go. Interesting stuff. So, both Renault Ritchie and Gregor Schillman deciding to go on to what I can only presume is going to be slick tyres. But you can see the gap between those two. This is for track position, pretty close between them. So that's a battle that could be emerging. A couple of white flags for Pavlovsky and Richter, but I don't think anything immediately something to be wary of. But it'd be interesting to see how these guys approach this change, because it's a narrower changeover and transition than what we've seen previously. There's not really, we could have rain again in as soon as 15 minutes. We have that gap in that 10 to 30 minute prediction. The track is still damp as it stands. It will probably still be greasy, within the next 10 minutes or so. So you could possibly look to go on to another set of wet tyres in that time. So it's going to be a bit awkward for those that maybe through stint time or things like that are being forced to head into the pit lane a bit sooner. We'll have to wait and see. And then you see both of the BMWs leaving the jacks, and they will kick their battle off very shortly once more. Maybe the ST Racing car gaining a little bit in the pit lane. We'll have to see how the BS Plus competition car is able to reel in that gap. As we continue on, see, as it looks like we've got a few different supports from Australia. It's yes, I think unfortunately Mercedes SL it will set you back quite a chunk, but oh, thank you for the very thank you for the very kind compliments for both myself and the commentary team, and also to all of my good friends that have helped bring coverage to this today. And Tim, shush. For those that may be wondering, the first, or one of the first kind of interactions that Tim Lunn and I had in the world of sim racing, as I was actually driving at the time, and Tim Lunn had the well, I'd love to say pleasure of commentating over me, but as you will go on to find out, it varied really. But around the Nürburgring, of course, not with the Nordschleife back then. But it was a wet to dry race. Now, when I say a wet to dry race, what I probably need to emphasise is that the first 5 minutes were wet, and the other 55 were bone dry. Now, don't ask me why I decided to make this decision, but I was utterly convinced that at any given moment the rain might come back, and if it was, I was going to be ready on my wet tyres that had absolutely melted to pieces. All of the tread had been removed, and it was an absolute disaster. The rain never came. What did happen was both of my rear tyres exploded on the penultimate lap, and then I missed the finish by 3.5 seconds and didn't qualify for points. So, I must admit, it wasn't my finest hour. And also I was about 4 laps down on everybody else, but I think that was kind of a given at that point. So, yes, admittedly, Tim, I've learned a lot since then. I would like to think that my understanding of reasonable strategy decisions has got marginally better since that fateful day. Meanwhile, Noah Kabulla for MK Racing in one of the Porsche Cup cars. That car is running around 5th in class, I do believe. Seems to have had a little bit of a venture over into the wall. We'll try to catch and see how big the damage is for this one. As we hear that flat 6 again. Beautiful car, but getting away, just slowly losing the back end, clipping the front nose, and then rolling into the back as well. So damage on both ends of that Porsche. And yeah, that's a very unfortunate moment there for the 699. No positions lost. He's not really under threat either of losing any more in the immediate future. But we will have to wait and see. Meanwhile, Niels Narks has stepped into the car, and I can tell you now he's brought that gap already down to 2.5 seconds to the ST Racing car up ahead. So this fight for P8 definitely well and truly on. There you can see reeling in Justin Stubenrauch up ahead. Niels Narks, who recently crowned Case King Pro Series champion of Season 13. There's been a man on a mission in this car, and of course home circuit as well for him, looking to put on a great performance, and maybe one of the final moves that they could make in this race, but certainly would be a satisfying end if they can make their way up the order. And yeah, big thank you for all the kind words for all of the commentators, all of the staff, and people have made this stream possible. It's been a wonderful, wonderful day. That's absolutely. It's very, very kind of you, and everyone has put in so much effort into this. It's been a tricky one at times, but we have worked together as an absolute wonderful unit collectively, and it has been a very, very enjoyable stream, to say the least. But so there's me talking like it's over. We still got an hour and 20 minutes worth of racing to go. We've got rain on the way. Who knows what sort of action that we could be running into? We'll keep an eye on this fight for P8 as it stands, and we'll see how the BMWs go. But Niels Knox right now looking very dialed in, and seeing what he can do in his stint. How much rain was there last night in the game? We've had quite frequent showers. We went throughout the first 5 to 6 hours with no sense of rain, and it's almost been on and off every 1 to 2 hours. This is actually one of the narrower transitions that we've had between dry and wet, so it's definitely been quite frequent. I wonder, is this BMW ahead of Niels on the wet tyres and doing the sort of strategy that I thought he might, because he's going very slowly and losing a chunk of pace. Niels Knox trying to go around the outside, brave to go side by side through there, but the BMW's looking to make it work, and Niels Knox, I think, on the superior compound, gets himself up into P8. But now the question is, when will this rain arrive? It looks to be 10 minutes time. So he's going to have to go, if he is on those wet tyres behind, which I can only imagine that maybe he is, considering the pace difference between these two cars. Oh dear! That's a hefty amount of damage on board one of the GT4s. I don't have a yellow flag for that. Who on earth is that? Oh my goodness, into the carousel. So I think one up the inside. Down there is, I think that is Tom Ilter. It is Tom Ilter for Yeet Sports. This car has been in the wars on a couple of occasions. We're trying to see what happens here. Does he take too much curb? He's gone very far over to the left-hand side. Oh dear, and just understeers. Oh, in actual fact, the bonnet has already taken a whack from someone else. But that may have actually been the reason as to why the car just simply did not turn. But unfortunately, Ilter struggling at the moment. He's had a big off on this lap, I believe. And just trying to get the car back to pit lane, I think. So we'll see how he gets on. And yeah, there has been a huge amount of rain in this race. Different colour trackers stand for what? So they would be the different classes of cars. So all of the plain red tags are your GT3s. The little green tags that you see, the first one for the 325 Adam Spansky down in P19, that is for the Porsche Cup car. And the blue tags that you see a bit further down the leaderboard, those are for the GT4 class. And then also the black selection of the tab is just the current car that we are spectating, which in this case is the wonderful Niels Knox in this race. Nordschleife is too crazy. Absolutely. It's certainly a busy one. And it's, I mean, hence why it's had the, you know, the level of expectation and you know, people are waiting this circuit because we know what it can deliver. It is an absolutely incredible location to go racing. Funny how comments about Luke's endeavour evolved throughout the race from this is dangerous and shouldn't be allowed early on to so how does he do that around half-time and now the support? That's absolutely, it's been a journey, and I'm sure Luke would say it's been a journey and a half as well. You've still got an hour and 15 minutes left to go. I'll have to see how he gets on. If worn intermediates are called slintermediates, would worn wets be called slets? I feel like I said something wrong there. I don't think that's a word, but if it was, it doesn't feel like it's a very good one. I don't know. To be honest, I've never heard. I've never heard any of the combination of that whatsoever. Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see if they introduce any in-between style compounds. Greetings to those joining us from Indonesia. Fantastic. The level of reach on the stream has been amazing. Welcoming people from all over the world, which is absolutely amazing. As we see, yes, yeeting again. Unfortunately, so Tim, you're too kind. You're very sweet. It's not true, but you're very sweet. Yeah, fingers crossed we can find our way back into the commentary box together on our next batch of shenanigans. I thoroughly look forward to it. But so as we see Alexander Setcher in the Aston Martin as it stands 5 seconds away from Philip Gamma. He's been reeling this car in ahead. Last lap he gained 6 seconds, so he really is motoring along at the moment. Bit of GT4 traffic around the lap 187. Out to Tom Ilter again. I think he's just... That car's not pointing straight, is it? That's if we go on, but yeah. I think that... Oh my goodness. Oh dear. Oh, well, if you wanted a demonstration of how difficult it's been to bring some of these cars back to pit lane earlier, this is, I think, giving you about as much of a perspective. There's not a single direction that Tom is turning in that is actually having a remote level of effect on the trajectory of this poor GT car. Just ride the barrier, Tom. It's easier. You'll make it back to pit lane a lot more safely. Oh, my goodness. I hope he's got a big gap behind. He's trying to get his way off the racing line as best as he can. This is a journey and a half. This might be one of the slowest laps of a Nordschleife you've ever seen, but it makes it no less exciting. Don't try to make the corner, go for the cut. Oh, okay, it turns just enough. Okay, I wasn't convinced the car was going to turn. This car is really not responding. And yeah, pit lane, it's almost there. This is like Fernando Alonso arriving in the Baku pit lane with about 3 wheels. Well, that one wheel actually working on his car, and he's done it. Cheers for Tom Ilter, everybody. Heroic to get that car back to pit lane. We've seen a lot of teams really struggle in those scenarios, but he has managed to get that one back to the pit. That's yes, I'm sure he is somewhat devastated. You know, it's for a lot of these guys that have run into some tricky stuff over the course of this race. It's it's always gutting when you have these incidents, but he has made it back to the pits, and show me, no expert. This suspension does not look straight. Now you know what? I think you might be onto something there. I agree. Equally, I'm not 100% certain, but it just something really subtle about the way that car was behaving. Just gives me the impression that it might be broken, but I'll leave that one to the experts. I'm not sure. Yeah, no, the car is fine. Just change the tyres. I'm sure that'll sort out. But would you look at that? Not only do we have rain on the way, it's increasing. We are checking. It's yeah. The memes. It's always one of the joyous aspects of these 24-hour races. That's yeah, the way that the conversation reaches, it's always so beautiful. I do enjoy it. That ACC mechanics will fix that in a minute or two. Absolutely, it's honestly, it's incredible. They really, they really do, have the power to sort of change physical space and time. But they've got a hammer. Job done, sorted, no problem at all. And Ellie DeBar actually getting a lovely over and under switchback onto Jonas Koesfeld there. We'll go for an onboard replay of that one. That was beautifully executed through turn 2. So there we go. There's Koesfeld up ahead and on board with Ellie DeBon here in the number 32 car. Jonas Koesfeld goes very deep there, compromises the line massively, and then on the power, on the exit, gets the throttle down just a little bit sooner, carries momentum, and then up into P15. And that's going to be a little bit of prize. It's funny, you get these kind of intervals of positions people care about. It's like you want to be inside the top 10, but if you're the difference between P7 and P10, you kind of almost don't care, especially when it's a one-off event like this and it's not a championship with points associated with everything. P7 to P10, so no one cares. P6, you'll be annoyed because you would have wanted top 5. P5, you'll be happy. P4, you're annoyed because you would have wanted a podium. P3, P2, you're happy, but you're also cross because you didn't win. And then sort of after that, outside of the top 10, it's kind of like every interval of 5, I think, up until sort of maybe about top 20 if you're talking about the GT3 class, and then after that you go back to not caring again. So it's an emotional roller coaster. Depending on whereabouts in the leaderboard you end up finding yourself at the end of this sort of race. But heroics from these guys continuing on. And let's see, what is the gap between 5th and 6th? Apologies if I missed that. Did try to catch up with everybody in the chat. Now, on my, I've got a white flag out for Luke Whitehead, but he seems okay. Bastian Richter's gone into the pit. That's going to land a bit awkwardly for the next batch of rain, I do believe. Between 5th and 6th, so Chris Harterveld, here he is, number 51 car. Is about halfway around the ring. And there you go, and there's the 595. So he's only about 3 corners behind. The delta right now is saying 12,000 plus. It's quite clearly not that. I think it's more about 15 seconds, if I was to hazard a guess, between P5 and P6. So I'll keep an eye on it and see if that changes. Meanwhile, fight emerging suddenly between the 121, the Armentera car, and the number 69 ITB Racing. The Porsche has had surprisingly good straight line speed today. Trying to go all the way around the outside. Yellow flag out for somebody. It's the number 11 by the looks of it. That is Victor Roosloot. The move has been completed by the Porsche by the time they got to the bridge. We'll try to see who that was recovering their way around. So number 11, BMW. And, I see. We've just caught up with the action. So we've all been there. We've all done it. Victor Venya just losing the back end. Evasive action having been taken briefly by the LFM GT4 car just behind as well, but thankfully managing to keep it out of the rear bumper of the BMW there. Jacob also a brief white flag for him, but I think all okay there. As Niels Niles charging on, only 6.3 seconds behind Tom Gorka. So that gap is closing pretty rapidly, and Niels Niles actually run out on this particular lap. Is absolutely flying as GT4 car up ahead of him, and he could very likely see himself take that PS Plus competition car to battling for P7. And yeah, no, don't worry, he wasn't forced to take on 24 hours by himself. He hasn't been held at gunpoint. He very willingly and publicly explained that it was an entirely voluntary effort. Yeah, he is taking on an absolutely exceptional challenge, and is doing extremely well in it, and everyone is very much cheering him on as it stands. So no, he has at least 23 hours, because I imagine he was probably at least awake for a few hours before the start of the race practicing. So yeah, who knows how long that poor man has been awake, but he has been I mean, you know, as a test of just human capability, or alien. That is also true, or alien. And we've had the clone discussions. It's been a journey discussing Luke Whitehead's adventures over the course of this race. But yeah, it truly is remarkable. The talent, the speed, the consistency that he's been able to deliver so far. He's had a couple of moments, but when you consider the challenge and the type of challenge he's taken on, it's been absolutely incredible. Luke is literally that one team from Le Mans with the dude that drove for 23.5 hours. I think because there wasn't a isn't that something like a really old record where there wasn't a limit on the stint times for the drivers, and then so one of them was really good, the other one was mediocre, and so it was just one person for the entire race, but it was compulsory to have at least 2 people take part. Something like that. I feel like that was something from quite a while ago. But yeah, though, Luke Whitehead is doing that, but with his clones. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Luke had actually turned his force feedback down slightly for this race, because yes, it would have been an absolutely remarkable feat to keep on going. GT4 Tim is still being led by the Veloce crew. George Boothby back in the McLaren now, down in 35th position. Don't worry, I plan to ask a great deal of questions to Luke, but I say a great deal of questions, some, not too many, because to be honest, I think he needs to sleep. I thought it was a father-son team as well. That sounds right to me. I will ask Luke a few questions, but equally, I will be acutely aware of the fact that the man will desperately need to sleep, no matter what position on track he finishes in. So, we will hopefully look to speak to him one way or another, but I won't hold him in the commentary box for all too long. I think he will deserve a nice cuppa and a bit of a rest. Niels Niles, having made his pit stop a little bit before some of his other guys. He's come back out behind the likes of Justin Suranch and Tom Gorka. And Luke reduced his fuel about several times during the race. He's now below 50% of what you normally use it. That makes entire sense to me. I'm sure it does, because the Nordschleife, there's so many bumps, there's so many high-loaded corners as well around this circuit that, yeah, you really do need to tune it down on the sort of equipment that he would have been running. He's going to collapse onto his bed, I'm sure he will. Yeah, we will see how all of this progresses. Yeah, I imagine he also might have a bit of a sore back, and I'm surprised his legs haven't gone numb, to be honest, at this point as well. So he must have a very well-optimised sim rig position. Obviously, he's got some pretty handy pieces of kit that he tends to work with, but yeah, he certainly needs to make sure that was set up about as ergonomically as absolutely possible. He's done extremely well so far. Everyone is supporting and is behind him all the way to the end of this race. Just over an hour left, Luke. You have got this indeed, buddy. And for those who did miss it earlier on, apparently the real-life 24 Hours of Nordschleife, also, that the commentator over from there got wind of what Luke Whitehead was doing and actually gave him a shout-out, which I thought was absolutely magical and so wonderful to see, and a great little nod between the worlds, colliding once again between the virtual and real ones. Yeah, absolutely. An incredibly admirable, feat of what Luke is doing. That's so yeah, 23 Hours of Rig needs to know what his secret is for sure. That's yeah, needs to be comfy, without a shadow of a doubt. I don't know if he's been doing any stretching in all of that. And yeah, I don't know where I can't remember who it was. I think it was Tobias, maybe. I could be wrong. That mentioned that in the chat. If there's a way to grab that as a clip or so, or to at least be able to point Luke in the direction of him, and obviously I'll bring it to his attention later on. But it'd be incredible if we can get that over to Luke in some way, because he really does deserve it. Yellow flag out for, who is that? That is Sasha Delic in the Lima Esports McLaren. And bouncing away back over the curves. These curves are so steep and high. Has got underway again. I don't think he's lost anything in terms of positions, but we'll have a bit of a gander at what the 666 was getting up to. And yeah, just loses the back end, and as soon as it starts to get out from underneath you, it's a very difficult one to bring back. And the Marshal once again enthusiastically flapping the yellow flag. Oh, well, okay, well, okay. He's having a changeover. He's making his mind up. The McLaren back on the way again and progressing on, yeah, so again, that doesn't surprise me about Luke either. So on the straights, he's actually trying to have a bit of a stretch, having a bit of a stretch on the straights to try to help with that fatigue, because of course his body must really be feeling it at this point, and it's an incredible thing. I wouldn't be surprised if he does come in for an interview that he takes it standing up. I think that would be perfectly valid. Is Osman currently streaming? I don't believe so. I'm not 100% certain. You can go and have a look if you like, but I'm not aware that he has any particular channels that he tends to send stuff out to, so I don't believe so, I'm afraid. That's update on the fun fact. I was wrong. 23 hours, 15 minutes is the record. Oh, you were out by 15 minutes. Despicable. It's the record for longest time in the car for the winning driver. The overall record for longest time in the car is 24 hours. Oh, okay. Oh, well, Luke, you got beaten to it. I mean, someone did it in real life. Not that clever now. No, quite clearly, jokes without a doubt for this man. He's been absolutely incredible so far today, and negotiating some traffic still with those GT4 cars making his way. And he's got a comfortable 2-minute gap down to Niter in P4, so really is in a stage of just bringing it home and not making mistakes. And before I do anything further, I'm going to look away onto another car, because otherwise I may curse him, and I do not wish to be responsible for that, because I think there might be a very angry mob of people that come after me, and to be honest, I'd go after me as well. I think that'd be fair enough. So I shall look away from Luke and leave him to his own devices, and hopefully he'll be a-okay. But And interview, he will close the stream and go to sleep as soon as he crosses the start. He won't even close the stream. He will cross the line and physically his body will just shut down. He will just... yeah, Whitehead.exe will have in fact stopped working and it will reboot in 2 to 3 working days. Yeah, even if he pops in, honestly, if he pops in for a moment, I will speak to him for, you know... I will try to gauge his enthusiasm for a competition based on his responses. Yeah, he's somewhat has a reputation for giving some lovely interviews where he does talk for a while, but so do I. So I appreciate that. He's just wanting to communicate everything, and I really appreciate it. It's always great when you get that level of detail from drivers at such a high level and understand what has gone into their races. But I'm not so convinced we'll be quite seeing that version of Luke today. So we'll see. If he replies primarily through kind of relieved grunting noises, then I may cuss it fairly short, but we'll see. But absolutely, yeah. The Windows XP shutdown sound will kick in as soon as he crosses the start-finish line. Yeah, once the adrenaline drops out of his body, I'm sure he will just stop. But yes, less than an hour to go, everybody, after what's been an incredible race. And we've still got things on the cards that can change. We've got weather increasing in terms of the rain. 30 minutes time, we don't have any rain. Could be an interesting closing stages to the race. So buckle in, everybody, because this is looking to be a fantastic finish. And the likes of Gregor Schill, Stubenrauch, Gorka, Harteveld, and Ida, all still kind of within some degrees of contention here for how things could look to play out. Carniter has just come into the pits, so that will re-establish some of the gaps that we were seeing earlier on in this race. We've got no reader on the start-finish straight, trying to judge how some of these gaps are faring. Chris Harteveld, you can see, is just coming onto the start-finish straight now. So there's probably about 20-odd seconds between P4 and P5. Tom Gorka is another 20 seconds behind the Ferrari car. We'll see where Carniter slots into all of this, because he has just come into the pits. And I think he may drop down a couple of positions in all of this. As you see, one of the Low Fuel Motorsport Caymans making their way on in. And Tom Gorka actually comes into the pits as well. And so we will have to see. Of course, I think the BS Plus competition cars already made their stop relative to these guys. So they should be on the charge. Gregor Schill back in that car. 8:28 from Schill on the last lap. That looks like that's a time. It's motoring along pretty nicely. 3 seconds quicker than your race leader as well. And so there is Carlota emerging out of the pits now. Stubenrauch coming down the start, finish straight. And then, in actual fact, a further 20 seconds odd down the road. There, Tom Gorka still in pit lane. So we could see, oh dear, Stubenrauch getting a little bit caught out by the GT4 traffic there. We could see Stubenrauch closing that gap towards Carniter, potentially only 10 seconds behind now. Gregor Schill out down the start-finish straight, and Tom Gorka still in pit lane. So Gorka in the number 77 car down to P9 then, and Gregor Schill for BS Plus competition, 20 seconds behind Stubenrauch, but again, motoring along very quickly, is trying to close up that gap and see if he can start to fight amongst all those other cars. Oh, we've got a couple of cars that have brought out the yellow flags. Further down the order, we've got Florian Appel and someone else that was... I think those incidents have been more or less resolved. Trying to go a little bit on the replay, trying to catch what happened there. From Florian. But he comes over the jump. Does he dip a wheel in the gravel or anything? We'll find through that. As... we'll see. Oh dear. That's a very weird moment through a crest there, and then sets back off in racing pace like everything was fine. So maybe a little bit of lapse of concentration from Florian, but keeps everything together. Keeps the car on the black stuff and continues on in his race. Although I'm seeing a yellow flag again for the 72 car, and the answer is nothing's happened. It's just being a little bit sensitive on the overlay. So we will see how they crack on. That's also so we've got Luke will soon beat the race long distance record of 162 laps set by Fricadelli Ferrari. by the Fricadelli Ferrari. In last year's, Leon of Tucky, yellow flag, also nothing. In last year's 24-hour, my goodness. That's yes, I'm sure that Luke will have, he's a wise young chap. He'll have known the consequences this was going to have, and I'm sure he'll take the suitable recovery stages afterwards. Is P5 really 25 laps before P4? No. They are all on the... So P3, all the way down to P10, are all on the same lap. And then you have Atoki on 1 lap further, and then Osterman on 1 lap beyond that. And that's just because of the gaps between them. That they have started their laps inside different places. So basically your top 2 are a lap ahead of most of these other guys. But everyone pushing on very hard at the moment in these closing stages. And then see, what else have we got in these conversations? So where have you scheduled your appointment with your doctor? I sat down and raced virtual cars doing nothing else for 24 hours. Yeah, absolutely. It's yeah, that'd be an interesting one to go through, wouldn't it? Especially then if he, if he is feeling a bit sore and he heads to a physio or something like that. What strenuous level of athletics were you doing that resulted in this in this hideous amount of tension all the way throughout your body? Sat down for a really long time. Incredible. But yeah, Luke charging on in the closing stages of this race. Yes, Luke Whitehead is still driving solo and doing a fantastic job of it as well. Yeah, Luke Whitehead has been in that podium spot. Well, he's been in the top 3 the entire race. He actually led the very early stages, but overall raw pace in the end. That's a bit of an off for Atoki, who's quite clearly pushing on hard. Yeah, I think that he made his way down to P3, and he's never really moved out of that spot since then. But he has been the only man in that car the entire race. And I think other than a couple of stretches and getting up for some comfort breaks at some well-timed pit stops, that he has been racing for almost a full day. It's honestly mind-blowing. How sleep deprived is he? Very, I'm sure. Yeah, all of the deprived, I think, is where Luke Whitehead is at as it stands at the moment. Also, if you want that information of all of the timing board, you can also go and get that over on the pit wall that's been very helpful. That you just pinned and updated over onto the chat there as well. Just for the Nürburgring DLC, definitely will try after this race. Absolutely. I think this race has been a fantastic advert for exactly all the incredible action that you can look forward to experiencing on this wonderful addition to an already incredible platform. Absolutely, so many people enjoying having driven it already. He's streaming on Twitch. Take a look for yourself. Be kind. He might not be looking at his best. Luke has to have someone next to him with an air horn to keep him awake. Absolutely. That's yeah. Although to be honest, he's had enough scares with some Porsche Cup cars and GT4s, which have kind of enabled him to remain awake at times, or when he did venture off into the wall, and it's kind of one and only mistake with that. But yeah, do go and give him some support. He really does seriously deserve it. Everyone is fully behind that man. And whilst he's not looking to maybe win from today, regardless, I think everyone would have been behind him anyway, just getting to the end of this race, let alone with a stronger performance that he has put together. So yeah, do go cheer him on and head over to his channel, because everybody is thoroughly looking forward to him closing out the race, also so that he can get some sleep, because I think everyone's also at the flip side marginally worried about his state of health. But GT4 P6 currently 4 seconds behind the car in P5. Now, we had some interesting timing deltas being a bit odd earlier, but we will check in on that. In P5, we have Manuel Stalder, and absolutely, so 4 seconds. Now the gap, triple three for virtual drivers. Oh, and Statchak as well. Bit of an, oh my goodness, all the yellow flags are kicking off left, right, and centre. Giovanni Annone in the 202 Porsche Cup car having lost out. Rafael Statchak, so I think maybe just getting a bit tripped up over one another. Ellie de Bon getting stuck behind some traffic as well. But I think, yeah, that main point of contention other than the now yellow flag for Alexander Stratman, a lot of yellow flags coming out as these drivers negotiating the wet weather and also the traffic. But gaining a huge rate of knots, actually, is Katzberger in this Mercedes. And I think what we'll do is we'll head on board with this man. He's got the Ferrari behind, which, if he's lucky, will overtake at a rather opportune moment. Brief yellow flag out for Tom Ilter, who's been having a... Oh, dear. Oh, that car doesn't look any better than it did earlier, and it's back in the pit lane again. What happened? Tom! I think the wheels are marginally straighter than they were last time, but unfortunately, for the UT Sports 187, I'm not going to repeat that, Waps, but it's a very funny image. This car, unfortunately, looking like a mirror image of it did a while ago. And meanwhile, when we look back to the scene, we'll head on board with this Mercedes, because he is gaining quite a rate of knots over that Camaro up ahead. Perhaps the electronics on board this car being a little bit more fine-tuned and dialed in. To the wet weather conditions at the moment. So still pushing on, trying to see what he can do. And Katzberger will be gaining a bit as a result of Stolder having to give way to that GT3. Oh dear, that's not going to help anything though. Okay, easy, there we go. Katzberger will have to resume his charge, but clearly the pace is still there. Also, yellow flag out for Marcel Tamo. Brief moment for him. Ooh, that's not looking like the healthiest of Mercedes that I've ever seen. It's not as bad as Tom's, but it's not great. Deadly curbs. In actual fact, I think that yellow flag may have just been because he was already going slowly. And it looks like that damage may have already been done. Oh, that was probably a little bit of an excursion. And yes, they did unfortunately take Yeet a little bit too seriously. And found themselves turning themselves into the GT4 lawnmower that they always wanted to be. But they have got themselves back dialed in again, and 3 seconds is the gap now, and they are still gaining that time. So a little bit frustrated behind the wheel, trying to push on and put them under pressure, but opportunity in all of this. Also opportunity for this man who's been absolutely flying over the last few laps. 8:55 for Gregor Schill, this man in the BMW. Hopefully we see him about in a few more things, because he's an absolute weapon in this car. Oh, and a mistake! There you go! Job done straight away! Stuart Rouse deep out the Dunlop hairpin, gets it done on the Grand Prix layout of the circuit, and now sets off to try to hunt down Max Florens up in P6. Whereas a 27-second gap between those cars. And, I mean, we'll have to see what Florens does. We'll have to see what Florens does in terms of his next lap time and get a representative benchmark from him. But Gregor Schill looking very dialed in at the moment. We'll head on back to his fight with Katzelberger. And I do want to head on board with his Mercedes. 1, because it makes a really good noise, and so it's a good excuse. 2, because it's quite fun to see, the perspective of a driver who's trying to hunt down somebody in the final few laps of this race. And quite clearly, they've got the bit between their teeth, and they are racking up some good laps at the moment. Gap back under 3 seconds now. Tucked into the apex. Now down to 2.5 seconds. See how they fare through the carousel. The GT4s really tend to chuck it in to the cam here. Drop your way in and stick your landing, and then just try to keep that minimum speed up. Flapping around a little bit on the wheel on the exit, but managing to keep up the momentum. 1.6 seconds now, the gap. So you can see really has a great deal more confidence than that Chevy Camaro up ahead. Blue flags even being waved for somebody. I'm assuming that there may be a car. I can see some headlights in the rearview mirror, so there may be a GT3 or something on the way. It be interesting to see how it falls for each of those guys. I think it very much affect this. Actual fact, that's the Unicorns of Love. Aston Martin, it's going to be a little bit tricky. Might send out the inside towards this next right-hander. There we go. There's the lunge. Compromises the line ever so slightly of Katzelberger. But we'll have to see what happens if for the Camaro. Oh, still ahead in that other Sim RC car. And see, Simhaven Motorsport, my beloved. It's always lovely to see when there's support in the chat. Starting to bring out the yellow flag for a moment. So not sure what happened to him, but I think he survived all okay in the end. As we look back to this fight here. 2 seconds now the gap between these drivers and the GT4 of Katzelberger on a mission right now, trying to reel in the other Sim RC car. 176. A bit of a less of a dainty beast. The Camaro, although to be honest, none of these sound very dainty. They're thunderous V8s in the front of them. But yeah, certainly it's the Camaro is more brick shaped. One could suggest. But you see a bit of an awkward line coming out of the left-hander there. Some time gained for the Mercedes. Looking further up the order, Gregor Schill has already gained 7 seconds over the car behind. No, Rita briefly bringing that yellow flag, but doesn't look like there's anything too wrong there. Max Flores, where is he on circuit? He's still got a little bit of a way to go, about halfway through the lap as it stands at the moment. But Gregor Schill is moving on very quickly. He's 5 seconds up on his Delta, and his previous lap time was already quicker than what anyone else is doing at the moment. So he is on an absolute mission, and in the closing stage of this race, could very well be contending to try to get that BS Plus competition car up into P6 by the end of this race. Who knows? We will check in with them as they go. Here we go then. Katzelberger, he's been gaining over the last few laps. He won't have the opportunity on this straight, but with the pace advantage that he's showing, you'd have to think Simhaven would have a good chance of making their way past the Camaro just a moment. Oh, that's a good noise, the downshift. Can't see how the Camaro is aerodynamically competitive with other cars. I just can't. Yeah, it's a brick. It is definitively a brick. I mean, the Bentley is kind of brick-shaped, but if you really wanted to define a brick, the Camaro is it. But I think it's because it does everything with horsepower. Murica. It's the summary that I can provide you with for that. With the way that everything is balanced. Also, the GT4 cars aren't they're not massively exactly. It's a big spin and a big crash. Oh my goodness, almost going up and over at one point. Big incident for Florian Appel. That may actually open up the door for Elie Debon to close the gap. Maybe try to contend for P14. Yeah, the GT4 cars, they're not very aerodynamically capable. They're kind of, it's sort of like an added extra to stabilize them a bit in some of the high-speed stuff, rather than really being something that changes the handling behavior of the car. As we've got Nissan GTI is also breaking. They managed to make that thing aerodynamically a master. True. Although, yeah, I don't know, there is something about the lines of a GTR where you can sort of see that they tried. Whereas, to be blunt, you just can't tell that with the Camaro. I'm just not convinced that they did. As we've got Harris in the Funtech Racing team losing a bit of time. And Zone having to leave the chat. Thank you so much for the support. Great having you here. Hope you enjoyed the race. And catch you very soon. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate. And as we see these fights continuing on. Katzelberger losing a bit of time. We'll see. The Alpine F1 car is behaving more like a brick line now. Yeah, yes. Although in relative terms, there's brick. And then there's brick. There's a Bentley is brick, but it's not brick. It's just there is a distinctive difference. I mean, it's a unique thing. It's a beautiful thing. We love it. It's got a whopping great V8 in the front of it, so we no longer care. but yeah, we will see how these guys push on and progress. We'll keep an eye on their fight as well as that gap between Gregor Schill and Max Florens. Still waiting for representative lap time from the 595 car. We should get that through in hopefully just a moment when he next crosses the line. And why is there no Lambos on track? Because I don't think we actually had any. And if we did, I don't think they lasted very long. And I don't think people were too keen on trying to use that car in the wet weather conditions. Yeah, so you have Brick and then you have Fast Brick. Also a good way of thinking about it. But if you race the Alpine F1 car against a Brick thrown by Steiner, it would be close. It'd be a close one, wouldn't it? It's yeah, Mustang GTE around the Nordschleife. That would be a very interesting thing. See how that car gets on. Yeah, what a car that is shaping up to be. It's we like bricks. Yeah, everyone likes bricks. They're useful, and in the context of cars, they try their best, and that's all that matters. Apart from the other hideous amounts of disadvantageous qualities that they come with, they try their best, and that's okay. Yes, you measure their car performance from your calendar as opposed to anything else. So you don't need a stopwatch. Yeah, you need to book in when you think the car's going to reach 60. That's yes, the Camaro. It's you need a very delicate right foot in order to get this car about, because it's a tricky one at best. Luke definitely still is going. Yellow flag for number P10 car, but I think Schwartzman all seems to be okay. So seems like he is all fine there. But yeah, Luke still charging on P3 in this race, doing a fantastic job. Everyone cheering him on all the way to the end. I tried to land on it lasted as long as the new chassis. Yeah, it's not going well at the moment, is it? You repair the old one, you come back, you're proud, it's only 100 grams heavier than it was before, and then it's in several different pieces by the time you've gone out in FP1, I think. It was FP1. Yeah, it's not a great time. But yeah, they a tricky one at that. No, I am not fail race. I'm not the beloved individual that is that man. No, my name is John Watts, everybody. I've had the pleasure of covering some of the beginning of this stream alongside Tim Peck, and then also taking things through to the end of this race. You've also had coverage brought to you by Nathan Ritchie and Tim Lunn into the evening and through the early hours of the morning as well. An incredible and wonderful lineup of people that have we've had to do some emergency repairs on some of our scheduling and ordering a third thing, that we've absolutely tried our best to bring this event to life as best as we can, and it's been an absolute pleasure bringing this stream and race to all of you. It's certainly been a magnificent one, and you guys have been absolutely wonderful. We still have 35 minutes of racing left to go with dry weather for one final time by the looks of it, hitting the circuit in about 10 minutes time. And how that's going to play into effect, we'll have to wait and see. Will people even look to try to keep these wet tyres to the end? Do they look to not come into the pit? You know, does that end up being the better strategy? Who knows? As Jan Fager brought out the yellow flag for just a moment. Maybe the Rexy Porsche Cup car having a bit of a moment. Now the chat seems to have descended into becoming animals. I'm not quite sure what happened there. Everything was fine, and I looked away for 2 minutes, and it's things have descended. Shall we say? Greetings from 176. So the Sim RC car that is currently trying to hold back the Sim Haven Motorsports crew in the GT4 fights then for position. This is for net P655 in class between these guys. That's Luke Ninja got murdered by Ferrari and the bridge. Oh my goodness. Okay, well Luke certainly has enough to be keeping him awake over the course of the remaining portions of the race, as we'll look to go on board once again, and almost the clones. That's what's done it. It all makes sense now. That's and so we've got Katzelberger applying the pressure, trying to see if he can close down this distance to the 176. They should increase the number of limits of force of a Camaro. Could be 1776. Yeah, all of the digits. Yeah. So the Mercedes now trying to close the race. When you lead the race so far that you never get any Alaric, in fairness, I have pointed the camera at the ITB Racing car on a few occasions. Admittedly, not that many. But in fairness, you know, you guys have done an absolutely phenomenal job, even in the times where you have run into some scary moments. I haven't seen anyone that's really affected you badly. You know, there's been some scary points, but it's always been very well negotiated. So, you know, huge congratulations over to the ITB Racing crew. They've been dominant so far this race, but I'll make sure to try to get them across the line. I'll look to do that, don't you worry. It's where's the live pit wall? There is a pit wall. I don't know if someone can relink it, but there is a pit wall available with all the live timing from this race that you can go and look at. There's a link for that somewhere up and down the chat, but unfortunately, in order to find it, might be tricky in order to track it down. A little bit of a wide moment for the 701. And trying to close in the slipstream, 0.8 of a second, the gap, and trying to see if he can close this one. I don't know if he's going to have the straight line speed enough. He's definitely closing, more so than I would have thought. You can see that distance coming down, but as they get to the bridge, I'm not quite sure. And just so, yes, the 325 has done a phenomenal job all day as well. Absolutely stellar performance from the Porsche Cup class leader from the other ITB Racing car. Incredible stuff there, and yeah, no, I'm fully aware about the race that is taking place. I'm making sure to point the cameras at the busiest points that we have on circuit, any bits of drama that we have going on. But as sometimes is the case from the world of 24-hour racing, you do sometimes end up with those lull periods and a bit of time of sort of everyone running their own race and just sort of trying to stay out of trouble. Oh, would you look at that? It's going to rain again by the end of the race. Well, just as you thought that things were going to be straightforward to the end, yoink, nope. Things are going to change. Busy stuff as the Porsche Cup leader flies on by both of these cars and may actually open up the door and the opportunity for Katzelberger trying to finally go for the move, trying to see if he can make it down the inside in towards the Grand Prix circuits, and he's trying to make it stick. Still side by side with the Camaro. Fantastic scenes as we see these guys battle through here. This is a battle for P5 in class in the final 30 minutes of racing. Katzelberger has been trying to make this move and close the gap all the way to the end of the race. More confident on the brakes. Dunlop hairpin. It's tricky to go around the outside there, and he's gone too deep. And by the smallest of margins, the Camaro holds on to P5 for the time being, but I'm sure that the Mercedes is going to continue to reel that gap in once more. Oh, wide moment immediately into Schumacher S's, and we'll try to go for another overtake in just a minute. That's and Luke has then done that 162 laps around here at the Nordschleife. That's absolutely incredible, though in actual fact I must admit my counter says 161. But he'll have enough time to do 162, so it's still fun. We can still celebrate it. But yeah, an incredible effort there from Luke Whitehead. Of course, you know, it's just absolutely amazing. That's a mighty effort from that young man who's trying to bring the Porsche home to the line and keep that podium. Oh, good run out of the chicane from Katzelberger, sent to the outside line, but are they able to make the move stick before they get on to the ring? Yellow flag briefly out for Stube, and I think that was for negotiating some of the traffic, but no such luck at making his way through on board the rear wing of the 176 car with that Mercedes desperately trying to keep the Mercedes back. The mighty Brick has won the battle to live for another day, but as you rightly say, trailer, but the thing is, the Mercedes is looking very capable in these wet weather conditions, and yes, as an unbiased commentator, go Luke Whitehead and go Big Bad Chevy Camaro, trying to go around the outside of that, can't make it stick. Have to wait for another opportunity. Fantastic noise from the Chevy Camaro, really does scream American muscle. And but it also does sometimes showcase it quite heavily around certain parts of the circuit. Closing up into the Flugplatz. Difficult to do this well when you are under a lot of pressure, but both drivers surviving through there okay. Also, goes to show, remember, you know, these GT4 cars, that, you know, sometimes the GT3s make them kind of look like they're standing still a little bit, but these cars are still fundamentally very, very quick, and around the Nordschleife, trust me, these corners still come at you thick and fast. We also might have a battle heating up inside of the top 10. P8 and P9 just 3 seconds apart. Felix Arndt trying to nudge his way back towards the P8 position, but because we don't know quite what's going to happen about the pit stops in the final stages of this race, because we've got dry and we've got wet weather at the very end. You might have some teams that go onto the slick tyres, then try to survive the rain at the end. You might have other teams that try to just survive the wet tyres until the rain comes back in. Yeah, who knows? So that view is amazing. It absolutely is, isn't it? So I think another one that contends pretty well is if we go on board the front splitter of that Mercedes that is following ever so closely as he gets tucked up. Oh my goodness, being tucked up a little bit too quick to the Camaro. Oh, I thought there was going to be a lot more contact than it was. Oh, we've got another battle that was kicked off in GT4 as well, out of nowhere. Oh my goodness, this is what usually happens in 24-hour races. We have about 2 hours where sort of people are quite far apart from one another. But then all of a sudden everything kicks off at a given instant. So that we've got Leo Zalas applying the pressure to the back of Michael Croker. He's been gaining 6 seconds per lap all over the curves. You can really monster them in these GT4 cars. They do not care, but they care up until a point, but they don't care too much. As Katzelberger in this 701 still following in the tyre tracks of this Camaro. Trying to square up the exit. That's not the way to do it, though. A little bit of extra off-roading. Tom Ilter back in the pits again. That man's had a tough day. Felix Arndt has rapidly closed this gap up. There he is, absolutely flying up to the back of the ST Racing BMW, trying to see what he can do. He's actually going to send it all right down the inside. Oh my goodness, there is contact. You can see it was going to be inevitable. He's going to look to take the position anyway, I think. Well, not the stewards have anything to say about that. We'll have to wait and see. But Firefly Esports, oh dear, it's not over and done with yet. Oh, there'll definitely be words in the stewards' room, because there we go, Firefly Esports around. And that was, yeah, you could sort of almost tell the way that the cars were driving, the body language there. Tricky stuff. But that was the consequence and the outcome. Meanwhile, not wanting to miss out on some of these other fights, Leo Zalas has absolutely dropped the other GT4 car. They've swapped positions, but I need to check on this. Is pushing the rear bumper of the Camaro along in one of the fastest corners around the Nordschleife. These GT4s and guys putting on a show in the final few stages of this race. And these guys running nose to tail more literally than I think anybody has done so far this race. A little bit deep and a bit wide for the Chevy. Back on board with Katzelberger. You can't dive to the inside here because you know the car in front is going to look to do the same. Or he dropped into the carousel a bit later than I thought he was going to. Can the Mercedes square up a good exit out of here on the power? But the Camaro's got the traction, surprisingly. 24 minutes left to go. That's only about 3 laps worth of racing. And it looks like we're going to have no more rain to the end of the race. But I don't think we're going to make it really into what you would consider dry conditions. If we do, it won't be for very long by this one. Because it's still going to be, I would think, dry. Slightly damp for another good 10 minutes or so. We'll have to wait and see how quickly it dries up through this very fast sequence of corners. And opinions in the chat all on art for me. Dove into a corner where overtakes already happened. Isn't really a possibility, and later drove across the front of the but it was difficult to. I conscious of not wanting to miss out on the action in this GT4 class. I didn't look to have a replay there, so I couldn't quite tell if how. Oh dear, contact. Thankfully, these cars are very rectangular, so it's not the most consequential thing. But side by side all the way, a long way around. Can't make that one stick. The Camaro is still holding on strong. Fantastic racing between these two, even if it is getting a little bit argy-bargy between these guys. But yeah, I couldn't quite tell from the camera angle. It did look like, you know, maybe he just squeezed a little bit across. They'll say he was entitled to more space, but to be honest, based on the dive at the previous corner, I'm not surprised that the other car didn't leave a great deal of space. But yeah, I'm sure the stewards will look at that and they'll look at more camera angles and things to see how. But so yeah, first one. Yeah, the first one you could maybe put as a racing incident, although again, this is brave. Oh my goodness, so close to the grass. That was inevitable. Into the wall for Katzelberger. But thankfully, the cuboidal nature of these cars means that you can just bounce off and carry on. Oh my goodness, Katzelberger throwing everything in the kitchen sink. But for this one, my goodness, a 701 flying. Well, flying more than one way as it stands. I have to spend a bit more time to try to close out the gap. Another battle suddenly heats up. What's all going on here? As we've got the rather wounded-looking BTL Racing Mercedes, currently driven by Patrick Dieng in the 141 car, applying the pressure to the back of the Mercedes in front. Marcel Tamo, the 770 car. And yeah, it will be a hefty bit of damage. The only thing he's lucky about, it was all very side on, so it might be okay. So we'll have to see. That's a top Nordschleife strap. Pick the widest car, and then just defend everywhere. Yeah, absolutely. That's oh, it is Funtech Racing. They're having much fun at the moment. They've spun just on the entry into the main ring. I do believe they are gonna have to do a bit of a 3-point turn. They're getting out the way. They want to be getting out the way sooner. They have got out the way. Meanwhile, Dieng trying to make a move around the outside. These GT4s have suddenly woken up, haven't they? Around the outside he goes. Fantastic stuff. Through this fast right-hander they will go. The outside will turn to the inside, in towards the final chicane of the Grand Prix layout. Makes a move stick. The Get Quickie racing car backs out of that one. And Patrick makes the move stick. He just needs a clean run through a chicane. He gets it and goes on through. Now, meanwhile, Katzenberger back dialed in once more, applying the pressure to the rear diffuser of this Camaro. And these cars have taken a battering over the last half an hour or so, but they are still vaguely intact. Not very, but vaguely. And pushing on. I'll try to keep an eye on anything that I can regarding those other incidents, but I haven't seen anything pop up just yet. So yeah, we will wait and see how it all goes with that. Katzelberger applying the pressure, but unable to close in the distance just yet. Mercedes consistently more confident under brakes, and even a little bit so in the power as well. And is the AMG the widest? I don't actually know. The Camaro is pretty bulky. I think the BMW as well is probably actually fairly sizable. I think it's when you're something like the Alpine that you're in a bit of a titchy car. Yeah, exactly. Pretty sure the Beamer is wider than your average aircraft carrier. I agree. Yeah, it's what I think would generally be referred to as thick. There's going to be contact again, and it's a heavier nudge this time, but Stolder stays strong. My goodness, getting very busy around that part of the circuit. These guys have really started to brute force their way through, or attempt to go through one another, but thankfully, keeping all together. My goodness. Depends on whether or not he smashed the front left suspension, depending on how quick. Yes, I mean, right now it looks like he got away with it because he's still very, very quick at applying the pressure as slow cars with less downforce equals closer, more racing more often. Like, absolutely. Yeah, it's just we haven't had too many proper battles in GT4 so far today. It's been a bit of a kind of spread out field from that group, but when the battles do kick off, they're really very, very good. So yeah, fantastic to see in the final 20 minutes of this race. You can see how much the track has dried out, but it's still looking very wet. So yeah, I think it will be a case of staying with wet tyres perhaps until the very end. Big run for the Mercedes now on this occasion, trying to close the distance. They run up the hill, see what he can do. He's got that inside line, and as we go to the helicam through the tree, side-by-side action, trying to keep it all together. Going to be a very, very long run. The inside turns towards the outside. Camaro on that inside line probably won't be too happy about the contact earlier on, and says have a little bit of a nudge towards the outside of the circuit yourself, my friend. And they do come together, but they all stay in the same positions that they were, and now the charge continues on. Fantastic racing between these guys in the closing stages. And also thank you for the kind words there, in Stricken, and also very, very much warranted. Also, like I say, to the drivers, the teams, the staff, hidden heroes in the background as well. Absolutely incredible. And yeah, the wall has done an exceptional job of absorbing all of the damage without leaving the Mercedes with too much of an issue. That's as we again are closing, happy to go defensive towards that inside line. The Mercedes setting the outside line, almost tripping himself up on the white line. Can't carry momentum through in towards the next left-hander. What happened to Luca? Which car or team was Luca in? I can try to track them down. Or unless you mean what, or just do you mean Luke? Because if you just mean Luke, he's still in P3 and is probably looking forward to the end of this race, I'd imagine. And absolutely right now, brick on top from the Camaro. Through they go. Again, patience in the braking. Yellow flag briefly out for someone else further down the order. Not sure who that was for. But this action looks like it could go all the way to the very end of the race. They fly on through this mighty sequence. The amount of adulation around here at the Nordschleife is really something special. You know, there are circuits that are similar roller coasters, but there's nothing that compares to this, and this is a very good run for the Mercedes. It's another good opportunity potentially on the cards. Oh, it's a bit deep perhaps. It gets a good run on the exit for the Camaro, managing to keep this Mercedes behind by the smallest of margins. A yellow flag up ahead. Oh dear, something has gone wrong for the Gladius Competition Porsche. Oh dear, they are having a very sad time right now by the looks of it. They have managed to get themselves going, and I can't see too much damage, and they seem relatively controlled, so I'm not sure maybe it was a hardware issue or something like that. We'll have to wait and see. But now the 701 of Katzelberger gets a very good run side by side as they climb up towards the hill. America versus Germany! Oh, the Mercedes onto the grass again, but he's kept his foot in it. They're still side by side. Into the next right-hander they go. Can he get the move done? And I think he has. The argy-bargy finally comes to an end between these two, but the Mercedes gets the job done. Carried the momentum, had the exit, stayed brave throughout, and you'd have to think with the pace advantage, even with the damage on board that this car has showed, that they would be able to make their way away from that Camaro now and climb up the order. I don't think they'll change any positions for the remainder of this race, but they should at least hopefully manage to hold on to that one, because that was a well thought out battle. The brick unfortunately has finally fallen. Oh, as did the traction for this Cayman. The 999 car down in 54th position, and unfortunately sending Stefan into a little bit of a spin there. Managed to get him going again, and they will continue on from that point there. The gap is already a second between Stalder and Katzelberger, so I think that will be the way that battle proceeds. We've also got Marcel Tamo, who lost out to Patrick Dieng not too long ago. He seems to be moving maybe a little bit quicker as it stands, but overall, it does seem that that car is extending its advantage. Unlikely to have any last-minute changes of position. I think in the GT4 class, yellow flag out for Kenny Arndt. Oh, he's gone around Oh dear, getting very awkward. Two of the Porsche Cup cars coming on through there as well. All drivers must be very tired now, absolutely. To be fair, the Brick was doing an insane job for multiple laps, absolutely. We're going to get a dry ending-ish. I think it may rain about halfway through the final lap of the race. Quite possibly. It's also going to be a really weird one, depending on where you actually are on the circuit when the rain does start. Oh, there you go, right in front of the Armandera car. A little bit of a tag into the wall. And then just loops their way back around again. There was the Cup cars coming on through. Thankfully, not too much damage done overall. But proceeding on. Trying to see what they can do, what they can rescue out of this one. They should be able to cement that 48th position overall in this one. And as we look toward, I'll put it on the race leader for a bit, because I know Alaric was was requesting it, and it's obviously a very well deserved, it's very well deserved for this car to get that recognition on stream, because they have put together a mighty performance. They've only got what will be, I think, 2 laps to go for them when they next cross the line. It's going to be a little bit tight with that. I mean, they've probably got enough time to come to a complete. Oh no, they don't. Do they? No. No, they don't have time to come to a complete stop, but they do certainly have a healthy advantage, so they can very much be sort of in cruise mode now, bring it home. They've done the hard work, and Osterman's still kicking the back end of the BMW out. He only knows 1 speed, and okay, Luke deserves it too as well, obviously. But I think he has had a fair share of coverage on the stream. No one's won just yet. There's a car that's looking like it very much will win, but I'm not going to call it, because as we know, Nordschleife can throw some surprises and things can change at the very last minute. But it is ITB Racing currently leading the way, and fantastic there. Thank you so much for the support and kind words. It has been an amazing race with these guys, multi-class, chaos, and carnage. We've also got Maciej Manowski fighting amongst some of the Porsches. Gap between 5th and 6th is insane. Now, is that the... no, I know what you mean. You mean this one, don't you? Yes, it's... no, it's actually worse than that, I think. Oh, no, is it worse than that? No, it's not worse than that. No, yeah, it is substantial. That's not true, though. There's only a few more a few seconds between them in that regard, because we've got Chris Harteveld up here on the circuit, and there you go, about 20 seconds behind in Max Florence on the main part of the Grand Prix circuit, as Marcel Tamo having a second response to trying to get some moves done. That's not going to do it. No, that's not the line you wanted to take at all. The 770 is unfortunately is dropping back as a result of that wide line. We'll see though. Maybe we'll reel in the gap to BTL Racing in a bit. Is this online? That's absolutely. So this is the world of Assetto Corsa Competizione, a fantastic GT sim racing platform where this 24-hour stream today is celebrating the Nordschleife DLC that has been introduced, so that you can now get stuck into one of the world's greatest sims and combine it with one of the most legendary and historic tracks on the planet. So this is online, but as is so often said in the world of sim racing, that the cars may not be real, but the racing is. And especially, I'm sure right now, if you try to suggest to Luke Whitehead after the incredible effort that he has put on with this, that he is, he knows how real this would be, without a shadow of a doubt, because he has been in the car for almost 24 hours straight. Absolutely, and Navicki, I do believe actually you're a part of that roster for the 325 car. Absolutely, this ITB Racing team's crew in the Porsche Cup car class has been absolutely dominant. They were incredible in qualifying. Has had pace stronger than a lot of the GT3s around here in a car that is significantly less capable, both aerodynamically, electronically, all of it. And, you know, they've been an absolute league of their own to us. You know, there was one big crash. I think it was for Chris Warner earlier in the race. There's a little bit of a slide for Adam Spansky, putting on a show. I feel like someone may be talking in his ear and saying that, that he's on stream right now and trying to put on some drifts. Yeah, he is. But yeah, they've been on an absolute, you know, other planet. Chris Warner did, I think, have that big crash at quite a few hours ago in this race. But even then, already such a big advantage built up over next nearest rivals. It really almost wasn't in any doubt because, yeah, the pace has been incredibly significant. But Adam Spansky in the car looking like he'll be one to bring it to the line. And absolutely incredible stuff from him. White flag out from Vincenzo. And I think he's already been over 24 hours because getting everything... Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I agree. I think he's been in the car for almost 24 hours straight. But yes, I am sure that he's been awake for longer. And yes, is Adam Spansky showing off to the crowd in a fashion. Although be careful through. I say be careful. You've got 3 laps of your next nearest competitor. You'll be just fine. That's I had a feeling, the Vicky. I could tell it in the driving style. That's there we go. There's some more of it through as well. Yeah, a dominant display from the ITB Racing crew, and I'm sure they'll be keeping this one up to the end as well. Fantastic stuff from all of those guys. One of the other Cup cars, I think, has had a bit of an issue. Gladys competition again. They're actually running P3 in class, but it doesn't mean to say it's been a straightforward day for them. Oh dear, there's also a yellow flag out for the 333 car. So a couple of moments on circuit. For some cars, may only be 7 minutes left on the clock, but do not think for a second that anything is remotely safe or secure. Anything can happen. And, well, maybe some other drifting of their own for Gladius. And it's not gone quite as well. And meanwhile, let's see what happened. Oh, dear, it was the GT4. Oh, wow. Okay. I think that the change in camber, maybe being a bit offline as well, just suddenly the BMW grip just completely dropped away from the rear axle after avoiding action from the GT4. And yeah, my goodness, that was a very, very busy, crazy moment. We've also got Niels Narks, who's been continuing to try to charge up to the back of Felix Arne. He's 4.5 seconds away. Renault Ritchie trying to do the same thing with Schwartzman. That's and we'll have to see how they get on in this final lap, because I do believe Jacob Osterman has started the final lap of the race. I do believe he has just then. So it's going to be pretty tight on the clock, I think, but I do think it will be the last one. Marcel Tamo, 0.2 seconds behind Patrick Dieng, as trying to see if he can find his way through. These guys have been battling very closely. These GT4 battles have just suddenly come away. We've even got Stalder versus Katzelberger kicking off again. My goodness. Everywhere you look up and down the order, it's absolutely crazy stuff. As we'll try to also, as a special request to a man that's given quite a bit to this stream already, that's Claudio Zaza in the 712 car, the Marlboro liveried Ferrari, chucking its way around onto the ring for what should be the last time for that car, but we will need to check in with these scraps here. Stalder has dropped away from Katzelberger by the looks of it, so unfortunately Team Murica won't be looking to make their way past anytime soon. Evan, that was the Aston Martin that has looped it, unfortunately, a moment ago, as now drag race between Tamo versus Dieng. These two Mercedes going toe-to-toe for one final time around the Nordschleife, seeing what they can do. It's been an incredible batch of racing from the GT4 class in the closing stages. And as they make their way under the bridge, this is going to be an interesting moment. Controversy, because a car that is a lap ahead of these guys, giving the bump draft to the Mercedes of the 770 car. They head on through and to take the position with what will be one final lap to go. Renault Ritchie has also just found a great deal of pace in the closing moments, and they've managed to dispatch Nico Schwartzman, losing out in the final part of the race. Would be gutting at the best of times. Let's see how it all played out. The difference in pace was looking substantial, and here we go. Huge amounts of drive from Renault Ritchie here. Around the outside, he looks to go. Tries to make it stick there. Can't do that. And then the gap is opened on the exit. That's where the momentum was in favour of the BMW, and ST Racing gained the position. Up into P9 they go. Nils Narks is also not out of that other fight for P6 either. So we'll have to see. I'm keeping an eye on where our leader is. They've got a half a lap left to go. Nils Narks, here we go. He's up to the back of the Firefly Esports car as well. I think these guys will actually have a one more lap after this, but they're trying to get this job done immediately on these guys. Actual fact, yes, so they will, because the number 7 car is a little bit behind them. There's a difference in grip. Nils Narks looking left, right, and centre, trying to find an opportunity on the final lap or the penultimate lap of his race. Bit of a slide from the BMW, as it is absolutely pedal to the floor stuff through this sector of the circuit. Also, I'm not convinced that this is the final lap just yet. I think the engineers lied, because I think there's 3 minutes still left on the clock. I think Ultima's definitely going to make it to the line in 3 minutes' time. So not quite final lap of the race. Engineer getting a little bit confused and bamboozled, but maybe just having a look at all the incredible action, which even after almost 24 hours of racing, we've got fights like this going on all the way to the end in the top 10 positions. Absolutely crazy stuff that we have been privileged to seeing today. Drag race now on to the back straight. Closing in the slipstream. Seeing what he is able to do. And he pulls out the BMW. Good momentum. A little bit of extra toe, though, from that other McLaren, which is sort of trying to get out of the way of Felix Arndt. But I think the BMW pace is just very likely to have enough. It started to rain again at the very closing stages of the race. A drama all the way to the end. Felix Arndt, does he dare try to recover the place? He's locked back into the slipstream. The pace advantage has been in favour of Nils Narks, trying to see if he can do anything, but the confidence through there, you can see very evident. The BMW has the momentum, has the pace, and Nils up into P7 on to the penultimate lap for these drivers, because your race leader, Jacob Osterman for ITB Racing, right now, is going to start one more lap before the end of this race, I do believe. I don't think there's any funky clock shenanigans in his... oh, that's one of the McLarens dropping on by as making their way towards the line for what should be the penultimate time. And I think if the engineer calls that, he's just... I mean, he said nothing. But anyway, it's not the end of the race yet. So Jacob Osterman starting his final lap of the race. Interestingly, though, the likes of Nils Narks and Felix Arndt will have to go for one more after Osterman has crossed the line, because they are a little bit further up. You can see Luke Whitehead. This will be his last lap as well. More interior carry, looks amazing. We can certainly have a bit of a look at that. Fastest lap of the race, I'm not 100% certain, because between the changing weather conditions, been a bit up and down territory. Currently, Nils is actually the one who's got fastest lap over the course of the last stints. Absolutely. I think, well, I don't think that we are looking to have any more battles between drivers. I'll keep an eye, but what I think we will do on that note is we will go for a bit of a victory onboard lap of Jacob Osterman, as we look to see him go around the Nordschleife one last time. The clock is about to tick down after 24 hours of racing, and in around 7 minutes' time, Jacob Osterman will have brought the car home. We'll go on board with the team that is... look how much of the edge of the circuit he's utilising. Actually maximising the full track width. And coming in towards the Nürburgring chicane. So the time in-game, so that's effectively kind of the in-game time. So in-game, it's 2:05 in the afternoon is effectively the situation that we have there. And yeah, absolutely. I think, Jacob Osterman, the ITB Racing crew, this number 7 car, they haven't had a great deal of coverage because they've been in such control since the first couple of hours, were a little bit different. They had pole position, but then they lost out They were down in P3 for a while, but then strategy, overall pace, management of the race was what ended up coming in their favour. You can see Osterman not being shy with those curves at all. He is throwing everything at this lap. I wonder if he is also aware that he is on stream as well, trying to put a good lap together. I will just divert from that for just a moment because Boris Scholk, unfortunately, our beloved CEO, seems to have binned it in the 256 Porsche Cayman. But he is underway again. And will continue on his way, but back with Jacob Osterman over the top of the mountain and see how he can go. Absolutely fantastic stuff. I'm afraid I don't know exactly what the quickest lap of the race is. I don't have the data for that. Niels Narks is your fastest right now from this stint on 8:28, but I'm afraid that's all I know. As down in towards third gear, Jacob Osterman waiting for those front tyres to bite. And now, fly away through the sequence. Look at this. The undulation. Imagine doing this just once, let alone for 24 hours. Poor Luke. He routes his way, takes a chunk of the car. That's where the BMW in some aspects has been so strong today. It has been such a stable platform. And I am desperately trying not to commentate to curse Osterman. I promise you so much. I don't try to commentate to curse anyone. Yeah, it's habit. But I trust Osterman. I'm making it worse, aren't I? We'll just watch his lap. After what's been a crazy race so far. It's the number 7 car make his way through. A little bit of traffic to deal with up ahead. So many hazards, so many dangers that have been faced over the course of the last 24 hours of racing, whether it be traffic, whether it be the rain conditions. Oh my goodness, did you say it just like that? Ah, Jacob must have imagined to control that one well enough. Okay, Alaric, this is a question to you because it's part of your team. Do you want me to not look at Osterman on the final lap of this race? Because then it's your fault, fundamentally. If I continue to look at him and something bad happens, that's on you. I'm gonna leave that one with you. But other than that, also I just need to very quickly actually take a brief look over at Felix Arndt. So it's okay, I'm looking away anyway, because the gap between these two has suddenly come down. I need to have a look at that as well, because this fight is going all the way to the end. This will also have one extra lap after Osterman crosses the line as well, because these guys are a little bit further up as well over our race leader, but it looks like that has calmed down. So I will optimistically look back to Osterman. We will go back on board because people enjoying the incredible things. I think the 380-second lead makes this safe. Well, it's your call. It's your call. That, you know, it's been said. Neil's questions over whether or not he's running out of fuel. Oh, that'd be a dangerous one. He's got 2 more laps to go if he really is in that sort of predicament. So hopefully that's not the case for BS Plus competition, but I just want everyone to make sure they've witnessed Alaric condoning me to do just this and follow along with Osterman for his final lap of the race. It almost went in disaster with the Porsche Cayman, but thankfully that's exactly. I mean, there is a big enough gap, but I just don't want to. I don't want to commentate to curse it. I don't want to. This is a lot of pressure to put on me. But like I say, I've had the trust provided by the ITB Racing crew, and I shall take that as is. Look at it as Osterman flows his way through one part of the circuit to another. I think you might well be right. Niels Niox, despite soaring his way through, really is going slowly at the moment. We have got enough time to just have a quick gander at a replay to see what has happened here. But it does look like after taking that position, a miscalculation perhaps from BS Plus competition. Here we go. How is this move done? Oh, is that a rare mistake actually from Niels? Slides off into grass, slides off into the wall, and Firefly Esports leaving quite a bit of room to the outside line there. And the Ferrari 296 goes back on through. As we'll have to see what plays out for the rest of that. And it's getting worse as well. Other cars struggling. So Nico Schwartzman has now regained some momentum to try to catch up to the back of the ST Racing BMW. We've got David Rodriguez that's gone around on the Grand Prix layout of the circuit. Frank Schlotz just brought out the yellow flag. That's a car that's moving very, very slowly. I hope that that's not a car that's out of fuel as well. Drama, chaos, no readers in the pits with 1 lap to go. So is Chris Harteveld. So, no, I think people have miscalculated the end of this race. Oh my god, this is why you can't say, no, this is why I have to be confident. Do you have enough fuel? This is a question to Aleric now. Do you have enough fuel to make it to the end? Niels Narks has gone around again. The final lap of this race is absolutely mad. Niels Narks, the man that is usually so unflappable, has put together good performance after good performance. He's gone around. Nico Schwartzman applying the pressure to ST Racing. Might be able to get the job done side by side through in towards this part of the ring. It's such a tricky part of the circuit. There's yellow flags elsewhere on the circuit as well. We've got Polovchuk who's brought the yellow flag out. My goodness, this is absolute chaos here at the Nordschleife. One more straight. Jacob Osterman's weaving in celebration. He's the only one that hasn't got anything going wrong at the moment. And as we keep an eye, also Nico Schwartzman still unable to make his way by. He will have a drag race to the line, or drag race down the back straight, but I am going to go to this man for one final time. Jacob Osterman and the ITB Racing crew, they've taken on one of the biggest challenges around in the world of sim racing, any form of motorsport. They've had their thrills and spills, but they've dealt with each and every part of it beautifully. And after 24 hours of racing, ITB Racing are your Nordschleife race winners in style. All the cars pile up across the line as everyone begins to celebrate what has been an absolutely mental and mad race. Leon Atoki is making his way through at the moment, and Luke Whitehead a little bit further away from the finish line. So we will go back to this fight. One final drag race to the line for Nico Schwartzman, trying to gain in the slipstream of the car ahead. It's going to be a do or die moment all the way to the end, and we'll have to see how it plays out towards the inside line. There's barely a car's width that's being given. Side by side under the bridge they go. Down the hill for one final time. ST Racing, the BMW starts to fight back, but I don't think Renault Ritchie's got it in him. Unless he's got the slipstream. It'd have to be a dive under the brakes to weave their way in towards these portions, but I don't think they can make it. And Nico Schwartzman, as long as he gets it stopped in towards these final couple of corners, which I think he will, Schwartzman and Sim RC will get themselves back into P9 at the very final moments of this race. Incredible stuff from then. And now we see for one final time Luke Whitehead, who has been an absolute star of this day of racing. It's been an absolutely remarkable performance from this man. He has taken on an absolutely ridiculous challenge of 24 hours of non-stop racing at the Nordschleife. It's one thing for a team to take on this place, deal with the treacherous conditions, deal with the traffic and the dramas that multi-class throws at you. That's a team. That's one thing all of its own. But spurred on perhaps even further, doing a race and a performance worthy of a companion very special to him that he lost only a couple of days ago. It was Art's dog appended on the livery of that wonderful Porsche 992 that has travelled round here lap after lap today. A couple of minor mistakes, but in the grand scheme of things, an absolutely tremendous performance from Luke Whitehead, who celebrates in style and drives a race of 24 hours all by himself, 167 laps in the cockpit. Luke Whitehead is a podium finisher here at the Nordschleife. Take a bow. That is going to be a very happy and equally tired young man. The number 55 car, an absolute triumphant performance from him. Who would have thought it? Meanwhile, other bits of chaos. There's a car entering the pit lane on the very final lap of the race. I don't even know what that's for, although I do think they've actually finished. So has Frank Schlott, as I think we will look to try to go back with the last man inside our top three. We got the 325 car still out on circuit as well. They are still running around, as well as trying to see if we've got a GT4 class leader as well, Matej Manowski. So in actual fact, he's only just started his lap. I want to make sure that these other class leaders get their due time on the board as well. So a bit further around, actually, for these guys to go. And I think Leon Atoki, actually, to complete your top 3 from overall in the race. Oh dear, as someone's lost it at the very end of the race as one of the low fuel motorsports Porsche Caymans again, as Leo Zalas running into a little bit of trouble. But Leon Atoki in the number 14 crew for the Unicorns of Love team. At times it looked like they may have been able to make their way back towards P1. They were gaining. Atoki was on an absolute charge on one stage of the race. Drama, strategies were all playing into effect. Yellow flag out for Max Florence as he deals with a little bit of traffic down in P4. But it looked like at moments that the gap came down to about a minute, but unfortunately a mistake and a heavy impact for Leon Atoki as drama's still kicking off further down the order. What's happened here? Dominic Wirth is beached up on the curb. Is he even able to get going again? The number 69 car for Pitspeed Racing is going to whip it around and get going, but still all the way to the end. I told you can't call anything here out of the Nordschleife. As in the final moments, what happens? Oh, just has an oversteer moment, swings round on him. Oh no. Oh, okay. That was fine. And then, oh, he really did get stuck for a moment, didn't he? That is a very unfortunate, very unfortunate moment for Dominic there, but was able to spin it back around in the end. We'll go back to Atoki now, who is going to bring the Unicorns of Love team home in P2. It was a valiant performance from this roster, but ITB Racing were just on another level today. But they can still be very proud of this feat with the Aston Martin crossing the line and managing to take it all the way to the line. An absolute incredible bit of stuff from them. Your top 3 from today has been absolutely fantastic work from all of them. And then we must, of course, go to this guy down here, Adam Spansky, and the ITB Racing crew, the other ITB team in the server in the Porsche Cup car. I do believe, let me check, that they are a bit further around. They are indeed than your GT4 class leaders. So we will stick with them on their victory premise as well. Because this 325 has been in another league. You know, it's almost been an intermediate class between the GT3 and the other Porsche Cup cars. Because this team, whatever they've done with the setup, the way they've dialed themselves in with this car, it's a tricky one. You know, it has ABS, but remember that there's no TC available on this car. So all the times that we've seen the GT3 spinning and, you know, struggling to get the power down in the wet, try doing that in a Porsche with less aerodynamics and electronics sophistication. It's a very, very difficult challenge, and these guys have made it look easy. They are looking to be 7 positions outright ahead on circuit of their next nearest competitor. They have a gap that is in the order of hundreds upon hundreds of seconds. And despite one moment for Chris Warner earlier on in the race, where there was a heavy impact, even then, even when their lead was cut down by about half, they still had a lead that was a matter of minutes over their next nearest competitor. And these flat sixes have provided such wonderful, wonderful action, and you know, and even just the audio keeping us awake at night during the night phase as well. Adam Spansky, he knows he's on stream again. I'm sure that Navicki's given him the nod, or if not, it'd be a lyric in the chat as well. But Adam Spansky celebrating in style. It's because this man and the rest of his crew, they really have been at one in terms of the car control for this very, very tricky machine. As it screams its way down the picturesque back straight for one last time. We'll even go on board for one final little sequence through down the hillside. It's such a beautiful, beautiful noise from this incredible piece of machinery. And mastering it here at the Nordschleife is no small feat. You see, even in these damp conditions where the rain is still coming down so slightly, it bounces its way through each of the curves. It lunges its way from apex to apex, and with just a couple more turns, Adam Spansky for ITB Racing, and with a little slide on the exit as well to celebrate in style. ITB Racing win both GT3 and the Porsche Cup class in absolute dominance across both categories. A huge congratulations to Adam Spansky and the rest of the roster there. Two very well put together performances from each of those crews. An absolutely magnificent one that they have done there. And Maciej Malinowski for the number 75 car. These guys started at the back of the grid. That was when we had 72 cars in our grid for this evening. And they started at the very back. They didn't participate in qualifying. By the end of the very first stints, George Boothby had got this crew up to P1 in class. It was looking dominant. It was looking comfortable. But then a double puncture for this man right here, Malinowski, when the track was changing from wet to dry. Start to put that into a little bit of doubt. He spun several times. He was overtaken. They'd lost that class lead. But they recomposed themselves, they dialed themselves back in, and they put together a performance worthy of this incredible circuit. Some slides are from Malinowski to the line to celebrate in style. And as he heads towards the line behind one of the other GT4s, as Stadler may be struggling for a little bit of fuel, will help him across the line. And Veloce Esports win the GT4 class. And with that, the 24 hours of the Nordschleife comes to an end after an incredible day, over a day of racing. Absolutely magnificent stuff from everybody today. We will look to run through our finishing order very shortly, and also hopefully bring in some people for an interview if they would like to hop on in. That's especially our class winners. It'd be great to speak to class winners, podium finishers, that you name it. So if you do want to join me in the commentary booth, and I see people who've already got them waiting. Fantastic stuff that we will look to. I'll tell you what, I think what I will do is I am gonna bring in Luke Whitehead first of all, because I'm conscious of the fact that he's probably the one that needs to leave the soonest, to be perfectly honest, because he needs sleep, he needs rest. So we will look to bring him on in just a second, and speak to a man that has been one of the absolute fan favourites of today. And we will look to bring in an individual who must be absolutely knackered, I think, as the British would say. Luke Whitehead, you absolute warrior. What were you thinking? I don't even know, but 24 hours around the Nordschleife, and to come away with a podium finish as well. So huge congratulations. You've had so much support from the chat. You've had commentators from the real-life Nordschleife event hearing of what you were taking on and even cheering you on from there as well. Everyone's been behind you on this incredible feat. You must be relieved it's over. Happy result, but how are you feeling?
Well, yeah, hello. Yeah, well, yeah, I honestly am struggling to find the words. It's very rare that I struggle with that, as you know. But yeah, I mean, I kind of didn't expect it to generate so much hype, to be honest. I kind of did it as a bit of a joke and kind of like, I'll see how far I get in. And I didn't think much of it. I didn't think it would be too difficult. And then when I got 3 hours in and was like, oh, I'm quite tired, and I saw I had 21 hours left and was kind of like, oh, crikey, it's a long time left. And I kind of dug my bed. I'd kind of made my bed when I said that I would try and do it, and it's something I've always wanted to do. So I just thought, you know what, why not? Yeah, I mean, I kind of was coming into it aiming for a top 10. I said to myself, like, oh, top 5 would be amazing, but it's not going to happen. And we came away with top 3, and we were leading at one point, and we were fighting for P2 for pretty much half the race. So I surpassed my expectations vastly, and yeah, I don't know what else to say. Honestly, I'm utterly speechless. But I do want to say, like, thank you so much to all the streamers and all the people who were, generating the hype. All the German guys, especially Mabix, who put in a big stint promoting, my channels, and got a lot of people with Mavic's Army in my chat, and thanks to also my teammates Jardia and UCOG and Surfoch also for promoting my channel and raiding me, and also Dieta Bletton, who just raided. Loads of people just giving me so much support. I got to about 2.5k viewers, which I've just never would have even imagined. So honestly, the amount of support I've received is it's really humbling. It's really made me smile. And with obviously the special livery as well, commemorating my aunt's dog as well, bless her. So it's been a very emotionally charged weekend, and one that I'm very satisfied with nonetheless. And I hope you guys had your laugh as well watching me.
Oh yeah, trust me when I say that everyone that's been watching, I think every few minutes there'll be a question for someone else coming in. They stepped out of the broadcast, came back in. Where's Luke? How's he getting on? How is this madman still alive and out on circuit? Yeah, you have had absolutely everybody behind you, mate, and it's just there are very few words that can really put into perspective how much of an incredible achievement what you have put on today. A podium finish around the Nordschleife, is just with the circumstances and the approach that you took to it have been absolutely exceptional. So all of that support, everyone that's been cheering you on, it's all so very well deserved, mate, because it's just that is something truly exceptional, and you've really set quite a benchmark of performances to deliver in these 24-hour races. That's certainly one that's going to be a very difficult one to challenge for a long time. I won't hold you here all too long, because I'm conscious of the fact that, to us, you probably want to step out of your rig and have a bit of a rest. I do have one final question to you, because I am curious, because obviously, a lot of these guys that participated today, there was a lot of hype with the Nordschleife, and, some of them, they might have done, 8 hours, some of them even 12 hours or something like that. None of them have done 24. After 24 hours of doing the same circuit non-stop, have you got sick of it yet, or would you be happy doing a race around the corner?
I think I'd need a bit of time. I think I would need a bit of time. But the track I do like. I've not driven it a lot, honestly. This was my first ever race at the Nords. So, what a way to hop in. But it's a good track and I enjoy it. So yeah, I didn't really get fed up of it. I more got fed up of just the combo, I guess, just driving in the conditions, and it was just tiresome. But yeah, I would also like to say a massive thank you to Raggy and also the LFM guys for allowing me to even do it, because at the end of the day, without those guys giving me permission to have my own slot and to do it, then I wouldn't be doing it. So those guys putting in a provision is massive help, and I massively appreciate everyone who tuned in, everyone who supported, and love you all. Thank you so much.
You are more than welcome, Luke. You absolutely deserve it, 100%. Massive congratulations on finishing P3 around 24 hours of the Nordschleife. Go have some very, very well-deserved rest and sleep, mate. You absolutely deserve it 1,000,000%. And thank you so much for even finding energy to pop in for a short interview at the end of that one. Always a pleasure to talk to you, mate. And again, incredible stuff from you today. And look forward to talking again very soon in the future.
No, you too, my friend. Have a good one, mate.
Take care.
Take care. Bye.
Great stuff to talk to someone that has probably been the most cheered on individual of today. We will now look to bring in the team that finished P2 overall in this race, the Unicorns of Love lineup, who I think I've brought in everybody. You'll have to double check. Have I brought in everybody?
Yeah, Tobias is not here anymore, but he only did like 2 stints yesterday.
Okay, fair enough.
Apart from that.
But everyone that's present for an interview, I've at least got you. That's brilliant.
Yes.
Well, oh, my goodness, guys. P2 after 24 hours of the Nordschleife, and I'd be interested, to hear your thoughts and feelings across the team, because I must admit, there was a couple of times, the ITB Racing, obviously they looked very, very strong throughout that entire race. But there was a couple of times in sort of, in the second half where it looked like, that gap, came down for sort of 100 odd seconds, then down to 90, then 80, and it was coming down, and then I think it was Leon with you in the car and sort of, apologies if this is a slightly sore point, but a couple of laps which really didn't go very well, and then from that point onwards, it seemed like the race win was then just a little bit too far out of reach. Are you happy with the overall performance and everything from today? Are you frustrated that perhaps there wasn't a bit more on the table to try to contend with the ITP guys at the very top?
Yeah, I don't know. Really, the BMW was just a bit too quick for us, especially in the Aston. I think the BMW was a bit quicker than the Aston, and then I think ITB had also a bit more preparation than us. We didn't prepare much for the race. Some of us didn't prepare at all with the current setup we drove. Yeah, I don't know. I needed 2 stints yesterday to get a rhythm, and then the third stint yesterday was pretty decent. The first 2 stints this morning were, at least for me, pretty good. The third stint started as well, very good, and then the crash at the Moot Kurve was just, I don't know, was the end of the car, the end of the chase for the lead, the end for my confidence. I don't know. Then the last stint was just nothing. I don't know. We had too big of a gap to the front, too big of a gap to the third car. I think Luke was it. Yeah, and then I just drove it home for the last hour.
Yeah, it was you know, whenever you were in the car, Leon, I must admit, you know, I could see, you know, that gap was coming down. You really did like you were flying and dialed in, and then unfortunately, just, you know, as is quite often the way with the Nordschleife, it gets away from you in the smallest of ways, but the consequences end up being very, very severe. So yeah, I'm unfortunate there to kind of bring that hunt for the win to an abrupt close after, you know, such a string of amazing stints prior. I wasn't about for the sort of the nighttime portion of the race, but who spent a lot of the time in the nighttime portion of this one?
I would say Niklas and I.
I will point this question over to you two then. But of course, you know, the Nordschleife, you know, it's such a unique challenge. You know, it has like so many, you know, different, you know, dangers, characteristics other circuits simply just don't have, and you know, and everything about it, strategy elements, all change, you know, with this particular layout. But when you're in that nighttime period, it's, you know, I'm sure that especially if you've already done like a few stints and things, it's tricky to keep up the concentration. How much of a more difficult task is it to navigate, you know, the precise and fine lines around here, and when you've got rain involved as well? You know, when you're trying to tackle this circuit and all the lights go out, how much more difficult is it?
Yeah, fun fact, I crashed in the first lap. I didn't start the brake marker.
Okay, answer very is what we determined. So fair enough. How severe was the damage on the back of that crash?
14 seconds, I think.
Right. Okay. So not
It's
catastrophic,
okay.
but significant.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, you know, we've seen some pretty mighty and hefty impacts around here, and that's probably, you know, it doesn't take much for the car to end up offline and then, you know, have a major collision with the wall. Nicholas, from your perspective, were you quite comfortable during the nighttime stint, or was it quite a bit of pressure and a high level of concentration to really try to nail each lap?
Nah, not really. To be fair, it was way easier than expected in the night. The only issue was we had some additional chicanes in the night because, let's say for some it was not that easy as it seems. But I don't know. For me, it was just easy to keep the concentration up. The track is easy once you get a rhythm. Yeah. You just have to avoid everyone else.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, it's the joys of multi-class racing, and then also, of course, you know, the added extra level of danger that Nordschleife puts together in all of that. That's yeah, a tricky one to say the least. And Bastian, I'll point this last question over to you. Of course, you know, the transitional conditions between, you know, wet, dry to wet, it's such a difficult thing to sometimes, you know where to commit. It actually seemed like on a good couple of occasions, up until your stops ended up a little bit out of sync later on with the damage you had to repair, that, you know, making those judgments, that was a, you know, really strong part of your race campaign overall, because, you know, knowing when the rain's going to hit, you don't want to be stranded out halfway around the circuit on tyres that aren't working. Equally, you don't want to end up degrading wet tyres that, you know, that don't kick into life in the right way, you know, when you want them to. So, you know, how do you go about actually trying to plan, you know, when you look to call those pit stops? Is it a case of purely just looking at the clock and hoping that you get that overall judgment right? Or is there any other forms of experiences or strategies that you're utilising to try to nail those transition periods around this circuit?
Well, honestly, in this race, it was a lot of luck because, as you said, it's very difficult to have the right timing when you're like halfway through the lap and the rain starts. Either way, you are gonna be slow. So if you have the luck that the rain starts right at the moment where you can pit, then obviously you will gain a little bit of time. And so that happened a few times, but also the ITB car sometimes had the best pit stop then, so it was a little bit back and forth. And then, yeah, it was mostly just risk management, so we don't risk too much on the not ideal tire, let's say. So sometimes it would be maybe faster to have a pit stop less, but then you also risk maybe a crash when you stay on the slick during the rain. And so we just pitted every time once we saw that the weather is gonna change to be on the safe side.
Yeah, it was something that we saw be a bit of trouble for quite a few teams. I think we kind of saw teams trying to maybe be a bit more daring earlier in the race, and then when the consequences of that daringness didn't always pay off very well, it kind of seemed like the more safe approach later on in terms of trying to get those strategies and the transitions. But yeah, absolutely, it is a combination of luck and just trying to manage kind of your placement on the circuit along with those weather changes as best as possible. But yeah, an absolutely brilliant drive from you guys nonetheless. Still P2 overall, and as an overall kind of ACC and having that Nordschleife circuit in here for the first time. Have you guys enjoyed racing around it? Of course, it's a pretty historic and legendary track.
Yeah, absolutely. Also because most of our team is actually coming from AC1 and we did Nordschleife endurance races back then. So having this now again in ACC was very, very fun, and also with the multi-class aspect, was very enjoyable.
Fantastic. That's brilliant to see the between the generations of platform we have this continuity of this, and having Nordschleife now in ACC, absolutely fantastic, and a brilliant day of racing. Fantastic stuff, guys, and very, very well done on taking P2 at an incredibly difficult and treacherous event. P1 just being ever so slightly out of your reach, but still a performance that you should all be really proud of nonetheless. So thank you guys so much for all popping into an interview, and I'm sure that we will talk again very soon at some point in the future for other future events.
Hopefully.
Thanks.
The confidence was unmatched. Thanks a lot, guys. Take care.
Thanks, you too.
Cheers.
Brilliant stuff there to talk to our P2 finishers from today, and then we will bring in I think what we will look to do is we will bring in all of these, because I don't think we've got our GT4 class winners, so what I will look to do instead is I shall just look to bring in the entirety of the ITB Racing crew. We've got quite a few of them in here. So from the GT3 roster we have Osterman, Pavlovsky, Roters, and then from the Porsche Cup car, Adam Spansky, Chris Warner, Navicki in with us. My goodness, well, ITB, what a day you have had for 24 hours of Nordschleife. Dominant in the GT3 class, dominant in the Porsche Cup class. You guys must be incredibly, incredibly happy. And I think I'll head on over to Osterman first, because you had some incredibly impressive stints in that. I mean, the entire roster did, but some really well managed and controlled stints with so many changeable conditions, traffic, hazards, dangers everywhere you look. How difficult was it to keep that level of concentration throughout the race and trying to make sure that when those things did crop up, when the dangers were there, that you always position yourself in the right way to not have to run into any incident?
Yeah, first of all, was a great race. Thanks for hosting that LFM and 505 games. I think I can speak for the whole team. It was a great event. We had the fun of our life. Nordschleife and ACC is the best thing which could have happened. Then, of course, congrats to UOL in P2, and of course in P3 to Luke. That guy, I don't know how he can do 24 hours on his own. Maybe
don't worry,
he
no
took
one
some
has
drugs or
understood.
whatever.
Yeah.
We're not gonna talk about that. Yeah, but to our race, it was crazy. With pole in quali, everything worked out perfect. And then, of course, we lost the position to Jordan. Yeah, a few moves there. I'm not gonna get into that too much. But then, yeah, from lap 7 onwards, when Jordan needed to pit early, when we could take the extra lap for the start, it was basically just, holding the gap, building it a bit, and not dying from GT4s or cup cars when lapping them.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of also qualifying, a pole position from yourself here, and I think that obviously the race component of lapping around here at the Nordschleife is it's quite a unique and treacherous thing where there's danger around every corner, especially when, like you say, you have the multi-class element too. About that adds some extra levels of concentration into it. But in qualifying trim, it's it's a lot more. You've got that lap. You're dialed in. You're trying to maximize everything about it. How much of a thrill and joy is it when you hook up a lap? It's a long lap, 8 minutes plus around here. To be able to hook all of those apexes up, and then you put that car at the top step of the grid. What was that like when you crossed the line and you saw that you ended up getting pole position?
Yeah, Nordschleife is really special here. It's like you always have some time in a lap. It's like impossible to get a perfect lap on the Nordschleife. So like when I got my first lap, I think it was like an 8:04 mid or something like that. I was already really happy. But we knew that we could get faster to peak to get closer to pole. And then after that second lap with the 8:30, we kind of already knew that this can be enough for pole. And we also hoped that it will be enough. Sadly, I couldn't improve after that, but I was really happy with that lap. And with that, I also want to say huge thanks to Lewis and Kamil for driving the race with me together. It was such an honor. It was great fun. We always had a laugh. It was great driving with you guys and preparing for the race. Hope we can do stuff like that in the future again.
Lovely wholesome stuff and team spirit amongst you guys, and Camille, to come over to you, there was a couple of hairy moments that I think you ended up having in front of you. I know there was at one point there was a car stranded across the circuit and you kind of had to dive towards the outside. I think there was also another time where you caught the grass on the entry to the Flugplatz, and you just about the only car around here today that went wide at that corner but managed to keep it out of the wall and pointing in a straight line. How tricky was it to really dial in consistent lap after consistent lap around here, because it was a mighty task and a half, wasn't it?
Yeah, indeed. There were a couple of very sweaty moments that were very close to, that could turn out the race in a different way. But it's the endurance, right? So it's, especially Nordschleife, is a definition of endurance race, and if we are just 1% away from crashing the car, it's all fine. And and it was like we were on the limit pretty much all the time, being safe in the same time. So the early lead in the first part of the race helped us to comfortably run a bit safer strategy in terms of not taking too much risks in terms of strategies, and gave us a comfort to just go our pace. But yeah, as you say, I had definitely many situations that were close to be very dangerous. I had a bit of unluckiness in terms of lapping the GT4 cars, so many situations that were dangerous in terms of passing the cars, but also my little mistakes that could have ended badly, but hopefully didn't. So most importantly, that we kept the car without any major crashes and any major damage. So only a very little scratches that we were repairing every pit. But nothing important. And the race itself was so immersive, especially in the night and in the rain. There was such a flow. It felt so realistic. The track is just amazing for the race like this, with huge grids, big competition. It's a pure definition of real sim racing, and we are very, very happy with the double win today.
Yeah, I can imagine it's been incredibly successful day for your team. We'll come over to the Porsche Cup class, guys, in just a moment. But also just want to then ask Lewis a quick question from the GT3 side of things. That bouncing between dry conditions, wet conditions, this circuit, the margins are so fine. And the any lapse of concentration or any misjudgment, any distraction, things like that can have such big consequences. When you're going from dry conditions to wet conditions, how do you look to try to adapt your pace with the grip level? Because obviously it's not even just a case of usually you do one lap and you have X amount of grip, and then maybe the next lap you come around, you have a different level of grip to that. But with this, you've kind of got different levels of grip when the rain starts to come in, between, the beginning of the lap, halfway through, and by the end of it. So you're constantly having to adjust your driving style, your braking point, how aggressive you are, and things like that. How, as a driver, do you look to try to maximize that and not drop the pace and become too cautious, but at the same time, make sure that you're safe, but as Camille was kind of saying, being safely aggressive for such a long period of time?
Yeah, it was a bit tricky sometimes, and but as Carmen already mentioned, the gap we pulled in the first 2 hours, especially Jakob pulled in the first 2 hours, was kind of nice to go a bit more safe in terms of switching from dry to wet and wet to dry. But yeah, especially in the night when you can't see everything like in the daytimes, and in the night I needed to switch from dry to wet and just one period of driving. It is kind of hard, and the only thing you can do, and you can trust about is yourself, and try to remember how to do it, and probably practice a bit in these conditions. But you need to trust the car, trust in yourself, and then just turn into the corner and hope that the car stays stable. And it did. So it was hard to predict the track conditions, even with slicks in the wet as well. But trust in yourself and trust in the car is what you need to do.
Yeah, absolutely, and fantastically, quite clearly, how you guys performed today, an absolutely mega performance. So big congratulations to your GT3 roster for putting together that overall win and, of course, a class win. And then over to the guys from the Porsche Cup class now, a very different beast to wield around here. And I must admit, I need to head over to Adam first of all, because I think on the back of one of your teammates nudging you to let you know that you were on stream, that showed definitely quite a bit of car control in that Porsche 992, but that is very difficult to achieve. It has no TC, it's a more basic car, and the track, the conditions, so tricky. What was it like trying to put laps together in that car consistently, because it's a handful at the best of times?
Yes, this car is a bit tricky. The suspension is pretty random, I can say. So it's not so easy on the curves. Here we have to watch out and be really careful. But we felt the car pretty nice. We had very aggressive setups, and at the ends of the stints, it was really oversteer. But we were pretty confident. We made our best.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you looked confident in the car at every point of the race, except one moment at least I caught. I'm afraid that leaves me to come to you, Chris. That you had that rather hefty crash, which whilst it didn't exactly put your class win in any form of doubt at any point, because the lead you had was already so substantial, obviously it was a massive incident and a huge bit of damage put onto the car. At that point in time, what was your thoughts and feelings? How frustrated were you? Did you feel like that was maybe going to compromise your chances of winning, or were you still confident that you still had enough time to bring it home and win your class?
I think it wasn't too bad, because we knew we had a pretty decent pace advantage compared to the rest of the field, having done quite a lot of prep beforehand. So we were quite lucky in that aspect of it wasn't too much damage. We were able to continue throughout the stint to maximize the stint length, sort of thing. and then pit to repair damage. So we didn't lose an extra stop as well as repairing the damage, which was quite beneficial. But yeah, just happy it all worked out in the end. And yeah, apologies if I sound a bit rough. I've only just woken up back from doing the night stints. So yeah, it was all good fun, and first good race on Nordschleife, really.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff from you. And now I'm going to be totally honest. Naviki, I don't know how to pronounce your first name.
Mikołaj.
Mikołaj.
Yeah.
Fantastic. We'll go with that then. That's apologies. But I want to go right. Yeah, over to you with a last question from me, because it was a major surprise to me. The level of pace that this Cup car had relative to the GT3s on the circuit, and especially obviously your team. There was a huge difference to you and the rest of your class. Were you surprised by kind of how outright competitive you were within the field, or with the level of practice, as Chris was sort of saying about preparation you've done? Did it come was it not too much of a surprise, and it was just a case of, this is our pace, crack on with it, and then just take on the Nordschleife? What was the feelings on that side of things?
From my side, I would say I didn't practice too much because I didn't have enough time in this week. But I always feels great on the wet conditions, so it helped a lot. The most difficult part was at night because I was awake all the night, so now I'm kind of dead. But pace was pretty good, so I'm fine with that. Congrats to all of the winners, of course. I have to mention that Adam invited us to race with him because he's from ITB, and me and Chris, we're from Apex 1 team. So it's like collaboration. And huge thanks for Adam for inviting us.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think quite clearly Adam made his choices very, very well in terms of who he decided to bring in, because, yeah, your guys' collective performance across the team was absolutely astonishing. So, yeah, between you guys from ITB and Chris and Mikołaj, yourself from Apex 1 for an incredibly dominant display across both the GT3 class and the Porsche Cup class today here at Nordschleife. Huge congratulations to all of you, and just a fantastic performance all around from your team. So thank you guys for hopping in for an interview. I'm sure we will talk again at some point in the future, and look forward to all of the Nordschleife endeavours that we will likely cross paths over again in some time in the future.
Thank you very much.
Cheers guys, take care. Fantastic then to talk to your winners from the other two classes of today, or GT3 and Porsche Cup class. Unfortunately, we didn't have anybody from the Veloce team from the GT4 class winners, but a huge congratulations to them as well on bringing that one home. A tricky day at times for them, but still a very well managed and executed race, and absolutely incredible stuff all round. But my goodness, what an absolutely fantastic race. To run through your results from today in GT3, ITB Racing out of Unicorns of Love, and Luke Whitehead solo YOLO. Can you believe it? Absolutely astonishing from him. And everybody with Black Hat, Scuderia, Ferrari, Sprout, Firefly, BF Plus, Sim RC, SD Racing, Veloce, Petro Brothers, Jardia Community Team, Genesis, Homer Sim Racing Esports to round out your top 15. Ren Worlds and Restec, Gladius, Fisher Racing, Surfosh, Virtual Drives by TX3, Armentario, Arwag Nation, Pit Speed, Lima, Don Manano, Zaza, BTL, Fisher Racing, Mr. Git Racing as well. I've seen him in the chat, and a mighty feat from everybody getting to the end of this one. Then unfortunately your DNS, the LFM Yeet Esports, JP Motorsport, Visceral, West Competition Racing, Brabham, Williams, Reptile, and Absolute Motorsport Athlete Racing. Your non-finishers from the GT class today. But on to the GT4s from today. Veloce up 36 positions from the back of the grid, and 2 laps clear the rest of their class ahead of Get Quick E-Racing and Prime E-Racing in the end, dropping down to P3 after that incident in the last stages. STL, Simhaven, SimRC, the LFM team, the first of 2, Get Quick E-Racing, DTL Racing, RNL, Rebellion, Rice Colburn rounding out towards P12. We also had Walls, the LFM staff and stewards participating with Victory Drift being your last finisher, with West Competition Racing, Genesis and Visceral, unfortunately, being your DNS from the GT4 class today. And around those other names that I missed off: Rice Colburn, Vivid Global, Hopeless Ambition, that name still makes me chuckle, and Yeet Esports to the end of the top 15. And then the last but certainly not least class, an incredible bit of driving and action all the way throughout from the Porsche Cup class team and drivers, with ITB X Apex 1 taking your class win ahead of Clean Racing Finland, Gladys Competitions, with BRT, MK, Funtech being your final finishers, with Visceral, Lin, Top Racing TV, New Order Racing and Holy Motorsports unfortunately being your DNFs from that class today. But an incredible day across all 3 classes. The Nordschleife, it was always going to deliver a wonderful day of racing. It's an absolutely legendary circuit that has such a history to it. It's such a fast, dangerous, adrenaline-filled challenge, which is really like no other, and it provides racing like no other. The changing conditions, the differences in strategies, everything that you could possibly dream of. And a huge congratulations to all of our podium finishers, our class winners, and also an extra special note to Luke Whitehead as well for that incredible feat of 24 hours of racing solo at this circuit and coming away with a podium finish. Absolutely mighty stuff from that man, who I'm sure will rest very well. It's been an absolute privilege from myself, John Watts, Tim Peck, Tim Lunn, Nathan Richards, to give you all of the coverage from this race. A huge thank you to everybody at Low Fuel Motorsport, 505 Games, and Kunos as well for making all of this possible and giving us the opportunity to organise and bring this event to life, because it certainly has been a day and a half of action and just utter greatness. And you guys in the chat have been so wonderfully supportive, so lovely to talk to, and it's been an absolutely fantastic stream. And thank you everybody so much for all of your support and all of those that have made it possible in the background, those hidden heroes that I've mentioned previously, the likes of our stewards and staff that maybe haven't been front and center over the course of this broadcast, but certainly have been just as pivotal in making all of this happen. But an absolutely incredible day. So much more to look forward to with the Nordschleife. It's only been out for 3 days, and it has been an absolutely crazy bit of sim racing goodness. So if you want to get involved in this yourself and you haven't already, pick up ACC. It's an absolutely wonderful platform, and now it got even better. So you can go grab the Nordschleife DLC and start taking on some of these challenges yourself. And you can begin some of those challenges if you so wish over on the lowfuelmotorsport.com website. Get yourself a license, work your way up through the ranks, and you could compete in the daily racing skill-based matchmaking platform across several different types of categories, championships, all sorts of incredible greatness over there. And of course, for season 14, alongside this DLC, the Nordschleife specific license, so you can have all of your incredible Nürburgring sim racing desires fulfilled, and participate on stuff over there. And with that, everybody, after what has been 24 hours plus of amazing stuff, thank you everybody so much for watching. We look forward to when we can hopefully bring something like this to action and to life again. Cannot wait to see where this journey goes, and it's just been absolutely incredible. So thank you everybody so much for watching, all the support. But for now then, it's goodbye.